I had mentioned project management, property management, but that is just the smart water meters. They interestingly have a valve inside. Mtu akikataa kulipa maji, from wherever you are, take out your phone, shut it off. The valve closes. Hamsumbuani, you do not bother with each other. I feel that is wrong on a product like water. What do we call them? Essential commodity. But sometimes it has to happen. Yeah. Next slide. So even for smart farming, for those of you who are doing the side hustle and you need to monitor your farm, the solutions are there. These small things might make you make losses. You know, when you get into farming, you even start buying. When you do the maths on Excel, you can even buy a car, showroom car, but wait until the harvest comes. So these are the small things that you need to be monitoring. And I can actually say we are in talks with the Red Cross just because of food security and whatnot. We are going to be carrying out pilots just to monitor food security in some of the arid and semi-arid areas. Yeah. If we could move to the next slide. Transport and logistics, I'd already mentioned about that, so no need to bother people about it. We have already talked about it. Next slide. So what have been the challenges? It is just good as a good presentation. You go through introduction, whatnot, challenges, and then the successes. Now, the challenges have been many. How many did 844 like me? We must be a crowd. Okay, some of you did A-levels. I did A-levels in the year 2000. Anyway, some of the challenges, I was asking that because in 844 the answers will always be the same year in, year out. Changes in weather pattern, raids from warring communities. No, those have not been our challenges. Some of our challenges, as I was mentioning, have been the system. I don't know about you guys, but if you have ever started a business, but anytime you register a business in anywhere, that's when government comes trying to pick anything. Do you have this license? Do you have this other one? Can you get this? Can you get this one? I remember back in 2016, we brought in the first drone, fixed-wing drone, just to conduct surveys and whatnot. And our legal system was behind. The aviation authority didn't know what to do with us. So just to slow us down, they told us you need to get a pilot's license. Now, you know how costly a pilot's license is. Yet technology is here to make things easier. So the system has not been nicer when it comes to innovation. But we have tried, and sometimes it works, sometimes it's not. The market as well. Markets have their own problems. You go, you pitch, you talk, and I'll give a very solid example of a water company losing almost 60% on non-revenue. If you translate that, it was quite into the billions. Yeah. Yes, they need to save those billions, but do they have the capital to get in? No, they don't. So even if you talk to them, their problems are salaries, their problems are the water itself, where it's coming from. So when you go there pitching this novel idea that's costing an arm and a leg, it's not going to happen. Even when we reduced the price of the hardware by doing some of the designing and manufacturing ourselves. The other ones are the usual if you've done business, the funding, the sales, the whatnot. So right now we actually still put, bootstringing and all that. But we are happy where we are. So next slide. It has not been a very bad experience. By the way, this was my side hustle for the longest time. I've been comfortably working as an employee until last year, when now it has become the main hustle, though we have been pushing it for the last 15 years or so. We still have companies that have given us business, even as far as DRC Congo. So as much as I might have seemed to complain, we are still in there pushing it. And that's proof, actually, that it's an innovation that works. So, yeah, thank you, Dan. Actually, Dan. So, thank you for listening. In case of any questions or anything, I'm still around. I'll be able to answer them. And with my short presentation, I hand it over back to our MC.
Thank you very much, Uchiri. And at this point, I'd just like to again acknowledge the presence of our Principal Secretary, State Department of Medical Services, Bwana Hari Kimtai. Thank you for joining us, as well as the Governor of the County of Murang'a, that is Dr. Irogo Kangata. Karibu sana. He was with us last year as well during our summit, but in Naivasha. Karibu sana. And Governor, niliona umepata marks mingi kwa survey fulani. We want you utuibie siri tafadhali. Tunajua siri ni Yesu, but nataka pia utuibie siri nyingine. So at this point, we'll get into a discussion on digital transformation in African industries. And I would like to call, to join me on stage, Tomiwa Aledekomo, the CEO of Big Cabal Media. Let's appreciate him as he comes up. Then we have Dr. Ehud Ishugu, Director Ajira Digital Project and Youth Empowerment. Karibu sana. And we have the lady of the panel, Monica Ndumu, who is the Chief Operating Officer at the Nation Media Group. Karibu sana. Thank you very much. I believe we can just test our mics to be sure. Monica? Check. Hello.
Good morning.
Good. We're now on the expressway. So like I mentioned, this session is about digital transformation in African industries. It can be quite a broad discussion which we can have a whole conference on its own. But just, for us to get a good sense of where we are at. Let me begin with Dr. Gashugu. And we'll talk about digital transformation in African industries. I mean, the industries are so diverse. We've got those that are very heavy on brick and mortar. There are those that are digital, pretty much end to end. We are seeing a lot more of technology doing away with a number of jobs. Okay? And so you find, I have this investment, I invest in this machine that will take away, just put it in black and white, take away a few hundred jobs. But then on the other end, we have, like with Ajira, you hear a lot of jobs that are online. Are we transitioning fast enough? Or are we still struggling to catch up such that we are almost creating unemployment?
Thank you very much, Dan, for that question. And I want to really appreciate the invitation to this very important summit that's talking about digital transformation in Africa, and in particular what's really happening in the industry. And as we all know, that digital transformation is something that can be seen in two lenses. On one side, it's an economic sector by itself, but also on the other side, it is actually an enabler of other sectors. And if you look at it from that perspective, then we start seeing that it's not something that we can wish away, even as we advance our economic development in the continent. And having said that, there is a very strong, evidence that digital transformation is an important job creator for, in the region. And the conversation around what is the net effect of that really is on what kind of jobs are we talking about and where are these jobs. And so as a program, the Digital Project, which is a program of the Ministry of ICT and Digital Economy, and we are very privileged to have the PS with us here today. This program was really envisioned to help the country appreciate what digital economy can do in terms of job creation. And so when we see the digital transformation happening, we are talking about what are the relevant skills that are required for us then to really catch up with what is really happening on the industry. The second thing is around what is the economic opportunity around the digital transformation. And the case in point of the gentleman who just spoken here just shows how transformational the digital economy is really pushing even enterprises to become better and tap to opportunities globally. Let me say that technology is not going to reduce job creation. In any case, it's going to increase job creation. What's going to happen is that more quality jobs are going to be created, and the challenge that we have as a country, as a continent, is to make sure that our people are properly prepared to be able to level up to the needs of the current industry demands. For example, we're talking about AI and automation. What does that really exactly mean? So we're talking about augmentation of jobs, that jobs are going to, you don't just have to do on, to depend on one particular line of expertise. You're an accountant. You really have to know how to use technology to be able to be more productive. So really, the transformation is not going to mean that there are lesser jobs. The innovations here around new types of jobs, like freelancing jobs, we're seeing remote jobs emerging. We are seeing now sectors like BPO now becoming more conspicuous. And so the more jobs are going to be created, more jobs are going to be serviced, and more global connections are happening, which means that the preparation for people now accessing the new digital labor has to be really different, that you have to be global aware, you have to have global culture, you have certain level of skills that are not your traditional type of skills that have been championed by the education and training systems.
So just before I move on to the next panelist, I'm not too sure that we are not in doubt that the jobs will be created. I think are we moving fast enough to equip people to take up these jobs? Because we can have 100 jobs available, but you only have 3 people who can do them. So are we moving fast enough?
I think that's really a debate, and I think as a continent we stand a very good opportunity due to our demographic dividends and the demographic, the young population that is really very agile, tech savvy. So that's a whole opportunity that we have. The question around whether we're investing hard enough and heavily enough around infrastructure, and really here we're talking about there's still places where there's no proper connection, there's no proper network, even before we talk about the digital infrastructure around devices, connectivity, and all that. So that question of speed is still something that we are all working towards. What we have realized is that in terms of general low-level foundational entry-level skills, Kenya and Africa is way ahead. Where we are lagging behind is on the intermediate to advanced digital jobs. And I will give a very clear example. For example, a software developer in Africa gets an average of $24 per hour. In Germany, that's around $64. So what that means is that there's a whole skills gap that really we need to catch up with, and this is where now a lot of effort should go in terms of making people now move from just basic digital skills to more advanced digital skills that make them now globally competitiveness. We're also looking at global certification. What programs are we doing to ensure that the competitiveness is at a global scale and not just at national, continental level? I think those sort of investments is where we should be now channeling more, and we need to do more on that particular level. There's a lot of effort is there, but it's not moving in terms of what is required at the global scene in the labor market.
All right, thank you. And partly piggybacking on that, Tomiwa, I would like to bring you in here. And first, so that we don't assume that everybody understands what the organization does as a big cabal, maybe you could briefly tell us what it's about. I know it's in the media space, so then it will help inform when we have the conversations around the digital transformation of the space we're in.
Thank you. Thanks so much for having me here. It's a pleasure to be with you all this morning. Big Cabal Media is a digital publisher. we publish 2 publications, one called Tech Cabal. And Tech Cabal is an 11-year-old publication that has been covering the business and the impact of technology in Africa. So we started out covering the startup ecosystem, primarily in Nigeria and then Kenya. And over time we've broadened to cover technology broadly, our global tech platforms affecting the continent. What are the big tech players in Africa? That can include the banks, it can include Safaricom, it can include the telcos. And what is happening with those? How are various innovations changing technology and changing people's lives in Africa? And then what are the business models behind all of that? How do these people make money? How do startups raise money to finance themselves? How do they exit? How do investors make a return on all of that? So that's Tech Cabal. We also publish a youth publication called Zikoko. Zikoko is a Nigeria-focused publication, and we tell the stories of young people, everything from how they think about money, to relationships, to careers. We've been telling those stories for about 8 years now, and we're an important chronicler of things that are important to young people in Nigeria in a way that few other publications do. Our last sort of outward-facing unit is called Tech Cabal Insights. And Tech Cabal Insights is a research, data, and intelligence organization. We provide data, we provide research, we provide strategic thinking for companies like the MasterCard Foundation or the Gates Foundation. We work with big tech companies like Google or Meta to understand Africa's digital economy. We work with investors and people who are looking to work on the continent to get the data they need to make the decisions about working here. We often say that we partner with anybody that's interested in African prosperity. And so across that work, we are very focused on understanding young people, 1, 2, technology, and how technology is changing the continent, and then finding the data to back our understanding and thinking about all of that.
All right, and now that we have that context, and it's mentioned about how there's such a point of departure in terms of like the earnings between Africa and, for example, you use Germany as an example. How do we get ourselves there as Africa, such that we feel, because I mean, they say the digital space equalizes us, but clearly it is yet to equalize us. It has sort of just amplified how unequal we are. So how should we get ourselves there as Africa?
So there are a number of different movements that you can say speak to this issue. We had COVID in 2020, and lots of people staying at home, lots of people going remote in the West. That amplified an opportunity for us in Africa where more and more Africans were able to compete for jobs that used to require an in-person presence in Seattle or Germany. And all of a sudden, you could be a developer sitting down in Lagos, and if you had a great enough internet connection, you could apply for some of those opportunities. So on the continent and just globally, the world did shrink a bit. I mean, there's a reverse movement now to get people back into offices. And this started before COVID, which essentially, people are looking for coders. We can get, theoretically, cheap coders in Africa. And so, more developers from Africa get opportunities to work with Western firms. We then see that sort of formalized through companies like Andela, which started out with a model of training developers in Africa and kind of trading on the arbitrage between the lower cost of developers in Africa and the more expensive costs in the West. Now, it might seem a bit derogatory to say, well, why are we lower if we're doing the same work? But the truth of the matter is that if you started out in a place where you were earning, a couple $100 a month, equivalent to a place where you can make $2,000 a month, the fact that the guy in the West is making $10,000 a month is, it might be annoying, but you've advanced from 200 to 2,000. You 10x your potential salary. And so I think that we need a lot of work in that vein, where we're able to access and provide services to the West, to the developed world, to China, to the East, and we're able to train people to deliver that work. And the gap will close over time. I'll tell you that in covering the tech economy, what we've seen is, if you become a $2,000 a month coder, and you're doing great work with some company in Germany, eventually they're going to ask you to move to Germany. Eventually they're going to promote you to a position where they're forced to pay you whatever the global salary is, rather than whatever it is they've assigned for that region of yours. And so, to level up our earnings, we have to get in the game first. And so once you get into the game, then you have the opportunity to broaden. I know AI engineers based in Lagos, based in Nairobi, based in Kigali, who are doing global quality work and being paid global quality salaries. And what's fantastic about that for them is that you're earning a German salary or a Silicon Valley salary, but you're living in, Nairobi, or some of them are living in Diani. And, your expenses are in Kenyan shillings, but your earnings are in euros. And so that's fantastic. And I mean, I've actually also seen the economic impact of that, where a single person who is able to earn those kind of salaries can train 20 other developers on his salary alone, and will create a little study cohort for people, showing them how to do it. So I tend to believe in the private sector pushing. I tend to believe in people leveling up their own skills as much as possible. I think what our education systems need to do is ensure that people have the capacity to learn. Even more than actually training people in the advanced skills, you need people who are able to teach themselves new things, who are able to adapt as technology changes, because whatever it is you learn in a coding camp today will be outdated in 3 years. Okay. A lot of low-level engineering jobs are being taken over by AI. And so over the next few years, whatever skills it is you have will need to be replaced with new skills. So what's really, really critical for us as students, as employees, as workers, as entrepreneurs, is the ability to retrain, to see the world differently, and to build the skills for a changing world.
All right. Thank you. And actually, it leads me now to Monica, where, as it stands, the Nation Media Group has been, historically was on hard, let's say analog. Let's say analog. It is what it is, right? And now we are getting to this space where digital is our reality. This pandemic called COVID-19 made it an even closer reality. So for those organizations that are fully tech, it is sort of, let me say, easier to dive into that. But for those organizations, which like Nation, have their business being not so much on the digital space, you may know of a guy who carves soapstone in Kisii. That guy doesn't know what, something, if it's, how does it even become digital? So how do organizations that have a lot of analog or procedures or products transform and join this bandwagon so that even we can be paid in German money instead of shillings, but still live in Nairobi or even in somewhere more rural?
Okay. Thank you, Dan, and thank you, everybody. First, we appreciate that you accepted our call to come and have this conversation. But even before we go far, every single month, over 63 million people access content on a Nation platform. And 63 million here does not take into consideration what Dan has spoken about in terms of our linear products. So if I was to add the newspapers or the television, those numbers would go up. So 63 million people every single month, on average, access our content. About 8 million of those access us on what we call our owned platforms. They are our own websites, our own apps. They are our owned platforms, which brings me to what he was speaking about around us owning our customers and us creating platforms where we can understand our audiences better. The other, about 53 million, is usually on third-party platforms. Third-party platforms is your Metas, is your YouTubes, is your Twitters, and all that. So as a strategy in regards to digital, Nation Media Group looks at our legacy actually as a strength in the digital ecosystem. And we now no longer just look at ourselves as Nation Media Group, a linear platform, a TV, a newspaper, but we look at ourselves as the biggest enabler of what we call the creative economy. Let me explain that. At any given time across this continent, and I say that very carefully with data scientists in the room who can judge me, but at any given time, any day, Nation Media Group produces more content any single day than any other media platform across Africa. Let me justify that. As physical presence, we're domiciled in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and Rwanda, just as physical presence. Every single day, there are people in newsrooms, there are people in studios who are producing content that is consumed by our audiences based on their preferences. Now, to speak to the legacy of that, and I think it's good that we started with the skills question, every single day for us is a day to unlearn again, unlearn the old habits of the fact that people needed to wait for a newspaper in the morning to know what it is was going on, or they needed to watch the television at 7 o'clock to understand what was happening at the Digital Summit. Right now, we are live streaming on our website, meaning on the go, someone seated in Nigeria, someone seated in Washington can follow this conversation. So, but to the skilling issue, it has to be continuous. As has mentioned, the skills on the digital space are so mobile. The speed on the digital space is so mobile. But what then we bring as a legacy media, and when I use this word legacy, a lot of times it is interpreted to say as an old traditional. When I say legacy, is the trust and credibility that we've built not only with Kenyans, but across people in the continent, allows us that every time we put out something, people may say, oh, but I saw it on a blog, someone else has put it out faster than you. How audiences consume the content is when they see something, they come back to our platforms. For us, we're a credible source, we're a trusted source, we're a source that they believe when they come to us, we have verified information for them. However, remember I spoke about us being the biggest enabler of the creative economy. What we do then is to collaborate. We look at everybody else as someone who can work with us to drive that creative economy engine. So when we wake up, we just don't wake up and think about what we are creating. We wake up and think about what is an influencer creating out there. What is a blogger? What is a vlogger? Are they seated in Kigali? They don't have to be seated with us in Kenya. They can be wherever they are. But challenges exist. Because again, we have built our business on a different business model, but along the way, we're transitioning our business model into a digital-first business model. So digital is our reality. It's a reality we are living as the Nation Media Group every single day. And yes, we do face our challenges, but like I said, 63 million people on average every month do come to consume content for us. And what we are doing is, with the help of our technology teams, is to understand these 63 million people. What are they consuming? How are they consuming it? When are they consuming it? And that information is then fed back to our content teams, who then create customer-led content.
All right, thank you very much. Well spoken. And Dr. I want to come back to you. As we pick up the new jobs, and there are more, like I said, new jobs and new opportunities being created, do we have the infrastructure in Kenya to support that? Because, and Kenya, if you're able to even just chime in terms of Africa, to support this kind of, the weight that's been brought on. If you think about it from a layman's perspective, the moment we are many people in this space trying to make a phone call, sometimes becomes a challenge because we are all competing for the same network. So do we have the relevant infrastructure in place such that we can say that even as these are being created, we are good to go in terms of where we sit? Yes. Sorry, yes.
Thank you very much. And that's a very, very pertinent question around, do you have the relevant and up-to-date infrastructure that then allows us to then experience all these good things that we're talking about, the digital economy? As a continent, we have made significant, movements around investing on digital infrastructure. Here, we're talking about, connectivity. We're talking about fiber optic cable. We're talking about devices. We're talking about facilities. We're talking about even the entire human resource capacity. So the advancements in all those different facets are really, really at an accelerating stage. I know we still have a lot of work to do, and then I think, Dan, most pertinent issue when we talk about investment infrastructure is to think about the economic growth and connect that with the growth of the digital economy. And I think we cannot divorce the two and talk about this as two separate areas. It is clear that the digital economy being an enabler means that the same level of investment at an economic level that we put in terms of activating sectors to be able to be more transformational in terms of job creation, in terms of increased income and productivity, is the same way that we should also be thinking about investments in the digital infrastructure across the continent. We are very, very well fast around that. We know, of course, as a country, there is a lot of efforts on additional, bringing in different providers of connectivity. And I think this sort of thinking is really what is more pertinent and more important. We see connections in hospitals. We see connections in schools. And of course, as we continue to do that, the most important thing now we should be thinking about is how do we then maximize the usage of already existing infrastructure. And this is where we see a lot of efforts around the digital hubs that the Ministry of ICT has been promoting to make sure that every place in the country there's some level of accessibility. And I think in terms of the programming, are thinking around how best then can we maximize on already existing infrastructure as we continue to pump in additional support and capacity to do the same. Of course, there are challenges. It's not that, the cost of internet has always been an issue. The accessibility in some remote areas is an issue. Some disparities around urban-rural is an issue. And so there's still some progress there that needs to get done. But I think in overall, maximizing on already existing, infrastructure is really, really a key priority. The other thing is that we cannot just talk about investing in one and leaving the other. It is, yes, we have problems with education systems. We have education in healthcare, but doesn't mean that we first leave the general investments there and move to digital. It has to be everything all at once. And I like the example that has been given here of digital first. It means that if you think about digital as an enabler, then it means that you're able then to layer out everything, including infrastructure decisions, on that very particular premise.
All right. And so I want to bring in the aspect of, while we have the technology side, there's also, I may call it the culture of this moving digital. And we have seen the culture being married with what we can say the Gen Z effect, where there are these young guys who are very tech savvy, some among us here, and they will come and tell you, I don't have to work the whole day. But those of us who are from, the earlier generations, you need to be here physically in the office for a certain amount of time. And so, Tomiwa, how do we navigate this? Is it that maybe the leadership of organizations are the stumbling block? Because they are insisting, come and sit here for 8 hours, but there's a young guy who will tell you, by 11, I'm done. If you keep me for the rest of the time, we are wasting everyone's time and resource. Let me go and rest and recharge. So how do we navigate that? Because it is part of the ecosystem of digital transformation.
I think that as the world changes, you want to build organizations where there's a clarity on what output is desired. And I think that it's critical for young employees, for Gen Z employees to be challenged by their work and also to have examples that they can follow. So when I talk about sort of output definition, this is what we're trying to accomplish as a business. We've set a target this year in our digital transformation. We want to go from 30% of our revenue coming from digital sources to 50% coming from digital sources. We've set the path for how it is that we're going to accomplish that. The truth of the matter, I think, for any business leader is if your people are doing work that is meaningful and driving results that are meaningful, you probably care less about whether they're actually sitting at their desk or not. And so if somebody's been tasked with a meaningful challenge and they are moving forward on that meaningful challenge, then where they decide to work from, I think over time becomes less and less important. I do believe that one of the challenges of legacy organizations is that sometimes we carry a lot of people, or they carry a lot of people in roles where the output is poorly defined and what the expectations are poorly defined. And so the only way to judge whether this person is working is whether you can see them at their desk. And if they say good morning, sir, and good morning, madam, to you, and good night as our guys leaving, and leaving them at their desk. But I think that the organizations that will thrive in the future will do a better job of defining what is expected, and then of providing mentorship. And I think providing mentorship and leadership for young people is really critical. They need to see people doing work that is meaningful. They need to understand what it is that it takes to deliver that work that is meaningful, and to understand that if they want to take those kind of roles, if you want to be the COO of the Nation Media Group, here's what it takes to deliver. And maybe you don't want to be the CEO of the Nation Media Group, but you can see what it takes to deliver good work here, and know that whatever it is you're doing, it's going to take the opportunity to, it's going to take that same level of work and determination. I know a lot of people struggle with working with young people, and there are attitudes, I think, that TikTok and the internet spread that are not necessarily helpful. And I think that's why the mentorship element is really, really critical, and giving them people that they can admire. For an organization like ours, we are hybrid. We have an office space and people can come in, but we also have people, we're based out of Lagos, but we have people in Abuja, we have reporters in Nairobi, a team in South Africa, but you can't ask them to come into the office. And we don't, I mean, even for the team in Nairobi, we just recently arranged for them to finally have a space that they can go in. They wanted a space that they can go in and meet with one another and take meetings. For the rest of the time, we're working via Slack, you're working via digital platforms. We've pulled off a 4,000-person conference where only 5 people physically went to the venue before the conference, because only 5 people from the team needed to actually see the space and design the space. Everybody else got plans via the internet and did their work via the internet and delivered. And I've seen Gen Z and young people do incredible, incredible amounts of work when they have a clear sense of what they're working towards, when they have a clear sense of what their teams are trying to accomplish and what their own contributions to that are, and when they have leadership that makes them care about the work. But making them care about the work and making them see the value of the work, I think, is probably the most important part, and I think that a lot of organizations can do a better job of that.
All right, that's really important when we talk about caring about the work. So you're not just, it's like the little guinea pigs that you're just, for the sake of it, just going around a mill. But there's actually value that's picked up from there. And just piggybacking on that, Monica, with a lot of this, again, disruption of the digital space, we have the creatives who feel that they're concerned that there's the loss of that authenticity. If AI can do almost anything, there are those who feel, oh, I'm a writer. If AI can create a document, it's killing my space, and even the authenticity of a human kind of input. How do we reconcile this, where we've got people who are concerned that this is taking over, but I still want to be a creative? If a machine can do that, how do you reconcile this?
I think to your point first around technology, technology is only going to be a great enabler to people who learn technology. So you cannot sit and expect that you're sitting scared that you're going to lose your job as a reporter, you're going to lose your job that you do because a digital tool can do that job. I think the challenge remains, how well are you skilling yourself? Because there's things that AI tool cannot do unless it's prompted by someone. Someone works behind it. So I think one of the greatest challenges, and as an industry, the media industry, while we say has been the most disrupted, it's for us to look at technology as an enabler, but just not as an enabler in making things easier. It's as an enabler in making us move faster, in allowing us to do things in a much, much faster way than we would have. And to speak to the issue around skilling, which is actually a skill that is, a thing that is one of the most important, not just for us in the media industry, but across all industries, is how do we rewire our brains? And you speak about the Gen Z effect, and a lot of people will hear the word Gen Z and immediately are clouded by these young people who are causing ruckus across the continent. But think about it this morning. For many of us in the room, we've accessed some piece of content. But if I was to ask how you accessed that piece of content, it's not necessarily through a physical paper. I would even dare say that our chairman today has gone through our dailies, but he has not gone through them through a physical paper, but he has accessed them. He's not a Gen Z. So when you speak about the Gen Z effect, it's that many of us are finding ourselves, because of the convenience of what the mobile phone gives us, because of the convenience that technology allows us, we have a certain behavior because of technology. So the challenge here is for each and every one of us, Dan, whether we are reporters, whether we are scientists, whether we are working in manufacturing, is how do we skill ourselves up enough so that the technology in the speed that is moving only allows us to move faster. We keep speaking about COVID, but think about 2 years and think about ChatGPT, or think about generative AI right now. Think about people who can diagnose disease from where you're seated. Think about anything that can be done right now that many years ago would have required us. I give an example, a media example. Today you have one camera in the room. It's a backpack. About 16 years ago when I worked at KBC, we would have had a team of about 24 people in the room to produce this same event, because there needed to be someone with a satellite dish to align for the signal to get to Nairobi. Right now, all we need is a SIM card in the camera at the back of the room for transmission to our studios at Nation Center, and then it gets, we're not even live on TV, but we're live. We're on a digital platform. So if then you thought about the cameraman who would then have thought there'd have been 24 of us in the room, now there's only one of us in the room, what we've done is we've increased our output and our speed and how we meet the need of the customer. So I think the challenge goes back, and it's a challenge that is mentioned a lot even in the continental strategy for AI for the continent. It's how do we ensure that skilling comes at the heart of how we enable everybody to benefit from the dividends of technology. Technology in itself can be seen as a challenge, but with a populace that is skilled consistently, then the dividends for that start paying back faster than we could ever imagine.
All right, and I'm just like, you want to say something on that? No, Dr. Ari.
Yes, I think I also wanted to really emphasize the point around the soft skills, because our ability to really even consume technology is really not about how fast we learn the hard technical skills. It's our ability to adapt. It's our ability to be flexible, and it's our ability really to be conscious of really what's happening around us. And I think these investments around building capacity for people to be more agile, to be responsive to the environment and the changes around them is very important. The second point I also wanted to mention is around the ecosystem, because most of the times we talk about technology and forget about that 80 or 90% of our economies are really formed by small, medium enterprises, which are really driving economic and job creation agenda in the continent. And the question has been, to what degree are these, very important elements of the economy being able to consume technology in such a way that drives also their productivity as well as the job creation agenda. And what we have learned is that a lot of education has to be embedded on all the programming. And this is not just about coming to conferences, speaking and creating awareness, but there has to be intentionality about testing ideas, incentivizing businesses to be able to know which level of technology is relevant for them to consume and how that impacts on their general output. I just wanted to add that point.
All right. I just want, in closing, we see a lot of, should I say, the takeover of tech, but in any country or any space, ideally there should be laws, regulations that are meant to govern the use, the uptake, the implementation of different technology or digital opportunities or platforms. Do we feel that the regulations are still playing catch-up with the technology, and especially in light of how the processes needed to come up with a law, for instance? So by the time this issue is becoming law, technology is 5 years ahead again. And so do we find that there is that tech is changing faster than regulations are actually being brought on board? I'll throw it to anyone who don't pick that up. Yes.
I think there's a mix across the continent, and even within the same country, sometimes you see a variation. Now, I'm from Nigeria. Our CBN is incredibly active. Our central bank is incredibly active, incredibly progressive. Our banking and financial technology landscape looks dramatically different than Kenya. I think Kenya, of course, super ahead with M-Pesa, but you've seen the way other markets have just developed, and like Nigeria's developed a really robust and competitive industry, lots of innovation because the central bank was progressive in its thinking. On the other hand, you look at the central bank tackling crypto, and you can see the difficulty, and central banks across the continent, I think, have had lots and lots of issues with crypto and with digital currencies. And you can see where the regulation is struggling to make up its mind. One day they approve it, and then 3 weeks later they crack down on the companies again. And so you can see the regulator sort of wrestling with it. I think that probably the most important element, and we've talked a little bit about this earlier, is are we creating enabling environments for technology, for new technologies to thrive and for adoption? We've talked a lot about education, we've talked a bit about infrastructure, and I think from a policy perspective, what you want to do is the policies that encourage people to invest in these spaces, the policies that encourage research and innovation in these spaces. A really important one that we don't talk about is just broad economic policies that make business work. I'm often asked what keeps me up as a publisher or as a business person, and I hear the same question being asked of technology companies and innovators. And really, sort of the biggest problems across the continent are frequently just our macroeconomics not being great. So from a policy perspective, like the things that make for technology and innovation to fly are markets that work, markets that incentivize people to bring money in and fund, and that make it easy for people to take money out, because if I can't take my return out, I'm not investing in your market. So there's very, very specific policy around innovation. We need broadband. We need it to reach, the rural areas. We need to up the speeds. We need to, again, encourage investment, because sometimes the stuff that the government does, you have your big telcos, you have your big investors, and they will look at the policy and they will say, we're not putting any more money into this market. We are not laying one more track of broadband. We are not opening one more tower, because the policies are discouraging us. And so, yeah, of course, you want to keep costs low, but you also want to encourage investment. You want to encourage growth. You want to encourage people to invest in R&D. So I think definitely policy-specific innovation, very, very innovation-specific regulation and policy, very, very critical. But also just policy that makes sure that our economies work, that they're investable places, that people who start a business feel like they have a fair chance, to grow, that they have, they're not taxed into oblivion, that they have just a space to grow, basically. I think those are also really, really important for the development of innovation in our markets.
Yeah, and I think to that point is the place of policy in enabling government and the rest of the ecosystem to see the value of what is happening in that ecosystem. Let me take, for example, the media industry. Heavily regulated, if you look at it from a legacy point of view. So you had watershed, you have, before you put out anything, you have delays on live and everything. And so maandamano happens, and people are live on TikTok. Or, right now, you can take a photo in this room, and there's a data protection law. But then you look at it and say, where is that dance between the regulators, as we would call them, and enabling what technology is allowing us to do in a faster pace to exist, to build sustainable businesses? Because at the end of the day, if policy is going to strangle the existence of the business, then people will look at it and say, okay, now all this is a barrier to entry. Not only is a barrier to entry the number of licenses that I must get, which again policy has put together. Let me give an example with our industry right now. You need to have a license from the Communication Authority. You need to have a license from Kenya Film and Commission, Kenya Film Copyright Board. I think there's now a path to walk them through to one place. But the thing is, you then need to go further and get a music society copyright license. So by the time you list every single thing you're supposed to do and the associated cost of all that, first you start thinking about it and saying, okay, even as an entrant, for Nation Media Group, yes, you're big, you have some money that you can spend, then the small entrant starts looking at it and saying, okay, what I'll do is I'll set up my channel on Facebook. Then you wake up one day and hear, okay, we are now going to regulate social media. And then you look at it and say, okay, to what end? How do we then sit together as stakeholders in that industry where policy is concerned and look at policy in the lens of 2025, not in the lens of 1963 when we were all fighting for freedom. It's in the lens of 2025. How does policy then, yes, because there's an argument, and when you look at the argument around policy, there's things that people shouldn't be doing. And we won't go into the conversation that has been happening in Kenya for obvious purposes. But there's things that people shouldn't be doing. They're doing them, therefore stop everybody. No. Let regulation exist in a way that it enables business, but also it facilitates for those who may go against regulation to be held accountable, but not in ways that are punitive for death. And when I use the word death, I use it carefully. Not in ways that punish the business, in that whatever that regulation looks like always comes off as a regulation that will strangle me. We are going through a process internally at Nation Media Group where we're looking at all policies that have come up since digital migration and the net effect of those on the bottom line. Because sometimes we look at it at the top and say, okay, audiences have changed, people are consuming content. But policy is actually a big enabler, and it's great to have the PS in the room, because essentially when we talk about it in that way, it's then putting everybody in the room and saying it's 2025. Nation Media Group can access 63 million people at any given day. How do we ensure that regulation helps them? And to a practical example, away from just stifling it, if you look at the PwC report for 2024 in entertainment and media, 50% of advertising revenue in 2026 is going to be digital advertising. However, over 30% of that 50% is going to big tech. Big tech that today, if you Google and check, what you'll find is content that Nation Media Group has spent the whole time creating. But big tech has built a platform where it can be accessed by anybody very conveniently and everything. Now, Nation Media Group has to fight for a pie of about 20% because 30% has already gone to big tech. So even when looking at policy, it's to look at how does it enable Nation Media Group, any other media house across the continent that would want to utilize the 63 million people to make a better return on investment than would be by any other person. So I think the policy conversation is, policy now needs to be more proactive than it has been. It has been reactive. It has been more about the technocrats seated in a room who look outside and say, this is happening, therefore to stop it or to enable it, let's come together with policy. Now, there's always an active participation, yes, but there's also importance of understanding industry and understanding business and business sustainability. And the policy question is actually a really big one, because when you look at all everybody is talking about, it's more about this digital ecosystem needs control. Like, how do we get a hold of it? Because when it was linear, it was easy to say, I'll switch you off. Or I'll go to your printing plant and you can't produce a newspaper. But right now, even if you stop me, there'll be a 10 on the street with their camera. So how do we stop it?
And
I
a
think
VPN.
It needs, with a VPN, someone who has VPN. So I think there's a big opportunity just for conversations in 2025. How does regulation sit?
All right. And just briefly in closing, Dr. Gashugu, you could just give us a closing remark on just the conversation we've had. Like I said, this topic can have a conference of its own.
Yeah, and I just really wanted to mention something that's very pertinent to this conversation and discourse. Because I think the biggest investments that we need now to be thinking about is investment on research and data, because a lot of these decisions that are being made, either from a practical farm perspective, from a policy perspective, or even from an ecosystem decision making, the availability of data that helps to drive very proactive, demand-driven programming policy is still a very big issue. So just investments around that will really help in terms of shaping the discourse. But also the point around inclusivity, who is benefiting from all this, and how as a country are we preparing ourselves to make sure that no one is left behind, particularly looking at young women in rural areas, people in conflict contexts, and people living with disabilities. How do we make sure that all these services and these solutions that are, we're discussing from the digital economy perspective are really, really getting access to these communities who really, really need them? So I think as a continent, we start at a pivotal point where we are really ready to service the globe in terms of digital workforce. These policy discussions, the investments around incentives, these investments around advanced and digital skilling, and just being able to create infrastructure that facilitates Africa to rise and service the globe is really an opportunity that we cannot afford to miss. So I think it is pertinent that we all work together as an ecosystem to really tap into this opportunity that we have at hand, and no other continent that has this advantage given the aging populations in other geographies and Africa young demographic dividends.
Thank you very much to our panelists. Let's appreciate them, ladies and gentlemen, with a hand clap. We've been having my far left, that's Tomiwa Alede Komo. I like how it is hard for all of us to say your name, but you ran through it very fast. He's the CEO of Big Cabal Media. Then we have Dr. Ehud Gashugu, I beg your pardon, Director, Jira Digital Project and Youth Empowerment. And we have Monica Ndungu, the COO of the Nation Media Group. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your insights. And I believe we've even added content to what the PS will say. Both PSs, by the time they're coming here, there have been things that have been thrown, which would be good to get their response to. No pressure. Thank you very much. May I have your seat? Yeah, it is good when you have the platform. You can, in the words of this day and age, you can inject. You inject slowly, then the PS will come and try and diffuse the injection. At this point, like I said, we are in someone's home, so to speak, and it is only befitting that we allow them to welcome us officially. So I will call to the podium Josephat Chirema Kombo, who is the Deputy Governor of Kwale County, which is the county where we are right now, to just give us his remarks and welcome us so that we are not arrested for trespass. Karibu.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony. The Principal Secretary, State Department for ICT and Digital Economy, Engineer John Tamin. The Principal Secretary, State Department for Medical Services, Mr. Henry Kimutai, my boss, His Excellency Governor Murang'a Kang'ata, yule wa barua tu, ni yule. The Governor Murang'a County, most welcome to Kwale. Other sector leaders invited into this discussion, delegates from the various economic sector, students. I'm informed that there's a group of students from our colleges around here in Coast. The team from the media houses, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I normally find it very difficult to read a speech. I believe in speaking, but because I have been said by my boss, allow me to read. Ladies and gentlemen, I take this opportunity to welcome you to Kwale County, home to immense investment and tourism potential. As we prepare for our discussion, we've been here since yesterday, the summit to deliberate on the transformative innovations shaping Africa's future for sustainable prosperity. Allow me to make some few highlights in the Africa's digital agenda. It is worth noting that African digital economy is projected to reach to the tune of 712 billion by 2050, driven by increased internet penetration, mobile adoption, and innovative startups. This as it may, there are key challenges such as inadequate infrastructure, limited digital literacy, and fragmented regulatory frameworks hindering progress. There is also a key issue within the continent as regards to digital transformation, the aspect of digital divide. For instance, urban hubs like Nairobi, Lagos, and it's good we have one from Nigeria, and Johannesburg are at the forefront of digital innovation. Rural and underserved regions remain disconnected. As climate change impacts African nations, digital tools can apply a pivotal role in climate adaptation, resource management, and reducing carbon footprints. The theme aligns with the global push for sustainable development while focusing on Africa's unique context. With over 60% of Africa's population under the age of 25, the continent has a significant advantage in terms of a young, dynamic, and tech-savvy population. This theme highlights the importance of nurturing this demographic to drive innovation and economic growth. Africa's digital economy has shown immense promise with rapid adoption of mobile technology, increased internet penetration, and the startup ecosystem of digitization. However, to sustain this growth, there is a need for transformative innovations that address structural challenges and create equitable opportunities. As a county government of Kwale, we have assimilated technology within our business processes, key being the revenue automation system dubbed Kwale Pay, which has helped us grow our revenue collection by way of eliminating human cash interface. Ladies and gentlemen, with these key highlights, allow me to welcome you and to say karibuni sana Kwale. Enjoy your stay. Don't forget to extend your stay after the summit and to explore the best beach in Africa and its nightlife. God bless you. That was the speech. About 6 months ago, I had a similar discussion with, I can't remember the name, but it was bringing together all technology players in the computer industry. And the theme in that discussion was very similar to this. Last month, the Jumuiya Counties of Pwani, which is a regional bloc for the coastal counties, we had a discussion with Safaricom, also trying to ask ourselves as counties how far we are in terms of adapting technology. When we speak about technology, what comes into our minds as this generation, and for those over 50 like me, we can say the discussion zeroes into saying life made easy. Especially going back to the times of what the CEO of the Nation Media Group was talking about, waiting for 7 p.m. to sit around the black and white television. And the father then was very harsh. Ukipiga kelele tu, about keep quiet, we are listening to the news. Technology, comrades, has made life easy. And if we want to bring myself or taking ourselves backward, 20 years ago, or 30 years backward, how difficult it was to send messages. I remember when I was in school, we could wait for telegrams, whether our bus fares have been sent. And if you don't get that telegram, you have no fare back home. That was how difficult it was without technology. There was no M-Pesa. You had to wait for the telegram from the postman. It is brought to the school. Then you go to the post office. You are given cash. The days when you could be sent to almost 100 kilometers just to report death that my grandfather has passed. Today, it's just a phone call. In fact, the sickness is being monitored through WhatsApp groups. And when life ends, it's real time that Mzee ametuacha. That is what we are discussing. That technology has made life easy. I want to agree with the panelists who are discussing about the challenges accrued to technology transformation. But ladies and gentlemen, I want to attest to this. Were it not for the digital transformation we are discussing today, I'm very sure the required, even in election, because I'm a politician and the governor here is a politician, how it was difficult to do election in this country, and how it was very difficult to attain the democracy that people were looking for. So basically, to me, I say, through the digital transformation, as a country, we are on the way of, or as a continent, at least we can say, the governance that is required by the citizenry is almost being attained. We are getting good governance. For the case of the Gen Z, it was good and it was bad. But for me, I say, picking the good part of it, it is because of digital transformation that the young could access information and directly challenge. Because if it were for the process of going to the chief, report to the sub-chief, the chief, the DCC, the county commissioner, then the ministers, the deputy president, and to the president, it would have not worked. But you see, they have now a direct link with the government. They can challenge the governor from a platform. They can challenge the deputy president from a platform. They can challenge the president from a platform. So that way I see the digital transformation we are discussing here today has brought us closer to the kind of governance that we are looking for. Digital transformation has also brought the benefit of production, business, marketing, linkages, and of course inclusion. But again, to this I would wish to say, there was a discussion that was being taken by the panelists on infrastructure, and this is a call to the PS that is here. As we struggle to do the last mile connectivity on electricity, I think we need to match this with the last mile connectivity on the infrastructure that is required to support digital transformation. Because as we speak today, we see a divide of the urban and the rural. Of course, the urban population are advanced at adopting technology. But you go to the rural setup, and at some point, a couple almost fought because do we have Safaricom here? Because of that lady, when the mobile is switched off, there is a lady who speaks. And you see, when the wife called the husband and the lady spoke that you are mtejo na mtafuta hapatikani, then he said, huyu mzee wangu, this man must be with another woman somewhere. So it is about how, and I like the input by the CEO Nation, that we need to rewire the skills. Because truly speaking, myself and my agents here, even the PS medical services, if you give your phone to, if I give my phone to my daughter, my son, I didn't know the phone has some apps that I don't know. And last month, my phone was taken to other places. It was very difficult for me to access the keypad until I took the phone to them and say, Daddy, now we have to. So I agree we need to rewire the skills that we have as a country or as a continent if we want to really get the maximum benefits of digital transformation. But again, the digital transformation that we are talking about here today has some risks. It is through the digital innovation that as a continent we are now discussing issues of terrorism. We are discussing issues of cybercrime. We are discussing issues of rights and privacy in space being intruded. I think as a policy, because the PS is here and the experts are here, I think we need to regulate. I agree to the discussion that we need to regulate. Yes, we want to digitize our systems, but how again are we protecting rights? How again are we protecting privacy? And how again are we promoting security? Because it is through the digital transformation that we are having today that we are now facing many, many things. Today, just last month, as leaders, specifically as elected leaders, we were very cautious. If you would stand and speak something that would irate the Gen Z, next day you find yourself in a coffin. See, that is going beyond the rights of someone. So, yes, as we discuss, I think we need to look at how do we regulate this. Everyone needs to digitize. PS, I want to tell you, just last week, governors, we were around a table with the deputy president discussing on how we would upscale the adoption of and usage of SHA, the health scheme. But again, this requires the infrastructure that we were talking about, because we have had some issues with uploading of the information that counties are supposed to upload. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we discuss here, mine was to bless this discussion and to give you permission to discuss. What you've been discussing since yesterday was illegal, but now that I've given you permission, you are now free to discuss. And again, I want to say, Diani is the destination. We are the best beach voted for 8 times consecutively. So it's a pride for us as a country. And I have with me the CEC in charge of tourism and trade. I think you can take advantage of this discussion and see how you can take advantage of the skills around towards promoting Kenya through Diani Beach. Otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, with due respect to the PSS who are sitting with us, the ambassador and the governor, Kwale is very safe. The governor was to be with you, but she is committed. We are aware the president may be coming to Kwale, may be visiting the coast region next week. So there are a number of preparations that are being made. And one of the agenda the president is coming to launch is the digital hub. The digital hubs, I know it's a program under the PS, and we are very proud that the digital hubs are happening into reality during this time of need. So, ladies and gentlemen, most welcome. Thank you very much. Na mjisikie mko nyumbani. Colleague from Nigeria. Colleague from Nigeria, feel at home. I'm a fan of the Africa epic films from Nigeria. So, and I was listening to the way you speak and the way I watch the films. It's exact. Asanteni sana, may God bless you. Have a very fruitful discussion. I will be sitting with you briefly and then rush to the office to support the preparations of the coming of the head of state. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bwana DG. He has mentioned something very important. Nowadays, somebody does not respond to a WhatsApp message in 3 minutes, and you want to break up. But in the days of telegrams and letters, I don't know how they used to survive. So he does raise a very pertinent point. And on your screen, we shall put up a QR code, which is based on the panel discussion that we had earlier on. For the benefit of those who had not arrived by the time Reina was sharing, we have something called Nation Coin. When you get points on it as you engage with our events. And so it has been curated specifically for this event. So if you scan this with your phone, there's a question to respond to, which was something that was mentioned in the panel discussion I had earlier on. And if you get it correct, you earn points. And like Reina said, by the end of the conference, those who will have the highest nation coins are going to get some good stuff, all right? So I'd like this point to invite the chairman of the Nation Media Group, Dr. Alfred Kiboro, to come and make his remarks now that we are legally in, yes, we are legally operating. Dr. Kiboro, karibu sana.
Good morning. All protocols observed. Mine, I'll be very brief because, I don't know whether I'm in the right forum because I come from a generation, where all these things you guys are talking about the telegrams and so on. I was there before that time. I come from an era where you actually used to write letters. And if you wanted to communicate with a girlfriend, you wrote a letter and put it in an envelope. You went to the post office, bought a stamp, posted it, and you waited anxiously to see whether your advances were welcome or not. So this is actually very exciting, to be, with this new generation, because I don't think there are many people of my age in this one. But I would like to welcome you to this digital summit on behalf of NMG. And allow me to start by thanking all the people who are here. We see the government is very well represented, the county governments are well represented, and particularly just to say thank you so much for those people who have volunteered their time to come and actually share with us, because one of the things that we try to do in this digital summit is to have an environment where the private and private sector can engage with one another in a manner that people don't have to be careful about what they say because of to be politically correct. Here, we are going to say it as it is, because I think what we are trying to do is that the subjects we are going to be discussing are subjects that are actually very, very critical for the advancement of our continent, our country, and so on. So the senior government officials that are here, the governors and so on, I give you my commitment that whatever we are discussing here will remain here. So feel free to talk very freely, because we really need to talk about this here. Last year, I was, I think after we had hosted, I think it was the 4th summit, I was playing golf with a friend of mine in Muthaiga, and he asked me, by the way, Wilfred, why does Nation sponsor these digital summits, and yet you are not a tech company? And I was actually a bit taken aback, because I thought it would have been quite obvious why we did this. And I was at pains to try to explain to him that what the role of the media is. And I told him, we think it's our role as media to be the people who try to connect others, to provide a platform where people can come and talk about the issues that face Africa, where we can actually help to drive the conversation about the narrative that we have about Africa, so that Africa can talk honestly and openly about issues that affect Africa, and also, more importantly, to find solutions about African problems ourselves. So that's what the media is all about. And that's why I think at Nation Media Group, you'll find that when we talk about the leadership forums, we try to bring and to provide an opportunity for people to talk about this. So we are very passionate about this. We'll continue to do so, and I want to confirm that this is something that we really want to do, and we are also hoping that we can actually get the governments interested in working with us together so that we can have this conversation, because I don't think anyone has monopoly of ideas. I don't think the government has all the ideas that they need to be able to help us move forward. I don't think private sector also understand maybe some of the challenges that the public sector face. And this is a good opportunity for us to have that kind of. In today's world, digital inclusion is everything. I think the panelists that were there before us, I think, have made it quite obvious in terms of just perhaps how inadequate we are in terms of understanding exactly where technology can take us. But I dare say that if you are not actually digitally included, you are actually nowhere. And for instance, when we talk about the internet and you hear all these big titles about technology and so on, the Internet of Things and all these other, generative AI and all the rest of it, it can be very confusing. And sometimes we do assume that people who are in a position to help us to move this forward, that they actually understand these things. And sometimes they don't. And it is very imperative for the media to be able to demystify some of these languages that actually act as barriers for us to be able to understand what technology talks about, and therefore we can apply it into our everyday things. Let me just try to, because me, I'm a simple man, I come from a generation at 80 years old, niko mashinani, in terms of, when it comes to adoption of technology, I'm not at the cutting edge of technology. But pre-COVID, if you look at pre-COVID, and what COVID did was to actually disrupt everything that we did. But at that particular point in time, it was, my wife used to go to the market every Saturday to buy the usual provisions of Sukuma Wiki, the bogas, the carrots, whatever it is, and so on. Since COVID, she has never gone to any market. And I must also confess, I don't go to any supermarket to buy anything. Because anything that I want to buy, the woman who used to sell us the bogas from Parklands, Parklands, the market, and so on, now she's digitally savvy because, all she does is talk with my wife and she orders all these kind of things and blah, blah, blah. And then they have also these friendly border guys who actually brings everything home. And therefore, when you look at those kind of, inclusion, when we talk about digital inclusion, is now the Mama Boga has now even a much wider, market because, my wife then talks to her friends and so on. They have their own chamas and so on. And you find that this kind of business grows quite well. These are the things that we are talking about, the kind of innovation that we need to talk about, because sometimes when we talk about innovation and technology and so on, we think about the big things, the shift and the shares of this technology that cost us 100 billion shillings in 10 years. Me, I'm a simple man, and I'm saying that I would hope that in today's discussion, we can go to Mashinani and see how we can actually apply technology to make it work for everybody and where it can make a lot of difference. Because today, Africa is not on the table when it comes to matters of technology. We are actually punching well below our weight as Africans. And these are the kind of conversation we really need to have to ensure that actually Africa can actually be at the table of the people when we are talking about these issues of technology. Because with our youth who are really, really well advanced. I have been around the world. I don't think there are many countries in the world I haven't been to. And what I can tell you is that our youth are as good, if not better, than any youth you find around. Sometimes when you go to America, you go to Japan, you go to Korea, you go to China. I've been to all these places. And you compare one with our youth. I can tell you without any fear of contradiction that our youth are way, way ahead. But then why does Africa still lag behind when we have all this critical mass of young people who are digitally savvy, and yet we are punching well below our weight? I hope this conversation today will dwell about that one, so that as Africans we can see how we can leverage on what we have to be able to move the thing forward. So I would hope that this dialogue, this summit will help us to form the kind of partnerships and the linkages that we can all talk about, because the thing that we are talking about today is that Africa is not going to move forward unless we are actually connected within the whole digital space. But when you look at maybe when we talk about the digital inclusion, we must also maybe acknowledge here that the digital transformation, we have a lot of challenges that actually hamper this, because we still have about 700 million people in Africa that are not, don't have access to internet. 700 million people don't have internet. And I can't imagine, sometimes the youth, and many of you here are young people, you cannot understand how anybody can actually function without an internet. I have grandchildren and even great-grandchildren, and I find that some of my grandchildren who are maybe 10, 14 years old, if they don't have access to their smartphones and everything, they get depressed because they can't see how life can move without kind of stuff. I was actually taken aback. I think maybe PS here can tell us maybe sometimes some of what we think about. Because I know in some neighboring countries, when it comes to times of election, they actually switch off the internet, because hawataki kura ziibiwe. I don't know exactly what the issue is. And I just thought, switch off the internet. It's like, asking people, now when we go home in the evening, we put on the switch and the light comes on. And you can imagine today, in this day and age, you go to the house and you switch on the light and the light doesn't come. I mean, you get so stressed. So basically, even to think about cutting off the internet, I think it is actually putting people back to the Stone Age, because that's exactly what it is. And this is not to minimize, of course, some of the things that actually make it even happen for people even to think about cutting off the internet, because, of course, the Vijanas today, I don't understand about them, the young people here. So some of them, they use these tools in a manner that we are not actually intended to be that way, because how do you come to kwa Geneza, and using the AI and so on? It is very traumatizing. But of course, one can understand, what people are trying to understand. But our people, maybe the youth, I think they also need to learn in terms of how they can use these tools as to ensure that you don't step on powerful toes that then make it easier for them to punish you. So regulatory issues, I think we need to talk about them today, because I think what we want to do is to see forward-looking regulatory environment and a good understanding, so that at least we can see that we can move forward. The application of technology today and even the AI, I think you look at most of the government services, and I want to say, at least in Kenya, we can be proud of saying that we are one of the most digitally connected nations across Africa, because you look at the access to government services. I think a lot of them have already been put on the digital platform, unlike other nations across the world, which has not only resulted in a massive improvement in revenue collection, but also stopped a lot of revenue leakages. And this is something that we need to help them. I dare say that in fact, in the county government, they don't really need to go and get all these expensive hardwares and softwares from it, because I'm sure even here in Kwale, if you didn't look hard enough, there are guys here who can actually help you to have a digital solution to a lot of these things that you're having at a fraction of the cost. So let us, look at that one, and I hope we can do that. I don't want to take a lot more, but a lot of your time, but I want to say that, to reiterate once again, that this summit is not just a platform for high-level dialogue, but an opportunity to engage in constructively, share and learn from each other, shape our narratives, and create partnerships and catalyze a digital revolution that includes everybody. I think this is very important for us. And I'm very happy that we have a lot of policymakers here. I hope they can take home some of the issues they need to do in terms of when they are crafting the regulations and policies and so on, that there is something that can actually then work for everybody. Thank you so much for coming, and we look forward to a very robust discussion. As I said, let us say it as it is, because I think our take here is, let us take Africa forward in this digital world. Thank you so much, and God bless you. I have been told now it's my duty and privilege to invite Ambassador Philip Thigo, Special Envoy on Technology, Executive Office of the President, to come and address us. Karibu sana, Mheshimiwa.
Thank you. Good morning. Do we stretch? Okay, if you can stretch a bit. Some people are a bit cramped. You can still stretch as I figure out these slides. Let me just do away with the protocols. His Excellency Dr. Irungu Kangata, Governor, County Government of Murang'a, His Excellency Josephat Chirema, Deputy Governor, County Government of Kwale, Engineer John Tanui, a good friend, Principal Secretary, State Department of ICT and Digital Economy, PS Harry Kimtai, State Department of Medical Services, and last but not least, Dr. Wilfred Kiboro, Chairman of the National Media Group. All protocol observed. Good morning. I'm still requesting for my slides if you can. I think I've been asked to speak around a thought leadership, kind of just to try to frame my thinking around how can Africa shape the future of technology policy in a way that is more sustainable. I think that will catch up if I have to do it. I think a couple of things. One is that we have to think about the context that we are in right now. And so the age that we live in right now has what we're increasingly calling 3 accelerations. The first acceleration, and interesting enough, I didn't hear it in the morning, is climate. We cannot not have a conversation on how climate is shifting everything. So whether you invest in technology infrastructure, we know when it flooded, we had issues. Demography, of course, has been the subject matter. Today, the world is increasingly young. Median age, 19 or 19.7. And of course, technology is one of the issues that I think we keep on facing. If somebody can help me at the back, would be, if you're very kind. Of course, the whole issue, of course, is we live also in a time of rapid pace of change. Technologies, as you've heard previously from all the speakers, is that we used to have computers in the office. You close it, and that's it. Now, I don't know whether your phone is a camera, a typewriter, is a TV, is a tape recorder. We just don't know what it is. But it's actually changing how we live, learn, work, and communicate. It's also shaping everything in our lives. Previously, of course, it was just about productivity, but I think how it's shaping and transforming everything. The other part, of course, is the world is changing. Everything is modernizing, and of course, it's creating many pressures. And because of this rapid change, I think there's very much, of course, demands on government, and as much as you see a lot of focus and pressures in government, is because people are expecting things very quickly, and because the world has changed very quickly. Of course, there's global competition. We are not in a vacuum. What technology has done is that it has made the world very, very small. And so anything that happens anywhere in the world reverberates here. You talk about COVID as a disease, but remember, COVID stopped being a medical issue, it became a mobility issue, it became everything else. That just showed how we were very small. I'm still waiting, if you can help me. Of course,
Fred
there's the issue
Kiboro speaking at the 5th Nation Digital Summit, and their theme is Shaping Africa's Future for Sustainable Prosperity, and we'll be going right there after we finish up at Your World. We're talking Matters Art, and before we took that very short break, Kevin, you are on the spotlight because ululizwa maswali ya marketing and what you're doing, if there's a plan for that as well.
Thank you very much. Those are very good contributions, and actually we've been thinking about that, and we've initiated processes, and we've approached Kenya Tourism Board to incorporate culture as part of the Magical Kenya program, because we have a very rich culture, and we can enrich the Kenyan tourism experience by incorporating cultural tourism. And we are working towards that, and we encourage artists to come together so that we're able to sell quality. You know, and you see, people will be able to come and watch performances if there is quality. And I am sure any one of us who has traveled outside the country, every tourist longs to go and watch something cultural from a different country. And therefore, that's a very huge potential that we're exploring. And I'm sure within the next years, as we've been challenged, we'll be able to hack that. And we're also inviting media stations to work with us to help market quality products. Because we have, as you've said, we have 156 productions here every year. So we will want to encourage media companies to come on board and help us market these shows. And I'm sure you're doing that, but I would
ask us
request
to do a bit more.
A bit more.
As you do
'cause-
more as well.
Yes, as we do more.
Great.
Yes.
Thank you, Kevin.
Yes.
I'd like the superstars, because tulikuwa tumeshaji introduce.
Yes.
Tupigie mega superstar makofi kwa sababu. Karibu sana.
You know what these guys,
Yes.
even ndio wataninyang'anya, watanitoa kwa hii group. Because I didn't know there was an interview.
What do you mean?
I was not told there was
You're
an
not
interview.
plugged in.
Maybe I was coming for Kid Fest.
We called you.
Nilikuja asubuhi, nimeingia tu hapa mimi am preparing.
Yangu, I called you.
Kid Fest ni ya November. Unaona? Kid Fest ni ya November.
I was coming
Yeah,
for
it's not Kid Fest.
I was
Look at
coming for the
it,
awards.
KTA.
I was coming for the
One
awards.
and the same thing.
Then naingia,
Yeah.
naona na ile ni nini inaendelea pale? Wale sinawajua.
Kwa break uliniambia aje?
Nilikwambia aje?
Ati ulifanya nini?
Nikafanya aje?
Amesema alikuwa anafanya nini?
You know this guy. This guy.
We've forgiven you for now. You will explain further.
Yes.
Like we said, there's a beautiful hotel across. We'll just go and have a conversation
This
there.
is amazing.
But let's talk about the production that is starting tomorrow. Yeah,
Yes.
please, tuambieni. Billboard iko pande gani this time?
House of Lies. House of Lies. Tembea tu. You know, with Crony, just when you are traveling on any major road in this town,
Major.
angalia tu,
Mashinani huwezi tupata.
Hatuwezi market Katana Road.
Hiyo si major road.
Umoja,
Sio
huwezi
major
kupata
road.
Umoja ati
Yeah, ati Kayole Spine Road. That's not a major road. Tupate Waiyaki Way, Ngong Road, Mombasa Road,
Yes.
Thika Highway.
Yeah.
Those are the roads where you angalia tu utaona a billboard somewhere. But House of Lies is starting tomorrow. It's a very beautiful show. I know we always keep saying this in every single one of our shows.
Yes.
But this one will be nice.
Okay.
It will be a good one.
It will be a very good one. Anyone who can
What
make
is it? Because when you see House of Lies,
Yes.
inaka ni vitu mingi tunafanya, and you guys took the time to do a video to show us
Yes.
how we lie and how we are lied to.
Yes.
In so many ways.
Yes.
So what do you expect to see? Are we jabbing at the government? Are we jabbing
What we are saying is that when you follow the road of House of Lies, itaanzia huko juu Mogadishu, huko Wajir, kuje Marsabit.
Yes,
Lubumbashi.
Mogadishu.
I was not part of this interview.
Lubumbashi.
Yes. So it's a house full of lies.
Yes.
You just need to come and see how
Yeah.
but you've created the show.
Yeah, you know, forget about the mega ones Kenyans talk about. They are small.
Yes, you have a global audience, but let's be honest. We are just 28% connected. Just 28. Compared to Northern Europe, 97%. So also that's our reality, right? And my reality is also that it means we are very few online and we make a lot of noise. Typical Kenyan. So how do we ensure that we increase that number? And that's the region. Kenya basically pushes the weight in that. We're about 43, 44% connectivity. So we are basically the sort of guys in that region. What do we do with that internet? Right? So it's also about productivity. And PS is struggling to connect all of you. But he connects all of you, and all you do is spend time on social media. Country number one is which one globally? Globally. Which country is number one? You're not seeing? Kenya. You are still only 42% connected on the internet, yet you spend all your time on social media, and you lead time spent on social media globally. Think about it. You may think, I may just think. That speaks to productivity. Which brings to the DG's point, of course. So, of course, the concern is misinformation, because all of you are on the wrong platform and not on productive platforms. I will leave these statistics. And if you ask Kenyans, the main reason for using the internet is those two, right? Find information, stay in touch with friends, keeping update with news. So, Nation, you are right in that sense. So it's good to be on this platform. And of course, watching videos after that. So tumeacha kuwa productive. Tunaanza productivity huko chini. Again, when you talk about policies, this is also something we need to think about. So is it that we need more connectivity? or is it that we need more productivity and utility? Something to think about. Social media, I want to leave that now, after that bombshell. So quickly, of course, everything is getting smarter beyond everything, and I think all the presentations were made. It means that what we're doing now, there's a lot of automation, and I want to connect with the previous panels, right? So you can work from here. You have exponential companies that had 2 people now can do very many things. Many things are virtual. You've had cloud. You can work from home. A lot of things are very much integrated. And so I think the future, and this is what we'll keep on seeing the future, and so I think even our policy posture must actually be thinking in that direction. How are we integrating many things? How are we getting a little bit smarter? How are we virtualizing many things? And I know PS has been working very hard around cloud and cloud policy. How are we digitizing? We've had more than 22,000 services have been digitized, and that this continues to be the global trend. But this acceleration has its challenges, right? There's uncertainty in policymaking, and I think it kept on coming up in the morning. I'm more looking at uncertainty because things are moving very quickly, because also the world in itself is uncertain. I think it's a CEO mentioned about ChatGPT. ChatGPT is 24 months old. That's a 2-year-old baby. Think about it. And when ChatGPT came out, DeepSeek came out 2 weeks ago. ChatGPT has had 4 or 5 iterations, so it's moving very quickly, and so of course there'll be uncertainty even in policy making. And I know risks, and then we're seeing new forms of risks. We never had these risks before on data security, privacy, that social media can actually influence elections and cause upheaval. That we're seeing deepfakes, misinformation, disinformation that are borderless. So as part of also the policy posture is, okay, regulate in Kenya, but 45% of those folks who are generating misinformation on Kenya are not in Kenya. So do you want to regulate or not? So that's another posture. So how do we begin to think about collaboration across borders to figure out how you govern these platforms also with the companies? Of course, exponential companies are creating job losses, and to chip into the previous panel, 170 jobs will be created, new ones. 92 million jobs will be replaced. 170 new, 92 replaced. The policy question is, which side will you be? On the loss? On the gain? The choice is yours. But still in that context, of course, very few of us, as you've seen, only the 28% have access to the technology. And so how do we ensure that even in this era of prosperity, and we're talking about ridiculous AI, machine learning, automation, quantum, there are still people who are still on the feature phone. So how do we ensure, as even our policy posture, that you realize that we have a world of inequality? And so how do we reduce that gap of inequality? I do not talk about the digital divide. It's never now about technology. Because if you do not have LinkedIn, you will not get a job. If you do not have connectivity, you cannot work online. So it's not a digital thing anymore. It's an opportunity divide. So let's also think about that in terms of the new posture. And all these risks, of course, have created this animal called diminished trust. Because people have genuine fears. So the world right now only trusts scientists and teachers. I apologize, media, you're not trusted anymore. But that's just how the world is. Because scientists apparently have data, so they have evidence. Teachers, of course, are who they are, right? They're selfless. They teach. You trust them with their kids, right? Governments, of course, we are not doing very well, about 52%. But you see the fear now, as you've seen, right, is around globalization, where the world, other people are showing their work. You know, the world is becoming very centralized. They're going back inwards. People are not collaborating anymore. There's an economic downturn. People have fears around losing jobs, and so insecurity. So that has created what we call a crisis of grievance. And that crisis of grievance is why you see a lot of protests globally. So it's not a uniquely Kenyan thing. It's only that technology has enabled people to see the inspiration and also to connect with those grievances. So this is something we really think about when we talk about technology. So if you see the risks this year, again, from a policy posture, that the biggest risks globally, of course, is technology generated, which is misinformation and disinformation. Then climate comes second, then the other things. And even the number 4 one, which is society polarization, is driven by technology. Cybersecurity, the cyber, of course, is a technology one. So the top, imagine 3 out of the top 5 risks are technology related. Again, so if you think about a policy posture, is how do we ensure that in this era of technology acceleration that we understand that technology is both a challenge, but also can be opportunity for future generations. And when I say technology, I really want to paraphrase this again. We are not, a lot of the conversation I hear are 3.0 in the ICT computer age. We are in another age right now, which is the 4th industrial revolution, which is very much around the cyber and the physical that are fused. When you talk about generative artificial intelligence, it's simply because Gen AI has mimicked how we do things. You hear somebody saying, I'm training a model. That's how you train a child or a human being. So things have changed. When I wear a watch, as I mentioned, the watch can tell my pulse. Now it can tell me whether I need to take less sugar or not. I mean, the physical and the cyber are very much connected. So I think even when we talk about our technology and our policy posture, we should not be making policies for the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. We need to be making policies for the 4th. Also because this is where the world is. And I think, Luchiri, you mentioned with the IoT is really a feature of the 4th industrial revolution. So you cannot be building policy for that with a mindset of 3.0. Of course, the one that everybody's familiar with, these are the 4 big ones, and I'm sure you'll hear them, whether it's blockchain, cloud computing, IoT, which Luchiri has mentioned, and AI. But I think the AI that everybody talks about is ChatGPT. I think I get it, but AI is not new. Let me burst your bubble a bit. It's been there from 1950. So why this buzz on this specific one? And only now we're talking about policy and regulation of artificial intelligence. I'll leave the slides. So just something to think about. All I'm saying is that let's not get into the buzz. It's been there. Can we figure out that in this new iteration post-2017, what the current iteration of artificial intelligence can be leveraged to solve our problems? Not because there's OpenAI and ChatGPT in the US and a DeepSeek in the East and us trying to figure out whether we want to go East or West. Because you've been having it. If you've used Google search, you've had AI for the last 10 years. If you have Gmail, you've had AI for the last 5 years. So it's not new. So again, the policy running to make policies, as I always say, the data and the evidence is in front of you. Can we figure out what we need to use these tools and therefore think about the governance of it? But then in this new iteration, the truth is that from the time it started showing up from the 2017 to 2024, many processes, and I dare you see where Africa is, right? AU, 2024, June precisely, is when we had a semblance of anything called an AU strategy on AI. So we talk about Africa because we're talking about shaping Africa's future prosperity, is that we are never there. And I think the chairman mentioned it. And not just not being there, that only 7 countries have been in all of those processes. 7. So also, don't feel bad as a continent. We are not alone. It means AI or these emerging technologies in the current iteration are only with a few companies and a few countries. So there's an opportunity for solidarity, even as you think about our policy posture, is who else or who others do we need to engage as allies so that we are not all left behind, and primarily from the global majority. The figure down here tells you about 119 countries are not anywhere in this story. Let's talk about readiness, and because you talked about infrastructure, and I'll go very quickly from here. I always like to show this slide, and it's self-explanatory. The lighter it is, can I fill in the blanks? The lighter it is, the less ready you are. Are we seeing the lighters? Ironically, the lightest continent is the darkest, or the darkest continent is the lightest. And so that's just where we are today. Kenya, at least we are darker, right? Slightly. But then when you look at the continent, it tells you that we're not ready around artificial intelligence. And I know somebody, I think it's you mentioned the AU Continental Strategy, which is a start. But fear not, and I like to use this slide, AI is neither artificial nor intelligent. So there's nobody should cheat you that we cannot win in this race. That it still builds from how we think, it still builds from human intelligence, and even though there are other risks, it doesn't matter. I think there's an opportunity to do that. But it also means that we can start to deal with these challenges, because when the IMF president says that 40% of jobs can be replaced, we know what those jobs are, and I think the panel mentioned it. Whether it's the core skills in 2025 or whether it's the 10 fastest growing skills, I dare Nation Media to tell me whether you have those competencies in your company. AI and big data? Network and cyber? One person? That's a problem. This is for everybody. Look at the fastest growing and the largest growing. So I'll put 2 data points there, right? The fastest growing are the big data specialists. The fastest growing are the farm workers. The largest growing. So again, as much as you're all talking about big tech, food and farming, and you said you're a farmer, is still the largest growing industry. So again, in terms of policy, let's not all get lost on the tech. There's also a reality that, like light trucks, software applications, builders, those jobs are not going anywhere. And I think there's an opportunity to continue to double down on them. In public service, because I must talk to my colleagues, is you can see what is happening, right? Around the services you are digitizing. Are we having people who are on innovation and change management? Because it's just not about digital transformation, it's also about change management. And those are internal policies. Are you having somebody who's going to do design thinking? Because things are moving very quickly. You need to have a very interesting way to adapt. You need digital leadership, because a lot of the things you'll be doing will be very much based on technology. I'll leave these slides, don't worry. And so even as you think about policy, there's a disconnect, right? So we blame Gen Z, but this is a reality. That the infrastructure in public sector is still old, right? Gen Z, nimedanganya? I've not cheated, right? I've still seen a suggestion box somewhere. When people on X and on, have I lied? But that's a reality. So when PS is digitizing, it's a real thing. So that you do not have a suggestion box and people on X and on Instagram and WhatsApp and they've discussed you and buried you in a coffin or somewhere, right? So basically that's the idea. So how do you ensure that we transition that very quickly? But the reality, and let's be honest, right? With public sector, it's a loss. It's been slow because things are moving very quickly, but also norm setting is changing. The issue also is policy making is very linear. So you have a linear policy making in a world that is agile and unpredictable. So there's a problem there, and we need to to change that. And somebody talked about mind shift in the morning. So let's see, I think in my sense, beyond in upskilling, how do we start to train people on how to deal with discomfort, to deal with uncertainty, to be non-linear? That's not a skill. It's not about upskilling. It's about continuously being able to be adaptable. It's also in the recognition that rules have changed, because the old rules of dealing with policy cannot deal with the stress of today. I said ChatGPT is 24 months. If we had an AI law in Parliament, it probably would not have passed by now. Yet, Gen AI has changed almost 5-6 iterations. So we really need a way that we are very non-linear, we're inclusive, and we're collaborative. Because remember, you really, really have to, in this era, build policy in a very multi-stakeholder way. Only OpenAI knows when Gen AI or GAI is going to show up. And you want to, as a policymaker, legislate today, you would not know it unless you collaborate with them. It's only Nation Media Group that knows in the next 2 years what your next platform will be. So how do you then work with a policymaker so that, as you mentioned in the morning, that you govern in a way that works? I know I'm running out of time, so I'm going to skip some things, but I'll leave this space here. So where do we begin? I think my sense is we need to rethink our institutions. Institutions need to be agile. Keep the backbone elements, because those fiduciary elements, I think, need to stay. Everything else needs to be agile. Otherwise, you will be dislocated. And when I say dislocation is, you'll close. And that's what we've seen, right? Because that's just where we are. We need a little bit of smart governance. I've had regulation. I'm not a fan of regulation. I'm a fan of smart governance, because governance is more collaborative. M-Pesa was one example. That was smart governance with a sandbox, rules of the road, build but with guardrails. Imagine if you had a car and you stop building it because you are worried it will crash. What did we do in the essence of a car? We, yes, built the car, put brakes, put seatbelts, put airbags. Isn't that what you do? So that's innovation. And so if we use the same analogy, that's the kind of smartest one we see in the future. Quickly, I think, is also the part of smartest is also to realize that not all our humans are the same. All citizens are different. You have a farmer who needs tech information. You have an elderly citizen who just wants face-to-face. We had DG saying, Mteja Wanambari was a problem. When that woman spoke, it's just an issue. Healthcare professionals and CHPs, there's the entire thing that they're running. I think they need different services. All I'm saying is that we need to think personas. As we do it, we also need to think about these guys. I put this for Nation especially. That push to consumer, they don't want to hear. Them, they're here. They want now. I call them instant coffee generation. And so how do we build for this world that is changing? As we are thinking around technology, how do we think about how we govern our data? And when I say to think how we govern our data, is also to remember 90% of the data we have today was generated 2 years in the last 2 years. 90% of existing data. Again, think around agility as you think about policy. And in the next 2 years, 90% again will be generated. So data has gone exponential. And remember, it's because you're living very public lives. So the more you take photos of 3 meals a day, the more data you generate. The more TikToks you take, I'm walking in Mombasa, Diani, the more data you generate. So that's just how it is. So phones are becoming smarter, devices are becoming, you're taking photos everywhere. Oh my God, you take photos, and videos. And so this is how you generate data. And the more people are getting savvy, you generate even more and more. I'm looking at my time. But again, I think then the idea, and this is something that I really want to think about, even as you think about the sort of transformative innovations, is I think there's an opportunity. But the opportunity is that even as much as you want to address everything with innovation, including policy innovation, when you think about the era of resource inefficiency, like we are really under constraint, we need to figure out the governance issues, but also there are communication gaps, even including teams. So some things that we need to do basically are just the basics that we could have done previously. I cannot hammer this. If there's any point I'm going to make today, is this one. We need to think about multi versus silo, even in our policy posture, that policies cannot be siloed. When we talk about artificial intelligence, there's AI in agriculture, there's AI in health, there's AI in education, there's AI in space, there's AI in automation. I mean, there's AI everywhere. So how do we ensure that a lot of the things that we do are very much multiple, but also multi-stakeholder, because the impact of these policies that we make as society-wide and not just individual. And so ideally, I think for me, even as I end, I want to double down on, we need to rethink our organizations that need to be more agile. Somebody mentioned people sitting in the office, people sitting at home. That's agility. How do you ensure that people just produce and are more effective than keeping them on a straitjacket in the office? When it comes to individual, and I'll leave that in, part of my other hat is part of our university, is we've kind of figured out what skills you need to survive in the future, regardless of what dimension you want to go. You need to be somebody who can take initiative. It means you need to go to YouTube and read. You know, you need to go to LinkedIn and look at something. You need to be a lifelong learner, 844, whatever permutations that were being mentioned in the morning, doesn't matter. Even if you have a PhD, believe me, you'll need to upskill and be a lifelong learner. You need to be able to have a global mindset. If you don't believe me, ask any Airbnb person, ask any taxi driver when Uber came, you know, so you'll be disrupted, regardless where you are. Somebody in this world is thinking of a solution that will disrupt what you're doing. So you must have a global mindset in terms of that. But I think, finally, I think you must be a problem solver, because this current world requires people who can solve problems. And while at the same time, my innovator friend will say solve problems and make money, it's never a problem. My final reflections is, one is, let's focus on governance. We need to create an environment where we can create guardrails that technology do not disrupt society. We need to figure out investments. We really must make a case on investments and double down on that. Across, whether it's infrastructure, whether it's new and emerging, whether it's education, whether it's energy, I think investments is a key. We need to empower local communities. I think it's been repeated many times that we should not forget that not everybody is in an urban area or fortunate. We need to really, really figure out our mindset of everything in any discipline. Mindset is a thing now we need to change to be comfortable with failure, but also comfortable with acceleration, comfortable with how things are moving very fast. And then we need to avoid fragmentation. And that was my silo thing. Because ultimately, I think for us, these are the 4 principles that I think, even if we're thinking about a policy posture in Africa, we need to think about. And it's very simple, right? So how do we ensure that whatever technology does, we still maintain safety of our society and of our people? We still maintain security. It means our systems must be secure, out of harm from cybersecurity or other arms. We must be inclusive, because we should not leave anybody behind. And everything we do must build public trust. Because if people do not trust technology or whoever wields technology, then that's a problem. Let's move the trust needle beyond scientists and teachers to everybody. And with that, thank you very much. It is my singular honor to invite the PS, State Department of ICT and Digital Economy, Engineer John Tanui.
I hope you can see me. Good. Chairman, Nation Media Group, Dr. Wilfred Kiboro, colleague PS Ari Kimtai, Excellency Dr. Kangata Irungu, Governor Murang'a County, colleagues and friends, especially friends from Nation, Monica, James, and Russell. I think those are the ones I can't remember. Students from various institutions, the people of Kwale, good afternoon. It's such an exciting moment to join you once again for the Nation Media Digital Summit. First, I want to really appreciate and congratulate Nation Media Group for continuing to all these very important summit. Our Ministry of Information, Communication and Digital Economy is a great friend to Nation, and of course you are in our sector, and this topic, Digital Summit, is very key to our mandate, and we've been partnering over the years. Our ministers have participated, have also participated, because it's really an important topic. A lot of data has been shared by my friend Philip Tico, and I want to share a bit about the African continent and both also on global, with population of 1.5 billion. And its youthful population, fastest growing also population. The continent is key and important to the rest of the global economy. Though our GDP compared with the rest of the world is still low, about 3.1 trillion in 2023, those are the data, projected to about 5.6 trillion in 2030. One of the challenges, our exports is still low, about $500 billion, and the irony is that the intertrade is very low, about 17% in the continent, compared with other the developed economies being at 60% in Europe and 50% in Asia. But we are happy some progress is happening in the continent. We have now the African Free Trade Area, which is trying to bring us together. In addition to the economic blocks, we already have the East African Community, COMESA, and many others, which are laying a good foundation. When we bring the aspect of digital, it's important to know that the digital economy is growing fast. Some data is showing for the last 15 years, it's been growing 2.5 times faster than the physical economy. So this is quite important for us. 2.5 times faster than the physical economy for the last 15 years. World's average now is about 15% of the world's economy. GDP is about its digital economy. Some countries have made significant progress, like China, are already at 44%. 44% of the economy is already what is termed as digital economy. Other countries, 22%. Many countries targeting to achieve 30%. Kenya being probably closing towards 10%. We've got a lot of work to do, and that's why this summit is very important to us. Globally, again, the global population connected to internet is 5.5 billion and above. And of course, there's still a large population not connected, probably 2.6 billion. Chairman mentioned about 700 million in the continent who are not connected. And it's also of importance for us to think about. Coming back home and talking about Kenya's digital economy potential. First, we look at our journey as a country. We've adopted long-term planning as a country, and our Vision 2030 is one such key instrument that has helped us to shape our direction as a country, coming and building, focusing on the three pillars, the economic, social, and political, And key realization include the new Constitution 2010 and many flagship projects under the economic pillar. We've seen quite a number of legislations being put in place. People have shown some of the policies, what we are doing as a country, and it's good that we try to catch up with the technology to support and to facilitate so that we create a conducive environment for innovation, investment, and growth. We've seen even recently traps which came addressing some of the important spaces, crypto, virtual assets, bill, which is being processed, and policy. And data already showing we have 6 million Kenyans in that ecosystem playing. So we are trying to catch up and ensuring we facilitate that space. So Kenya has already positioned itself, it's branded itself as the Silicon Savannah, demonstrating itself as a lead tech hub in the continent, whether it's in innovations, attracting investments, attracting global tech companies to put Kenya as their African head office or sub-Saharan offices. We've seen development centers, companies like Microsoft putting its African Development Center in Kenya, one of the few globally. We've seen recently Amazon Web Services also established development center in Kenya. There are conversations between Apple and some of our universities, including Strathmore, to start training, which would later lead to development centers. And we're expecting to see many more set up in the country. Some of the data also about our country is about our exports. It's a very good indicator of performance of an economy. And our services exports are already outweighing our goods exports, which is a very good indicator. And when you check on the details, information and communication exports, or ICT, is already becoming, it's approaching $1 billion. A very good indicator of the potential of our economy, and it's one area that we have a very strong balance of trade in the favor of our country. Looking at some of our recent plans on how do we accelerate realization of Vision 2030, transformation of our country, addressing some of our historical long-standing challenges. The bottom-up transformation agenda came focusing on 5 areas: agriculture, SMEs and cooperatives, housing, healthcare. My colleague PS is here, will be talking more about that, and the use of digital superhighway to unlock global opportunities, and also as an enabler in the other areas. We've seen progress in these focus areas. We've seen some of the most interesting data as a country, having the lowest inflation in a long time. We've seen ourselves having reserves, foreign currency reserves, the highest in Kenya's history. We've seen the country changing in terms of imports. Before we had imports for sugar. We are approaching at a point where now we are thinking of how do we export sugar. We are almost having internal meeting our local demand in maize, which is our staple food. So we're making significant progress, and many indicators are positive. The public, of course, still concerns is not yet reflected in the pocket, but we believe the initiatives that are being put in place is taking us there. Within the country also, when we look about the digital economy, We are approaching 10% contribution to our economy. Also, in terms of economic growth, for the last 10 years, the ICT component has always grown over 10%, which is quite key. So some of the initiatives under the digital superhighway are what we believe will address and position the country and also have a resonating impact across the continent. And when we talk about the digital superhighway, there are a number of commitments that we have made. One was we want to enhance our connectivity by adding to what we already have by bringing another 100,000 kilometers of fiber. And for what purpose? For us to be able to establish public Wi-Fi, additional 25,000 public Wi-Fi, so that we can expose many of our people to this emerging space, growing 2.5 times faster than the physical economy. That's the digital space. And you've seen the data from what Philip Tico showed. Kenyan spends on average 3.4 hours. The world's number one in terms of the time we spend on internet. We just need to enhance what we do when we are in internet, and we will be able to generate more value to this country. And that's why we are putting up 1450 digital hubs, one in every ward, so that we stretch these opportunities beyond our capital cities, our urban centers, so that we bring the entire population to start experiencing the potentials of this space and increase the participation. We are also working with our private sector so that they can write on the infrastructure we are building. We have 74,000 public institutions that we want to ensure we connect with broadband using fiber. And where it's not possible, we are using alternative solutions like satellite, so that we bring the whole country in the digital space. We have also a very vibrant private sector, our mobile network operators who are doing a great job, our internet service providers who are doing a good job. We want to see that we also enhance broadband connectivity. Currently, it's about 1.5 million connections. We want to see that every home that is connected with power is also connected with broadband connectivity. And I think, Chairman, that's what you are alluding. We have changed the model now that instead of just digging, we just finalized digging from Mombasa to Lunga Lunga to ensure we have connectivity to Tanzania and many other things we are doing. But we are also adopting new model where we are using now Kenya Power Lines. It's faster, it's cheaper, and it's aligning to what you said, and it's a program already taking place at the moment. So what are the potentials that this digital superhighway can create? Of course, it brings inclusivity, enabling the whole country to be connected to this space and enable our young people to participate in the digital economy. It will create jobs. It will ease access to government services, given also we have digitized with now over 22,000 government services accessible online. The citizens can be able to access these digital platforms. We want also to grow e-commerce. The e-commerce ecosystem is becoming vibrant in our country and also presents a huge potential for our country. We also want to promote the growth in the digital space. And when we are looking at this digital superhighway, we said which are the other areas will impact. I'll be talking about them. We said we need to address the issue of accessibility to affordable smartphones. I think it was raised earlier. And we started last 2 years to have conversations, and we are very happy something has happened, that we have about 2.8 million devices already locally produced in Kenya. We also happy that now approaching 25 or over 25,000 kilometers of fiber has been manufactured in the country. We've seen the same happening in smart devices for the power industry. and many others. And therefore, there are many opportunities that will present out of what we are doing. So we're looking at international connectivity that is enhancing, because with what we've done, we've seen now over 7 submarine cables connected at Port of Mombasa, positioning Kenya as a well-connected destination and making Kenya a real potential digital and data hub. We've also seen other global players come into play and provide additional connectivity. Recently, we've seen Google establishing connectivity over the land from Mombasa through Rwanda, all the way to South Africa through Mocha Cable, and they are planning to extend all the way under the sea to Australia. So it's positioning Kenya as a global hub and attracting more investment. And there are more things that we are doing. When you look at this, we are no longer looking as Kenya. And I like this conversation. It's just not about the country, it's about the continent. Before we add the connectivity that moves from Mombasa all the way to Nairobi and to all to our neighbors. But we are looking at now the Horn of Africa, and there is work going on currently from Isiolo towards Mandera, and there is a plan to connect to Mogadishu, and you can see all the way through Ethiopia, all the way to Djibouti. And this is how we are changing our mindset when it comes to connectivity. You can look at the next slide also about connectivity. This is what I mentioned about the submarine cables, how the continent is becoming more connected. But one of the challenges which we need to address is connectivity, interconnectivity within the continent to provide alternatives, especially from Indian Ocean to the Atlantic Ocean to provide alternatives. And that's why we have one of the new infrastructure we have built from Eldoret all the way to Lodwar to Nadabal, all the way now we have discussions. We have in discussions with World Bank, with our colleagues in South Sudan to move it to Chupa, and probably later on through the Central African Republic, all the way to Cameroon and to the other ocean. So these are some of the efforts we're looking at to ensure that the connectivity of the African continent is enhanced so that it can provide reliability and create potentials for engagement. We can go to next slide. Okay, so some of the other opportunities that are coming is about business process outsourcing. You can go to the next one, the next slide. Next slide. We've talked about business process outsourcing as a country for many years. When government thought of establishing an ICT park many years ago, the main objective was how to attract global opportunities, the PPO industry. And the last 2 years, our president has really talked a lot about this, and we've worked with his leadership to see how do we position Kenya. We already have so many advantages, a youthful population, tech savvy, language, above some of the what we call the PPO capitals of the world, India and Philippines. But our number and share has been quite very low. But we are happy that with this connectivity, addressing some of the legislative issues and working with the partners and investors in that space, Kenya is slowly taking, positioning this sector as a key sector. One of the key milestones is we have now over 40,000 under the structured PPO arrangement with employed. And we have companies like Samasource in industrial area along Mombasa Road. We have one called CCI in Tatu City. And this year, January, we were able to attract the world's #1 BPO operator in the world. The leading based on revenue is called Teleperformance, settled in Two Rivers. It's a very good indicator. It entered South African market about 6 years ago, and it has a very significant impact to the growth of BPO sector in South Africa. So we believe the initiatives we put in place is bearing fruits, and they already set up a space of 5,000 seats in Two Rivers, building this potential of business process outsourcing, and this will contribute even more to our digital exports, because whatever is offered in this is a digital services exported out of our country. The other opportunity that is coming out clearly is about our potential and strengths as a country, about green energy, and the opportunities to attract ICT investments or critical infrastructure in our country. With the connectivity that we have, 93% green energy within the country, and with some locations which have green energy, whether it's hydro, wind, solar, but more specifically geothermal. We have a potential of 10,000 megawatts of geothermal power as a country, and this presents an attractiveness for entities that want to take advantage of green energy so that they can meet their green targets. And we've seen progress and interest from many players. We have many data centers here in Mombasa, in Nairobi, and new interest from some of our top tech giants who are already in our country. Kenya also wants to position itself as a global innovation hub. I know quite a lot of work has been done as a global innovation hub, and we've seen establishment of innovation hubs. We were in Mombasa a few weeks ago with the German ambassador to establish one of the 2 innovation hubs in the continent. In December or late last year, we were at Concert Technopolis, where we had His Excellency the President with the leadership of UNDP, where we established one of the 10 innovation hubs in the continent, with Kenya focusing on green technologies. These are positioning our country as an innovation hub, enabling our young people to be part of the global creators of new solutions. Kenya also is coming up as next Africa's hub for semiconductor and electronics manufacturing. I was happy to find the earlier presentation with solution on IoTs and electronics. We believe this is where the future of the country is. This is what can accelerate the transformation of our country. If you check what transformed Malaysia, Vietnam, Singapore, South Korea, is their focus on electronics industry or tech manufacturing. And when you compare now our exports and the exports of countries like South Korea exports 100 times more than what we export. Malaysia exports about 50 times more than what we export. At independence, we were at par or at times even ahead of them. So it's something that we need to look at. We are happy that within the last 2 years, private sector has established at least 2 facilities manufacturing smartphones in Kenya. And they're already producing 2.something million. It's indicating the growth of a new industry, that's the rise of electronics industry. This industry also needs the support of semiconductor industry, And we've had engagement with many of our partners, and the US, we were able to be designated a technology partner to US, and Kenya, the only country which got that status, and we could be able to access some of the support under the US CHIPS Act to be able to grow this industry. And we are working with our partners to see how we can accelerate this, because these two will unlock huge potential, and it's one of those technologies that is highly discussed. Semiconductors, the AI, and crypto. Those are some of the top 3 conversations in the world, and Africa wants to be part of those conversations to ensure we are not left behind and be able to participate in that space. I want to talk about the digital platforms. These are very important space. Digital platforms is already mediating over 30% of global economic activity. When you talk of digital platforms, it's major digital platforms that were talked about here. And the interesting thing is that when you come to the local space, the 3.4 hours we discussed is actually spent on global digital platforms. We have very few digital platforms that can retain our young people. I don't know, Chairman, Nation Media Group, digital platform. I think we had been given data that you have 63 million visits every month. I don't know what's the average time we spend in those platforms. Yeah? That's an important thing that we need to. And then again, what do we do when we are on those digital platforms? So quite a lot of transactions will be happening in the digital platforms. A lot of decisions are being made in the digital platforms. And it's important for us to look at how can we grow indigenous digital platforms that are able to retain us in those platforms. Otherwise, we will lose value, we will lose our relevance, and I think, Monica, you discussed quite well that space and the opportunity that we have, that we also in government and private sector, how do we grow local digital platforms? When we talk about the physical world, we talk about the corridor Mombasa, Nairobi, Malaba corridor. And we can estimate a percentage it contributes to our GDP. In the future, we'll be talking about digital platforms contributing to a percentage of GDP. So Nation Media Group digital platform, what does it contribute to our GDP? What more can it offer us? We have M-Pesa, we have a large number of us being there, but you ask yourself, how much time do you spend on that digital platform? How many minutes? Maybe 30 seconds to 2 minutes, and you leave and go back to your X, to your Facebook, and the others. Which digital platforms can we retain our people? And actually, the people who can help us here is the media. It's a win-win for the country, for growth of our economy, and also that could be the space the media needs to look at. And somebody recommended that the answer is on research and development and innovation. What are we spending in R&D? Many of us have traveled, especially to China. You visit a company manufacturing a small asset, the first thing they show on the door is the number of IPs they have. They focus on knowledge, output of R&D, output of innovation, and they have grown their knowledge economy to the extent that the enterprises pride in that. That's a space that we are lacking, and it's an area that also I want to challenge us and challenge NMG to really look at. And at the ministry, we have some proposals and consideration. Concert Technopolis. This is one of the projects that this country really took time to plan. A lot of energy was used. Best brains from across the world came in to put in place. It's taken time, But a project of this, using all global examples you can look at, is a project that takes decades. You look at the research triangle of North Carolina, which is almost identical now with medical solutions that are emerging. You look at Israel, issues of cybersecurity. Most tech cybersecurity companies are output of a space in Israel. And so is South Korea, and so is Shenzhen in China. So Kenya needs to look at how do we use this project as a springboard for our take-up as a country, especially in research and development. We've just established one institution called Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology in partnership with South Korea. Their university helping us to make this a reality is called Korea Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, which was established in 1971 with the support of US and KAIST from Stanford. So we're building sort of a link between Stanford, KAIST, and KONSA. So it has the potential to take our country in a path of tech industrialization, innovation, and taking us towards knowledge economy. And I invite Nation Media Group to consider partnering with KAIST and seeing how you can partner in the future solutions that you are going to develop, the digital nation media. How can you work that journey? I think this year they will be getting the charter. This year the institution will be launched, taking about 110 students first, masters, and later on a PhD. And this is where you could actually take someone as your R&D person assigned with an assignment to work there. So let's look at how to optimize that and use as tools for our transformation. So we stand at a great opportunity as a country. Our neighbors look really very highly at us, and indeed, because of the achievements we have made, our young people, tech-savvy, well-educated, and we need to start looking outwardly. How do we grow our startups? How do we support the rest of the continent? How to export to our neighbors? How do we go there and solve their problems? And this conversation in this summit is something that we want to celebrate because it's further opening our eyes that we need to be looking continental. Because the answer and the success of Kenya is not only in solving our problems, it's in solving the problems of Africa and sending our startups, our SMEs across our borders to help the rest of the continent to resolve their issues, and also in the digital space to be able to solve global problems using digital connectivity. Lastly, as we have this conversation, I think Dan Mwangi talked about injecting. Injecting, and I think Monica was injecting when she was here. And I think it's a right conversation we need to have. What we need to do to improve, whether it's the investment environment for our country, and this is the right forum that we can discuss openly. What we need to do to improve our investment environment. What do we do to enhance some of the great solutions and initiatives our country are undertaking, like what we are doing in Ministry of Health. My brother here will be explaining later. But when we look at these solutions, 15 years, 20 years later, these are some of the things we'll be mentioning as the marks that transform our country. When we talk about the affordable housing, these are some of the game-changing initiatives that will shape the future of this country. 50, 100 years later, this will be able to be mentioned as the moment that the country shifted. When you look at connectivity to our villages, I spent time in my village and I said, if I was not in the city and I've trained as an engineer, where would I work in my sub-county? And you realize it's a big challenge to find those opportunities. Maybe in urban centers, yes, but now a digital hub is a place, even with a PhD holder, you can find a place to sit and you can actually gainfully be engaged. So we need to have these conversations and see what do we need to do, what additions do we need to input to what we are doing. And also this generation that are contributing to the success of SHA, success of affordable housing, might be the generation that will be quoted as the generation that made Kenya change, because the generation that did not just receive, but actually gave so that the country can shift within a shorter time. So in respect to legislation, policies, regulations, we invite you to have conversations with us. At times, the private sector sits on the other sides and points, but we have a well-structured constitution, legislation environment that is strongly founded on public participation. So there is no way today in Kenya that you can conclude a legislative process without public participation. We invite the public to actively participate as we look at new legislation, address emerging issues. We are developing AI strategy. We've invited public to participate. I had mentioned earlier about the virtual assets, which is being led by the National Treasury. They are developing a bill and also a policy. So the public and our media needs to work with us. And if there are areas, I think that we are being invited to look at how do we address these digital platforms, especially in respect to what we are calling big tech. It's difficult to call and regulate. And I think even somebody mentioned the digital space, the vibrancy is there. Sometimes it's not legislation only. There's more conversation that we need to have. But we also invite private sector to also propose. Private sector can also propose legislation, can propose policies. You can put on the table. We can have those conversations. But lastly, I would want to say we have a great opportunity. We have a great country that we can all work on to build and unlock opportunities for our young people. We have a great opportunity, and we are happy that we have many young people here. Many programs we are running today are targeting our young people. If it's digital hubs, you had the Deputy Governor here talk about what we're already doing across the country. It's already impactful. We visit some of our TVETs, you hear the stories. Sometimes it's beyond belief. You ask for evidence and you see it's real. The earnings online is real, and the skills our young people are building is really attractive. We meet some of the global players. We met some of the global players in crypto space, and they are giving us data about the participation of Kenyans. We are being seen and recognized, and that 3.4 hours, it is not just social alone. These are people who are noticed globally in the digital space because of their participation in various areas. And if we enhance the digital skills, which my friend, we are working in with Achira digital program, Chitume programs, we are going to enhance this training, and we will unlock the full potential of our youth. I don't want to speak beyond that. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
All right, thank you very much, Bona PS, and to all of us for just being part of this. I think there's so much insight. I feel like, I keep saying this, by the time we leave this event, I will have a diploma in something new altogether. So I wish Monica Sogoti mtupatiange certificate tukitoka hizi vitu. I'll have a whole catalog depending on what the event is. So I would like to give us a few minutes to stretch and catch some tea briefly, just in the interest of time. Would like to take as short
time, a shorter space of time as possible. I do understand the dynamics of the program have kind of changed so that we can come and have that all-important conversation on healthcare. We have a very pertinent panelists who are going to be speaking to us. We'll be getting a presentation from the County Governor of Moranga, and we shall also be having the PS from the ministry also being among those who will be here, as well as a medic who is also going to be speaking to us as well. So at this point, I'd like to request that we will, as we stretch and take a health break, especially before we go for our health discussion, we have to be aligned. We go and can have our tea. Let's try and do it within 15 minutes so we can come, have that discussion, then you can go and have a proper lunch. So it is served, I think, right outside on where there's some of the, we have some of the exhibitors. And as you do that, look through the exhibition stalls and see the opportunities that are here with us today. Asanteni sana. See you in the next 15 minutes.
Naam, hujambo mpenzi mtazamaji, adhuhuri ya leo Alhamisi tarehe 20 mwezi Februari mwaka 2025, popote ulipo kwa moyo mkunjufu na kukaribisha kwenye taarifa hizi za NTV adhuhuri. Mimi naitwa Cecilia wa Kesho Matuva. Moja kwa moja tuandamane kwenye taarifa zetu. Naam, karibu. Madiwani kutoka kaunti 47 humu nchini wanamlilia Rais William Ruto ashinikize marekebisho ya sheria ya mwaka 2024 ya ugavi wa mapato katika kaunti maarufu Kara mwaka 2024. Kaimu mwenyekiti wa jukwaa la mabunge ya kaunti CAF Ann Kiusya amesema sheria hiyo imemega kima cha shilingi bilioni 4 kutoka 2 kutoka kwa bajeti ya kaunti, hali ambayo imelemaza utendakazi wa wajumbe wa kaunti. Katika kongamano la madiwani kutoka kaunti zote 47 nchini, madiwani walitaka nyongeza ya mishahara na marupurupu zaidi. Laban Shaban alihudhuria kongamano hilo na natufungulia taarifa hizi za NTV adhuhuri.
Kiini cha mafadhaiko ya wawakilishi wadi ni sheria ya ugavi wa mapato ya kaunti iliyonyofoa angalau shilingi bilioni 4 kutoka kwa bajeti yao.
The act unfairly burdens county assemblies, which operates on less than 10% of the total county revenues, but are expected to absorb nearly 30% of the cuts. Counties like Nairobi, Kiambu, Wajir, and Turkana face crippling reductions of up to 21%, threatening core legislative functions.
Kaimu mwenyekiti wa muungano wa mabunge ya kaunti CAF Ann Mwasya anataka Rais William Ruto aingilie kati.
We call upon the head of state and the Senate to fast track measures ensuring county assemblies' financial autonomy, which remains compromised by overreach from county executives.
Madiwani walifunguka katika kongamano la CAF katika ukumbi wa mikutano ya kimataifa KICC jijini Nairobi.
SRC ilipunguza mishahara ya MCAs. Vile walivyo the remuneration ambayo ilikuwa sio. So sisi tulikuwa tunawaambia kwamba warejeshe MCA pahali alikuwa, wamrudishe kwa 144 other than the 86,000 that they are paying now.
Mgeni wa heshima seneta wa Nairobi Edwin Sifuna aliahidi kuwapiga jeki madiwani.
Tayari tuliletwa mswada ambao umeletwa na seneta wa Meru, Mheshimiwa Kathuri Murungi, kuhakikisha kwamba tuna delink ama tunatofautisha fedha za mabunge na fedha za ile county executive, kuhakikisha kwamba hawa MCAs wanapata uhuru wa kufanya kazi zao pasi na kushikiliwa ama kufungiwa kamba fupi na wenzetu magavana.
I have given them the promise that when I participate in those meetings, I will speak and bring their viewpoint in those meetings.
The abrupt mid-year budget cuts will disrupt ongoing programs, legislative processes, and critical public participation efforts.
Sheria ya Kara ya mwaka 2024 iliyotiwa saini na Rais William Ruto ilipunguza mgao wa fedha kwa mabunge ya kaunti, na sasa madiwani wako mbioni kushinikiza mabadiliko. Iwapo malalamishi ya madiwani hayatasikizwa kwa wakati kama wanavyotarajia, wanaamini mwezi ujao katika kongamano la kisheria ambapo Rais William Ruto atahudhuria patakuwa na suluhu kwa mpigo. Laban Shaban, NTV, Nairobi.
Naam, asante sana Laban Shaban. Mtazamaji, tugeukie taarifa hii ya kutamausha, na ni kwamba tarehe 19 Februari ni siku ambayo wakazi wa kijiji cha Kilimani katika kaunti ya Kakamega wataishi kukumbuka kwa muda mrefu. Siku hiyo ya Jumanne usiku mwendo wa saa 2:30, Reuben Lutaboni wa umri wa miaka 42 na mdogo wake Michael Lukala wa umri wa miaka 40 walitofautiana kuhusu kiwango cha ugali ambao wawili hao walipaswa kutayarisha. Mzozo uliosababisha kifo cha Michael. Ukukusa na ripoti.
Mmoja alikuwa anapiga.
Esther Akwam, mama wa wanaume hao wawili, anasema kwamba alimwona Ruben akinyakua shoka na kumshambulia Michael kwa nyuma.
Nyongana hapo hivi.
Hivi mnakamatana hapo hivi. Mnapika ndo hakuna mtu anaangalia. Naangalia huko hakuna mtu.
Peter Lukala, kakao mkubwa, anasema wawili hao walirudi nyumbani jioni kuandaa chakula chao kabla ya mzozo kuzuka.
Akamkonga karibu mara 5 hivi kwa upande wa kwa ubongo. Upande wa nyuma alikonga mara 3, alafu karibu kwa macho, akagonga macho pia, alafu kwa mapua pia, akagonga tena akakata kabisa.
Peter anasema ndugu zake walikuwa marafiki wakubwa na wangetafuta kazi duni kijijini na kufanya kwa pamoja.
Alafu hiyo kijana alitoka chini huko.
Cleophas Barasa, mmoja wa wazee katika kijiji hicho, alilaani kisa hicho na kuzitaka familia kutafuta njia za amani za kutatua mizozo.
Mambo kama hii ya chakula, mambo kama ingine hii, haistahili hata ndugu kupigana kuona kwamba mwingine ameua ndugu yake kwa sababu ya chakula.
Pia alishangaa kwa nini wanaume hao bado walikuwa wakiishi katika nyumba ya mama yao licha ya umri wao uliokoma.
Watu ambao wako zaidi ya miaka 40 kuishi nyumba moja pia ni hatari, sababu ujiji ni nini itatokea baadaye.
Baadhi ya wakazi wanaamini kwamba ugomvi wa muda mrefu kati ya ndugu hao wawili ungeweza kuchangia shambulio hilo na sio mzozo huo wa chakula. Huko Okusa, NTV.
Na wingu la simanzi limetanda katika kijiji cha Gitaru baada ya familia moja kuwapoteza wana wao 3 kufuatia mkasa wa moto ulioshuhudiwa usiku wa kuamkia leo, huku familia 8 zikikadiria hasara kubwa kutokana na mali yao kuchomeka. Kulingana na wakazi, moto huo ulishika nyumba 8 za kupangisha majira ya saa 3 usiku hapo jana na kuwaua watoto 4 ambao ni ndugu wa miaka 9, 3 na miezi 3 mtawalia, ambao walikuwa wamefungiwa na wazazi wao waliokuwa kazini. Akidhibitisha kisa hicho, kamanda wa polisi wa Kabete Anthony Mbogo amesema tayari wameanzisha uchunguzi wa kina kubaini chanzo kamili cha moto huo na kuwataka wakazi kumakinika katika malezi ya wanao na kukoma kuwafungia watoto ndani ya nyumba wanapoelekea kazini. Miili ya watoto hao imehifadhiwa katika makafani ya hospitali ya Thogoto ikisubiriwa kufanyiwa upasuaji kwa uchunguzi zaidi.
Imekuwa mingi, tulikuwa na mwingine kule Mwemuto pale kwa AP camp, na sasa hapa wiki 2 zilizopita. Kwa hivyo tuchunge vile tunatumia gas kwa nyumba, vile tunatumia stima, na hata tujali tukiona moto umetokea tuweze kushout.
Na polisi katika kaunti ndogo ya Matungulu, kaunti ya Machakos, wanachunguza mauaji ya Eunice Njeri Magwa wa umri wa miaka 63 ambaye mwili wake ulipatikana katika eneo la Mutalia kwa kando ya barabara ya Kangundo. Mwili wa mwathiriwa ambao ulikuwa umeharibika vibaya ulipatikana takriban mita 40 kutoka nyumbani kwake. Naibu kamanda wa kaunti ya Matungulu Masi Mugo, ambaye alidhibitisha kisa hicho, aliwataka wakazi kuunga mkono mamlaka kwa kutoa taarifa ili kusaidia kukabiliana na uhalifu katika eneo hilo. Masi alizidi kufichua kuwa mwili huo ulionyesha dalili za ubakaji na mauaji ya genge.
Hii njia tunapitanga kila wakati, na kama jana hakukuwa kitu kilikuwa hapo, lakini tukitembea hivyo tumesikia nduru kitu kama saa 5. Watu ndio wakaanza kukuja wakakuta ni mwili iko hapo, lakini hatuelewi ilikunja saa ngapi, kwa sababu hii ni njia inapitanga watoto wa shule, wengine wanalishanga huku. Kwa hivyo inaonekana ni kitu ilikunja ile masaa, haieleweki ni masaa ya saa ngapi.
Hata alitoka church, sijui akapitia huko shopping center ya huko, kakuja huku nyumba na wakachange, wakaeka vitu zenye walikuwa nazo church, sijui akakuja na huku. Sijui nikataonika kwa hapa. Sasa kutoka hapo sijui. Wakirudi kwa sababu mzee alirudi, shida ni mzee alirudi na akarara kwa nyumba. Kumuuliza, na wewe kwa sababu ulilala kwa nyumba, asubuhi yake uliacha mamangu kwa nyumba? Anasema hajui.
Our investigators went to the scene and they discovered the body, which was badly mutilated. The nose, the eyes and the scalp were missing. They also established that the lady was gang raped.
Naam, na sasa mtazamaji, wacha nikupeleke maeneo ya pwani kidogo ambapo awamu ya 5 ya kongamano la kidijitali ambalo huandaliwa na shirika la habari la Nation Media kila mwaka imeanza rasmi leo hii huko Diani. Kongamano hili limewaleta pamoja viongozi, wanabiashara na wavumbuzi kujadili masuala muhimu ya kiteknolojia. Mwenyekiti wa bodi ya NMG Wilfred Kiboro, gavana wa kaunti ya Murang'a Irungu Kang'ata, katibu mkuu wa habari na mawasiliano John Tanui pia wanahudhuria. Tunaungana na ripota wetu Yugen Nambeka ambaye yuko huko atujuze yanayojiri moja kwa moja. Yugen, pengine tuambie ni yapi yanaibuka kuhusiana na kongamano hilo leo hii?
Asante sana Wakesho, na kama tulivyowajuza watazamaji ni kwamba tuko katika eneo la Diani ambayo inapatikana kaunti ya Kwale, ambapo leo hivi kampuni ya Nation Media Group imeweza kuandaa hafla muhimu ambalo ni kongamano la 5 la kidijitali aswa
Naam, bila shaka tutakuwa tunaungana na Yugen baadaye. Sauti hapo kidogo iko na mushkil, lakini atakuwa anatufahamisha zaidi kuhusiana na kongamano hilo la kidijitali maeneo ya Diani pale kaunti ya bila shaka ni kaunti ya Kwale ile. Kwingineko ni kwamba mbunge wa Chesumei katika kaunti ya Nandi Paul Kibichi Biego amewasuta viongozi wa upinzani wa Azimio kwa kauli zao za migawanyiko baada ya kinara wa mrengo huo Raila Odinga kubwagwa kwenye kinyang'anyiro cha wenyekiti wa tume ya Umoja ya Afrika yani AUC kule Addis, Ethiopia. Akizungumza katika eneo bunge lake la Chesumei, Biego amemtetea Rais Ruto akisema alimpa Odinga uungwaji mkono wa hali ya juu na wa kutosha kwenye kinyang'anyiro hicho kushinda ambavyo Rais mstaafu Uhuru Kenyatta alivyomuunga wakati aligombea kiti cha urais. Mbunge huyo vile vile amesema serikali ya Kenya Kwanza haijuti kufeli kwa Raila kwenye azma yake ya kuwania kiti cha wenyekiti wa AUC, kwani huenda akapata nafasi kwenye serikali jumuishi. Bora aweze kuheshimu rais na kuacha siasa chafu za kuwagawanya wa Kenya kwa misingi ya kikabila.
All the opposition leaders, let me call upon Kenyans, do not divide, do not try and divide this country. This country is one. Raila Amolo Odinga joined hands with Mheshimiwa Ruto. We are now on broad-based. So musilete chuki. They are friends. Walienda paka Addis. So nyinyi raia musilete vurugu.
Tukiachana na hayo ni kwamba mamlaka ya kilimo na chakula chini ya Wizara ya Kilimo na Mifugo imetia mkataba kati yake na shirika la Macrut la Italia. Mkataba huo unalenga kuimarisha ufanyakazi kati ya Kenya na Italia, huku wakulima wa Kenya wakitarajiwa kuanza kuuza mazao yao chini ya shirika la Macrut. Mkataba huo vile vile umedokeza kuwa Macrut itaanza kufanya maonyesho ya mbinu bora za ukuzaji wa matunda na mboga hapa nchini Kenya. Makubaliano hayo yalitiwa sahihi kati ya rais wa shirika hilo Renzo Piracini na mkurugenzi mkuu wa mamlaka ya chakula Daktari Bruno Linyiru. Wengine waliohudhuria ni pamoja na balozi wa Italia Kenya Roberto Natali.
As an institution, we've organized, put mechanisms in place to make sure that what we do meets the needs of the importers, to make sure that the quality of the produce produced can be competitive out there.
With this move, we want to increase the relationship with Kenya and Macfruit. This is a long strategy.
We all know that this country has a strength, which is youth. But in the meantime, this youth must find jobs in the future. And so development is a must. It's not just a fantasy.
Na mtazamaji, taarifa za NTV ya dhuhuri tunapumua kidogo, lakini tunarejea tungali na mengi, usiondoke.
dark marks keep coming back? Any tips?
Double the vitamin C power. New Garnier Vitamin C Day and Night Serums. Daily with the #1 vitamin C serum to correct dark marks. At night, new 10% vitamin C serum to help prevent their reappearance. Together, twice as fast dark mark reduction. The power duo. New Garnier Vitamin C Day and Night Serums. By Garnier, naturally.
Indulge in the moment. With every spoonful of Delamere real fruit yogurt.
Buroti maguta, keja kwa mtaa mambo fiti. Nafungua bahasha wao nikismile, mambo ni muru wa cop imesota. Biza maplot, nikasip tu. Kani float ya mboka, leti kotop, nikasip tu.
Just a payslip. Get a mobile loan of up to 500,000 shillings or an unsecured loan of up to 9 million shillings. Visit a Cooperative Bank branch today. Cooperative Bank. We are you.
When I have back pain, I reach for 2 tablets of Panadol Extra. It's boosted by caffeine for fast relief of strong pain, like headache, toothache, and muscle pain. And I am finally released from pain and ready to be there for those who need me. Try Panadol Extra for fast and effective relief from strong pain.
Ngozi yako ina glow. Nilijipaka mafuta leo asubuhi nikikam, lakini skin yangu ishaparara and it looks so dull. Sis, see, it's the new Nice and Lovely Lemon Extract Body Lotion. Hiyo ndo secret yangu to a moisturized and bright skin. Usimix.
New Nice and Lovely Lemon Lotion, enriched with vitamin C and sunflower seed oil for 48-hour nourishing glow and brighter skin. Try Nice and Lovely Lemon Lotion today.
Looking for some mehe faster than you can say spill the tea? Well, I've got you covered.
Con entertainment, you know, we already got the vibe. So I got the beat, my moves ni kwako.
Join us for Chocha where the games are wild.
Kiss my dumb, right? Gachagua, Kindiki, Sakaja.
And of course, kwa na story inspiring ama ngoma noma, send in tutakuwakilisha kama kawa kama dawa.
Catch Beats and Buzz
only on NTV. Because it's gonna be mad and crazy.
Nakulike mekuma kama tattoo.
For fast relief of strong pain, like headache, toothache, and muscle pain. And I am finally released from pain and ready to be there for those who need me. Try Panadol Extra for fast and effective relief from strong pain.
Na bila shaka mtazamaji unaendelea kutazama taarifa za NTV adhuhuri. Karibu tena, tuendelee ambapo sekta ya utalii nchini Kenya imevunja rekodi kwa kupokea wageni wa kimataifa milioni 2.4 mwaka 2024, idadi ambayo ni ya juu zaidi katika historia ya Kenya. Katika ripoti ya utendaji wa sekta hiyo iliyotolewa leo na waziri wa utalii wa wanyamapori Rebecca Miano, imebainika kuwa idadi ya wageni waliotembelea Kenya iliongezeka kwa 15% ikilinganishwa na wageni milioni 2 waliorekodiwa mwaka 2023. Fatma Bugu na uketo wa taarifa hiyo.
Pamoja na kuongezeka kwa idadi ya watalii, mapato kutokana na utalii wa kimataifa yaliongezeka kwa 19.79 kutoka shilingi bilioni 377 2024.
Thank you very much.
Akizungumza wakati wa uzinduzi wa ripoti hiyo huko Mombasa, Waziri Miano amesema ukuaji huu umetokana na mikakati dhabiti ya serikali ya kufufua na kuboresha sekta ya utalii.
And so the combined visitor numbers for 2024 stands at 7.568 million.
Kwa upande wa sekta mbalimbali za utalii, Kenya ilishuhudia ongezeko kubwa katika utalii wa meli za kitalii.
From the report that was presented, we saw that the cruise ship sector grew by about 163%, which is impressive.
Waziri Miano ana matumaini kuwa sekta hii itaendelea kukua mwaka 2025.
There is need for more marketing to be enhanced. We believe that there is room to grow, and the best way to achieve this is through collaboration and bringing down the cost of marketing, particularly for private sector.
Aidha, serikali inaendelea kuimarisha ushirikiano kati ya sekta ya umma na binafsi ili kuongeza ushindani wa Kenya kama kivutio cha utalii cha kimataifa. Fatma Bugu, NTV, kutoka kaunti ya Mombasa.
Naam, shukran sana Fatma Bugu kwa taarifa hiyo. Mtazamaji, turejelee taarifa yetu ya awali, na ni kwamba awamu ya 5 ya kongamano la kidijitali ambalo huandaliwa na shirika la habari la Nation Media kila mwaka imeanza rasmi leo hii huko Diani. Kongamano hili limewaleta pamoja viongozi, wanabiashara na uvumbuzi kujadili masuala muhimu ya teknolojia. Mwenyekiti wa bodi ya NMG Wilfred Kiboro, gavana wa kaunti ya Murang'a Irungu Kang'ata, katibu mkuu wa habari na mawasiliano John Tanui pia wanahudhuria. Na sasa tunaungana na ripota wetu Yagen Nambeka ambaye yuko huko atujuze yanayojiri. Yagen, pengine tuambie ni yapi yanayojiri kuhusiana na kongamano hilo la kidijitali maeneo hayo ya Kwale?
Asante sana wa kesho, kama wanavyosema Waswahili kwamba leo ni leo na hatimaye kesho ni mwongo. Na hapa tulipo tuko katika hoteli ya Diani Reef ambapo shirika la NMG limeweza kuandaa kongamano la kidijitali awamu ya 5 ambayo kwa sasa imekuwa ikifanywa tangia mwaka wa 2021. Na yale mambo ambayo yameweza kujadiliwa leo ni kuhusiana sana na jinsi ambavyo mtandao umeweza kupenyeza hapa nchini, na kwamba kuna tetesi ya kwamba licha ya kuwa tumepiga hatua nyingi sana kama nchi kwa matumizi ya mtandao, bado asilimia takriban 64 hawajaweza kubahatika kutumia mtandao huu. Licha kando na hayo ni kwamba hapa tunapata kwamba kuna mambo mengi ambayo yanaendelea, na kwa sasa niko katika eneo moja ambapo nitakuwa nikiweza kutizama simu fulani, labda niweze kupiga hata kama ni picha nione jinsi ambavyo inaweza ni kwamba ni simu mzuri ambaye ni imewekwa hapa ili pia sisi tuweze kuitumia, na wale ambao wataweza kufika katika kongamano hili wanaweza kuangalia jinsi ambavyo simu hizi zimeweza wekwa kile ambacho tunaita akiliunde, ama wengi wao huwa wanaita AI, ama kwa lugha ya mayai ni AI, ya kwamba haya ni masuala ambayo yanaweza kupatikana katika eneo hili. Lakini kwanza kuna eneo ambalo nimefika na nitaweza kuzungumza na mmoja wao ili aweze kutueleza ni yepi ambayo anaweza kutuonyesha hapa, na kulingana na yale ambayo tunaita ni dijitali na uvumbuzi ambao ndio moja wapo mambo ambao tunaangazia leo. Sijui uweze kwanza kwa majina yako na utueleze leo mko hapa kufanya nini?
Okay, kwa majina naitwa Ken Jenga. I'm the founder of Alabai Logistics Innovations Limited. So basically what we have here ni boda black box.
Okay.
Or rather a data recorder which records the data of a boda, where we have the rider profiles, we record the speeds that he's been doing, giving real-time geographical locations, as required by the standards of the Kenyan government.
And I don't know, how does this help? When you're coming up with innovations, you always want to get to a place where you're solving a number of issues. What are you solving with this innovation?
So one, we have issues with bodas not being creditworthy assets. This is because of the risks involved. So most of the guys who are getting these bodas, some of them don't have a basic civic education. They don't have the radar training, and they also don't have the money to do it. So what happens is that most guys go and get loans, cheap loans from loan sharks. they maybe pay a small deposit, get on the road, because I mean this is the quickest form of employment now for the young guys. I mean, I've experienced it. Anytime you're doing the test and with the devices, we're on the road, you're always getting guys who are trying to ask you to give them a lift. So that shows you it's the easiest form of maybe making money right now because of the high rates of unemployment. So that also makes the guy not get insurance, because the insurance do not want to insure these gadgets. One, again, because of the risks involved. Now we have a device that comes and mitigates that. We are able to record the speeds that he does, the locations, and even his rider behaviors. So now we are able to take care of the insurer. We are able to take care of the financial manager. And we're also able to take care of the rider who is able to get an insurance. And in case of an accident, even the third party is able to be taken care of.
Asante sana Wakesho. Kama ulivyoona kwamba kuna uvumbuzi ambao umeweza kuelezwa hapa kwamba ni muhimu sana, na haswa tutakuwa tukiletea taarifa zingine nyingi kuhusiana na jinsi ambavyo watu wanazidi kufanya uvumbuzi hapa nchini, na jinsi ambavyo uvumbuzi huu unaweza kutusaidia kurekebisha ama kufanya mustakabali wetu kama Afrika kuendelea kuwa mzuri. Wacha nikurudishie kwako Wakesho. Asante.
Asante sana Yagen kutoka maeneo yale ya Kwale, akizungumzia swala zima linalofungamana na dijitali. Kumbuka mtazamaji, ndio mambo kileo, ndio mambo kisasa. Hii ni treni ambayo tayari ilishaondoka stesheni, na hivyo basi hatuna budi ila kuiabiri sote mambo dijitali. Asante sana. Haya mtazamaji, Teresia Muthoni, na hapa ni michezoni, ni kwamba alishinda dhahabu katika mbio za mita 1500 wakati wa raundi ya pwani ya Betika Bingwa Fest iliyofanyika uwanja wa chuo cha mafunzo ya walimu cha Shanzu jijini Mombasa. Muthoni alitumia muda wa sekunde 4 na sekunde 18.2 kung'aa. Nancy Jipkemei alimaliza wa pili, naye Aliposina Manani aliambulia nafasi ya 3. Wakati huo Shadrack Ngumbau alishinda mbio za mita 10,000 kwa muda wa dakika 29 na sekunde 34.5. Ezra Chelimo alikuwa wa pili, huku Benson Moshon akimaliza wa 3. Kwa upande wa kinadada basi Diana Chepkorir alitamba kwa muda dakika 35 na sekunde 3.6 na kufuatiwa na Deborah Chemutai aliyekuwa wa pili, naye Diana Wanza akawa wa 3. Washindi wa dhahabu wa mita 10,000 walituzwa shilingi 10,000.
Kajiado County, and I'm coach Francis Kamamufai. I'm one of the 20 gold medalist in the year 2021, and for today I'm very glad for the win.
Na tumeona kiwango cha juu cha talanta. Athletes ama wanariadha wamejitokeza kwa wingi, wamekimbia kwa uzuri, na tumefurahia kile ambacho tumeona.
Na kampuni ya Kamaria SportSpesa imejikita katika kugundua na kukuza vipaji mashinani na kitaifa. SportSpesa chini ya utawala wake afisa mkuu mtendaji Ronald Karauri imewekeza kitita cha shilingi milioni 70 ambazo zitashindaniwa katika makala ya pili ya tamasha ya Tujiamini ya mwaka 2025.
Last year tulikuwa tumespend 30 million kwa Tujiamini. Kama SportPesa for the year 2025 tumeongeza investment yetu ya Tujiamini, tutaifikisha 70 million shillings. Alafu kwa wale wameshinda, nataka tukuwapatia message. Hiyo jani yenu haiishi hapa. Kama SportPesa tuna recognize talents, tunawapatia platform, tunataka mpande juu. Umeona kuna watu wanaenda Dubai kufanya cycling. Kuna watu wametravel pia kufanya athletics, na wameanzia tu hapa kwa Tujiamini. Sisi tutaendelea kusupport na tutaendelea kuiongeza. Tunajua 2025 itakuwa kubwa.
Na zaidi ya timu 45 za volleyball na 30 za soka kutoka kaunti ya Nandi zinatarajiwa kushiriki kwenye mashindano ya Legem yatakayofanyika Machi 1 na 2 mwaka huu katika uwanja wa Kamungei, eneo bunge la Mosop, kaunti ya Nandi. Waziri wa michezo katika kaunti ya Nandi Rose Angira pamoja na katibu wa wakfu wa Legem Paul Kemboi wamesema madhumuni ya mashindano hayo ni kukuza vipaji mashinani. Serikali ya kaunti ya Nandi itashirikiana na wadau mbalimbali wa michezo kutoa sare na mipira kwa timu ambazo zitashiriki. Wakati huo shirika la kukabiliana na dawa marufuku michezoni ADAK linalenga kutoa mafunzo kuhusu athari za dawa marufuku kwa wachezaji.
ile dawa ya faida. Uko na 14 acres. Na umeweka ile dawa ya faida. Uko na
we welcome all to come and participate so that we can be able to even nurture talent, we can be able to scout for talent, and we can be able to develop talent, which is our core mandate. As a department, we want to say that we are in support of this great initiative, and we are going to support by giving sports equipment.
Kimataifa ni kwamba vinara wa ligi kuu ya Uingereza Liverpool walipanua pengo la alama 8 kileleni mwa msimamo baada ya kutoka sare ya mabao mawili na Aston Villa ugenini Villa Park. Mohamed Salah aliwaweka wekundu uongozini kunako dakika 29 kabla ya Yuri Tillmans kuikombolea Villa dakika 38. Oli Watkins alipachika mchakato huu. Mimi ni Cecilia wa Kesho Mathuva, hadi wakati mwingine na kutakia adhuhuri njema. Kwaheri.
This is NTV.
The Bundesliga has entered a crucial week as the top two clubs in Germany prepare for a heavyweight showdown. All eyes will be on the Bay Arena on Saturday when defending champions Bayer Leverkusen host Germany's most successful club, Bayern Munich. And a win for either side could have huge ramifications for the destination of the Bundesliga title.
Just a payslip. Get a mobile loan of up to 500,000 shillings or an unsecured loan of up to 9 million shillings. Visit a Cooperative Bank branch today. Cooperative Bank. We are you.
All you're doing is dealing with the administrative part of the tax collection process. You still need to drive the economic growth to then be able to sustain your collections. We are very early adopters. You know, continents like Europe are still grappling with how to go about it. We've gone from where we're talking about, globalization of the economy to where we're now focusing on localization of economies. Indirect taxes are, like you say, they go-to taxes for a lot of governments at the moment. The regression in indirect taxes is there, and that then calls for critical thinking by policymakers, even as you're going to this easy to collect taxes.
There are ways that you haven't changed. I can still tell when you're lying, like when you were a little girl. What are you hiding from me, dear?
Dario and Di are in love.
Did you hear that?
Did you leave him seeing stars?
The entire Milky Way, sweetheart.
I'm not a child anymore. I'm 18 and I am old enough.
Even so, this guy's much older than you.
It doesn't matter. That's an issue between me and Dario.
You are the one.
Sensodyne gives you long-lasting protections against sensitivity. And people come in and they're like, oh, it works. I can have ice cream and I'm not in any discomfort. I recommend Sensodyne because it works. It's brilliant.
Acne-prone skin, soap is not enough. Try Pure Active, the #1 anti-pimple cleanser with salicylic acid and charcoal, proven to reduce pimple-causing germs by up to 99.5%. 3 actions: wash, scrub, mask. For pure and clear skin. Garnier Pure Active 3-in-1 Charcoal by Garnier, naturally.
When I have back pain, I reach for 2 tablets of Panadol Extra. It's boosted by caffeine for fast relief of strong pain, like headache, toothache, and muscle pain. And I am finally released from pain and ready to be there for those who need me. Try Panadol Extra for fast and effective relief from strong pain.
NTV, turning on your world. The following program has been rated PG. It may contain scenes unsuitable for children under the age of 10.
People with chronic ailments like hypertension, diabetes, they travel long distances to go to level 5 hospital, which is only one in Murang'a, to seek expert Medicare. To save on that, we came up with the idea of telemedicine after we did internet connection in all 160 facilities in Murang'a. So therefore, there's a part of Murang'a that is near forest, Abadeas. So in the Abadeas, you don't have to come to Murang'a town, which is about 100 kilometers away. You just go to the nearest dispensary. You enter into a room, there's a video or a TV, and then you talk to the doctor who is in Murang'a, and then you get prescription and you are able to get treatment when you are still near the forest. Then we have skipped that. We go to Murang'a Youth Service. Kenya has a problem of youth unemployment. We cannot practically employ all young people in Murang'a County government. So we came up with the idea that if you are a young person who is unemployed, you come to chief's office, you ballot. If you pick yes, we give you short work opportunity, temporary. You sweep our towns. Every day we pay you 400 shilling. 100 shilling goes to the parent. 300 is yours. Then after cleaning for 2 months, we take you to a polytechnic owned by the county. Then after you get a trade, you get a skill, let's say tailoring, mechanic, plumbing, hairdressing. Then we pay for you NITA examination, grade 3 test. Then after you pass, we give you 15,000 as seed capital to go and establish your opportunity. After one set of cohort goes off, another set of course comes in. As at now, we have about 5,000 young people who have undergone that program. Then we have the program for solarization. You know, Kenya Power costs are quite high. So we came up with the idea to solarize our dispensaries. I think we have done 50% of them in our offices. The other one is, the last one is, go to the last page. Yes, distribution of certified maize. And this one I thank the Ministry of Agriculture, particularly the PS. He has been quite good. So we buy certified maize and provide it to the farmers, together with the fertilizer that the national government has. We pay that amount that is supposed to be paid by the farmer, so the farmer gets certified and free and fertilizer. And this has been quite impactful because previously farmers were not buying certified maize, and the yields used to be very low. But last season, for the first time, we saw Murang'a doubling its maize production. Let me now go to the technologies. Now, all these are the programs that Murang'a County has, but we have now to bring technology. So, the first one is about incomes, own source revenue. How to fund this program, Murang'a needs money. So we had to bring technology to boost its own source revenue. And therefore, the first thing we did was to automate our revenue streams. And they're about that. We are talking of parking, cess, hospital, lands, all of them. Previously, Murang'a used to have 500 million Kenya shillings on average own source revenue per annum. After automation, it jumped to 1.2 billion. So when you look at on your left, we start with the first one. Yes, on this left, you can see the various revenue streams, whether parking, market, whatever. Inside there, you can see the number of registered users. There are 280,000. You can, as at now, that's live data. Murang'a has 163 vehicles that have paid for parking as at now today. On the right, at the end, you can see the trucks that have paid cess. That way, up to the last facility. The next one is for single business permits, people who have shops. If you want to get a license or a liquor permit, you go to the internet, you apply, and then you print your certificate. It's self-assessment. And as at now, we are able to monitor how many people have applied for the same permits. The other one is, this is now for lands. You want to apply for lease, subdivision, or building permit. Again, you ask your architect to go to the internet and apply for those. And then finally, you get your building permit. Next one is for hospitals. A law was done in the National Assembly, in the Parliament, saying that hospitals and medical facilities should now not send money to the county headquarters, but expend at source at the facility level. But now a question came, how do you ensure they do proper procurement? So we developed this system to help them, those facilities, to do a fairly objective procurement. So therefore, if you are a medical superintendent of, let's say, Maragua Hospital, so you'll go, you raise your requisition, and then through the system, people will bid, Then finally, an LP will be generated and goods will be delivered. This other one is for human resource. If you're an employee in Murang'a, you are seeking, let's say, leave, promotion, training. Again, you don't have to do a letter. You go to this system, you apply, and then those processes will be done using this system. This one is for motor vehicles. Murang'a County has about 80 motor vehicles, some carrying governor, deputy, CEC. Others are service vehicles like an ambulance or garbage. But previously, there were cases of misuse. So to avoid that, we fitted all the vehicles with a tracker. So if we see you entering a bar, we just send a text and the vehicle becomes immobile. If there's an accident and we want to see what speed you are traveling in, we can always play back and see what speed you are traveling in. If for any reason, let's say we want to know where you are, you can see the map of the country. The vehicle, at what speed it's traveling in, will be able to track using this system. Yes, you can skip that one. Now, this is one of now among the most important innovation. This was done in collaboration with the Ministry of Health, and I really want to thank our people there, particularly a computer scientist called Jared. When it was designed, I think it was only one public hospital that had deployed it. I think it was Kitengela, and I think University of Nairobi. So Murang'a went and took this system and deployed it in all 164 public facilities. If you want to know, for instance, you can see there, show facility, there. Go scroll down. All those are all Murang'a County facilities, from number 1 to the last one. All of them have internet, all of them have gadgets. So when a person goes to those facilities, you don't carry a physical card. You go with an ID. And then you are treated, you go home. So the kind of data we see on our side is the one on the dashboard. Like now you can see as of today, the people who are in our hospitals are 5,737. They have gone there for those diseases in the middle, the diagnosis. So you can see the most recurring disease is pain in joint or amoebas. So that then helps us to plan in terms of what kind of medicine we shall stock. On the right there, M-Pesa, you can see how much money we have gotten as at now. If we click there, you can see the money we'll ask Britam. If you click Kangata Care, this is the money we will claim from SHA, which they ought to pay us today for the services we have rendered for people under SHA who are in Kangata Care. There below the prescription, it shows out of 10 people who have gone to the pharmacy, how many have gotten a prescription, full or partial, or they did not get a prescription. So that then helps us to plan and know what is missing in our stores or not. And you can even drill other information, including death reports. The other day we checked and we realized men are dying twice the rate of women in Murang'a Level 5 Hospital. Next is the solar. Now, our solar systems have been fitted with this automation, so we are able to see to what extent are we off-grid or we are still within the grid. This is now Maragua Hospital. We are able to know to what extent are we saving money using the solar. This other one is now a new one. It is, the skeleton of this system has been made, but there's a lot of data that needs to be added on this. There was a donation that was done to Murang'a County by Food Agriculture Organization, FAO, a United Nations agency. they brought what we call a GIS system. But now we needed to come up with a system which was developed. Through it, now it has brought in the element of satellite information. And various layers will be built on that system. We'll be able now to link, let's say, to know plot X. The people who are inside there, have they paid for rates? Because now we can be able to link all those other data to a physical geospace. And currently it is the one we are doing now to feed a lot of information so that now going forward, people don't just pay. We know where they are paying from in regard to a physical space. This one is for bursary. This one is for, if you are applying for bursaries, we tell people to apply digitally, although there has been a little bit of resistance, particularly the ones we talk of ward bursaries, because we use our colleagues in the assembly to do ward bursaries, and quite a majority of them prefer physical, because wananchi out there, there's an element where a leader may want physical contact with the mwananchi. But for some types of bursaries, we have been able to digitize. This one has also faced resistance. This is the a clocking system using a mobile phone. The idea is government employees come late generally. So we decided, how do we bring in a clocking system? The other one, the original one, was people to come, you put your thumb. But you know, there's hygiene issues. So one of our computer scientists devised this one where when you come up with a phone, and that phone has this application, within a certain, let's say, Murang'a headquarters, then your entrance there is digitally recorded automatically. So there has been, employees are saying we are intruding into their privacy because they feel as if we can now know where they are at any given time, which is not true. But for now, the people who are using it are chief officers. We told them, you guys, you must use it. Like now, my friend Gushu, it is there. Can you check for Gushu? We see how many times Gushu has been attending. We told them, you are the only, you know, chief officers are the PSs, and PSs tend to be the hearts of any government. So for them, we told them it's a must. Like now, Gushu, can you check for Gushu? Yes, Gushu here is the chief officer for communication. He used to work for Nation. How many days? Yeah. It shows he has been absent forever. I did. Oh, yes, he was on leave. Can you show in January? Let's see whether he was somewhere in January. Let's see whether he was somewhere in January. Yeah. So, yeah. So you are able to see whether it has recorded whether. Let's see whether Gushu was there in January. Yes, January. Go to January. We see whether. Well, anyway, we'll have a conversation. We'll have a conversation. No, I know where. Don't worry. He must have been there. You know, I know my friend Gushu is a very hardworking. Okay. We can also look at one of the developers of this system, Mr. Kip Koril. There is our chief as a social media. Let's see whether the maker is also is also absent. Yeah. Oh, the year. Oh, is the year. Can you check whether 2025 is still absent? Yeah. Or is there a bug or something? But anyway, okay, can you show us which chief officer has been the most hardworking? We see who has been. Last year we awarded. We decided not to use it as a punishment tool. We use it in the opposite side. Whoever comes work most gets an award. Yeah, that way, people who is not more of punishment, it is more of encouraging. So no one will be punished, but we are noting. Yes, let me now come to the lessons. No, let me now come to the lessons and the challenge. Let me start with the challenges. Challenge number one of these technologies is one, stability of the internet. So often we find internet collapsing, and it's even worse when you are dealing with healthcare. Because you see, that means when the system collapses in Murang'a level 5, services stop. We no longer have physical records, so we can't move. If you are in a theater and then these systems, the internet collapses, then the doctor doesn't even know how to proceed. How to deal with that has been to introduce other internet providers, to have two. I'm sure you're aware there's a new entrant in this market of internet. We have the old guy and the new guy to try to complement. But I'm sure the new guy, I think, has stopped. I think he has said Kenyan market is saturated. Yeah. He's no longer allowing new things. I really hope, because I see the ICT gurus here from the government, competition, I think, is healthy from where I see it. So I would really nudge the government not to. We were discussing about regulatory regime. I think having more players helps. Yeah, and you can see this is a life and death decision. So I would really propose as a county that we allow more players in the internet market, so that if there's a problem in A, we can move to B. The other issue is the issue of servers. Where do we store this data? Some of these systems are in clouds, but others are not in clouds. Like this one for health. This one is something that we decided not to have a Murang'a system, because health is universal, it's national. We don't have Murang'a standards, we have national standards. So therefore, it is domiciled at the Ministry of Health. So if Ministry of Health system go down, Murang'a shuts. And it has happened. We were discussing with the PS there, and he said that they are migrating to clouds. I really urge the national government to hasten that process of shifting, particularly afia.ke, to clouds. Otherwise, if they remain domiciled at Afia House, Murang'a will suffer, and it does suffer. The other one issue is change management. Let me first talk positive on Murang'a County staff. They have been very positive. They have embraced technology in a very positive manner. And they really, I can only, like a good example are the revenue officers. They have said before they used to carry money in cash. Now that it's no longer in cash, no one can do a harm against them. So that has been positive. But still, of course, there's work in progress, particularly like now this one for clocking in. That's something we need to. So that then demands we continuously having training and discussions. The other challenge on matters technology is the increased traffic. which causes congestion in the system. Like now, this telemedicine, you know what bandwidth is needed to ensure stable video streaming is quite large, and therefore how we would wish maybe assistance from the national government to increase the bandwidth, particularly on this other one for video streaming for telemedicine. The other challenge we see is cost. To buy computers, to pay monthly internet, like now, thank you so much, Safaricom. I don't know whether they are here, but God bless Safaricom. Because we owe them a lot of money, be assured we have done a supplementary to pay your money. But I think we can only say they have been a positive company to the growth of internet in public sector in Murang'a County government. But it's a cost that is quite expensive to every month. I think it was a cost. And they did a great job, particularly in the health sector. I think they deployed their staff to boost internet in all our health facilities, including the remote facilities. So thank you, Safaricom. But I don't know how we can make the cost of internet, particularly in public sector, a little bit cheaper. Finally, what are the lessons? Maybe for the country. One, I think this country needs to employ more computer scientists, particularly coders, in public sectors. If these systems we had bought from the private sector, it would have been extremely expensive. But now Murang'a decided to bring young coders and give them job opportunities. And they are the ones who have been doing this work for free as part of their employment. And therefore, I think more software engineers, if they were to join public sector, I think we would have a situation where technology is adopted by more and more places, as opposed to buying them out there in the private sector, who will charge you an arm and leg to get one single system. I also believe that this country has very good computer scientists and coders who can be able to help us as a country create better systems, make our work efficient, and therefore make public sector more effective and move us to a more digital world. Another lesson I have seen out of this is the common mwananchi is ready for a digital world. We may think in our mind that technology is for the young, tech savvy. I don't know whether, Meshach, you can show the one for Inua Mkulima. This one is almost 90% by the elderly in Murang'a, because you see, these are the people who have cows. These are the people who have who do mangoes. But they are able to use it and interact with it, because it's an e-wallet that we created in the system. So you go to a shop, a certain amount of money is deducted. So I've realized that we might think that technology is for Nairobians, for the educated, but there is a way even the rural people can adapt technology, and we move this country forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Governor, for that presentation. I think when you began by speaking about the things that you're doing in Murang'a, one of the questions, where are you getting this money? That's what I even started looking at your own source revenue. I was really, trying to understand where the money is coming from, and to some extent you've explained. And we look forward to just getting a better sense of all this. So, ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, I'd like us to get into the conversation, still continuing with this matter of health. So I will call on to my panel, Harry Kimtai, the Principal Secretary, State Department of Medical Services. Karibu sana, and we are grateful that you're here. Yes, let's appreciate him. Dr. Irun Kangata as well, who just joined us on stage, the governor of the county government of Murang'a. And last but not by any means least, Dr. Rilwan Adan, the head of Lions Diabetes Care Center, to come and join us. The lady on the panel, karibu sana. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for being part of this. Again, this is yet another conversation that might need its own conference. Let me just put it out there because of how much there could be to speak about this. And the topic of this discussion is the future of digital healthcare in Africa, scaling innovation for impact. And when we narrow it down even further, we are looking at highlighting how emerging technologies, data-driven solutions, and strategic investments are driving scalable and sustainable healthcare innovations. So something that is really important on this is about data-driven. And before I come to the to what I may call the duty bearers, I'm going to begin with you, Daktari. For you at when you're having, where do you get the data from to make decisions? Because ideally we should make decisions for also to we want to understand how things are Palekwa ground. You know, there's what could be said as our target, our intentions, but what is the data telling you, and what is the source of your data as you even make decisions around your investments or just how your strategy is?
Thank you very much. So for us at the Lions Sidefast Eye Hospital, I'm a physician, by the way, not an eye doctor. So I'm a diabetologist by profession. So I work more in the NCD space, non-communicable disease space. And for us at the hospital, we have an electronic health record system. So with this, most of our patients, bear in mind diabetes, hypertension, and other non-communicable diseases, these are chronic patients. They keep coming back. They keep doing investigations, and we keep following them up based on this. So with our electronic health record system, we can be able to track some of these investigations, like what was their sugar 3 months ago, the average sugars, what is it this month, what was it last year. So we have a sort of graphical data which shows us the pattern of how it is going. In the diabetes space right now with technology, we have what we call continuous glucose monitoring systems, which we have in our hospital. And with this, patients don't have to keep pricking themselves to check their sugars. So they just put a patch on, every 2 weeks change the sensor, and with this we can get on my platform, and the patient has it on the app, and they can follow that app. They can follow their data. So with this too, we have a picture for the patients in terms of how are they doing while at home, how are they doing. So this is a 24-hour system in the sense that we can be able to picture whether they're having highs or lows, and based on this we can intervene, be it by medication, be it by their lifestyle modification, be it through their food and all that. And on top of that, we're using a telemedicine platform, which again, with the patient's data, we can be able to see while they're at home, they call us, and we can be able to see how is this going on at the moment. Apart from that, we've just deployed, just last week, we had a major health camp. So Lions, you know them for doing community health screenings for the eye and all that, but now we've complemented it with the non-communicable diseases as well, majorly diabetes, hypertension, obesity, which is now classified as a chronic disease. So we have a system where we are collecting data in the community, and it's AI powered. So with this, we're doing a lot of risk stratifications for patients. So when you see patients coming to health camps, they're essentially normal. They just come and check themselves as a wellness and see that they're doing well and so forth. So with this, we are able to, using the AI, we can be able to risk stratify them. Are you at high risk? And this is not only through the parameters we are collecting, but through short medical histories, through their family histories, through their dietary patterns. And with this, the machine learning model can be able to tell us, is this patient at high risk? Is this patient at low risk? Where can we intervene? And this is more now, we don't wait for these patients to come to the hospital for us to manage the condition. However, we are going the preventative aspect. We can tell them, you need to now, you're at high risk and you need to do this and that, so that you can prevent yourself from going into hypertension, you can prevent diabetes, and with your weight, you can manage your weight like this and like that. So those are the kind of tools we're deploying so that we can be able not only to manage the chronic conditions, but also prevent.
All right, thank you very much. I want to come to the PS. In regards to data, so that, because the idea is that the data that we'd collect would be used in terms of informing policy and the likes. What is the source of the data that the government is using to make decisions, and how reliable is this data? Maybe we could just start there.
Thank you. I think first and foremost, as you talk of data, there must be an instrument, a legal instrument that supports you in collection of this data. That's why, and specifically the electronic data that you're talking about. That's why in 2017, we came up with the Health Act, which then provided for a provision or coming up with a digital digital data that is supposed to be collected. And in 2023, we now came up with a Digital Agents Act that created an agency that is able to go and collect all the data in all the healthcare system. So that's why we've now established that agency, and then this agency is supposed to come up with what's called the Integrated Health Information System that is able to allow connectivity in all the facilities so that it doesn't become a standalone data in this particular facility. Now, we want this data across the country to be collected and to be stored in a specific way, or in a way that it can be used by all the service, what's called the healthcare providers, to be able to make a decision for the purpose of arriving at prescriptions for that matter. So without the legal framework, it was going to be very difficult to collect this data. And therefore, right now, as Excellency Kang'ata has just told us about what they're doing in Murang'a, for example, and you can see what are the diseases prevalent in that area or common diseases that you need to intervene. And therefore, it helps you in making a decision. If it is issues of, say, cholera, that means in an issue of hygiene, what interventions you need to put there? It's about prevention, cleanness. So it helps in decision making because the interventions becomes more precise, as my sister has just talked about here, because you're able to predict based on the data. And the more you collect this data, the more it becomes accurate, because it's able to do what's called, now we've talked about issues of, my brother there was talking of machine learning, the intelligence. So you see, a doctor now is, you can say it's providing accurate information, because of the information data that you've given, that doctor is able to cure that patient using the correct prescription. So the first thing that we have done is basically to provide enabling environment with a legislative framework that gives the providers an opportunity to collect the data without any fear, because now with the data protection laws, we are supposed to come up with the proper laws that will be able to support the healthcare service providers. So for us as a government, the first thing we started is look at the legal framework. Is it there? Once it is there, then how do we make sure that it's totally integrated? And now what Kang'ata is doing is now going to be replicated across the 47 counties. So you'll not have a patient now who has been treated in Murang'a, goes to Nairobi, and then Nairobi starts afresh. All right? We want this data now. A patient should be able to move with their data wherever they go. That doctor, if it is in Nairobi, the patient should be seen. What were the challenges? Records are there. Was it diabetes? Was it hypertension? What are the kind of a prescription has been given. Do we need to change? So the guesswork will not be there anymore because of the source of data. So that's what we are doing. And we've, when you hear about the digital superhighway that the Ministry of Health has come up with, it's a purpose of linking all the facilities. We also realize that it's in the private sector that they had really done a lot of digitization. They had computerized their systems, but within the public facilities, we had not digitized. And that's why we came up with this program to make sure that now we digitize all our public facilities and also allow the private sector to link up to this system. So all the systems, the health ecosystem now will be kept in one cloud or one storage space. And therefore, any healthcare provider will be able to access data of that patient.
And do we have timelines as to when this will be ready? It sounds very good, quite honestly, because it becomes even, it saves a lot of time. Like you're saying, I go to hospital A, I get a number of checks done. When I go to another one, I start from scratch. Do we have a timeline as to when we'll have this kind of achieved?
Yes, we have a timeline. Our timeline is September 30th. We want to make sure that we have digitized all the public facilities. And as we digitize the public facilities, the private sector should also plug into this integrated digital superhighway. So it's going to be a one ecosystem. So our deadline is 30th of September. We have actually supported the counties. Excellency Gangado was talking about the cost of equipment, the cost of internet. All this has been factored in that program for digitization of our healthcare system. So that's an ambitious program that we have undertaken. And I think if you look at our country and where we are, we might be among the first one in Africa to do that. I was in Egypt recently, and we had an engagement with the Ministry of Health officials there. When we exchanged the information, we realized they were going phases. They were going, say, county by county. But us as a nation, Kenya, I think we have taken what's called the giant leap, and we want to achieve that. And it is actually achievable from where I come from. I mean, from where I sit.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we'll pick on that in a bit. Governor, you have, I mean, you have been on record when PS and team were rolling out SHA, SHIF, and you had your reservations around it. You felt there were things that should be done to improve it. And a lot of it still was around how it was being done. Do you feel that your concerns have been addressed? And if not, we have him here. Tumalize kesi mara moja.
Yes, you know, when a baby is born, he does not, he cannot be born and start running, or to eat food. It takes time. So maybe we can give them time, but definitely there are issues. Issues number one is the portal continuously keep on, how do I call it? It is a little bit stability issues of the portal. Secondly, NHIF used to tell people to pay 3 months for you to access benefits. SHA is allowing 1 month. But you see now that means once a person pays 1 month, we give service as a county. When we go to claim, SHA sees that person is no longer contributing, then SHA stops, disallows that payment. So it becomes a burden on the county. The patient got the service, but we can't claim from SHA. So maybe they need to return the idea that was there of NHIF that everyone should pay at least 3 months. The other issue, which we have noted from SHA, is the idea of pre-authorizations through the system. I know that can be done a little bit better. Finally, and I'm not so sure whether this one has anything to do with technology. I think it is outside the technological issue, which are the key ambit of this conference. But now that you have asked, now that we are here, I might have to say it. Two aspects of it is the cost. as a county government, particularly because of Kangata Care, the other day, we were looking how much we are paying per patient per month. It is about 700 or so. Previously, NHIF used to be 500. But now when you do an average of Kangata Care, after they did the mean testing, which was technologically driven, the average shot up. It came to 700. So it has become more expensive as a county. And I was surprised when we triangulated that thing to private sector. We are finding other private companies that are saying they can offer the same service at a cheaper rate of about 600 or 550. So you wonder, okay, we are government, so we have a moral duty to support our counterparts in the national government, but why pay more when we can obtain the same service at the private sector at a cheaper amount? Leave alone that also. There's a problem of money, the rebates, the money, the claims, how much they pay us back when you offer the service. The money has become little. We are getting little money now from SHA compared to what we are getting from NHIF. And if you were to go outside there, maybe we could get more money being paid back to Murang'a County and I guess other counties, which then means we really suffer in terms of restocking our medicine, restocking all other things that help our health sector become better. I hope and I pray, maybe these are teething problems. I know PS here means well. That one I know particularly is a very open and transparent PS. I also know maybe the national government, as time goes by, they'll be able to retweak these issues. But I pray that those issues be looked into sooner. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And you could see the governor was very careful with his expressions. But if you read between the lines, he's hoping and praying. It's it's two layers. So before I come to Dr. PS, there are some things that he has raised which would be good for you to respond to.
Thank you. I think Excellency Gangata has been very honest. Let's just face it that way. Number one, and he has also said clearly that this baby was just born the other day, hardly 5 months. And what do you expect? The issue of the portal, that was, I can call it, when we were rolling out, we needed what's called, we could not do it across the country, developing of the system. So we came up with what's called the minimum viable service product. And the minimum viable service product for this case, for us to process the claims, for example, from the counties, we required to develop a portal. As we look at the entire ecosystem of hospital information management system that is now going to be deployed. In fact, Kangata is among the first ones who have deployed that Afya KE, which is the hospital information management system that will now help and manage the entire ecosystem. So at this particular stage, the claims that is processing, I think it's still under the portal, and that's why you see there's a little bit of challenge. And the traffic, as the traffic also is increasing, we needed to expand. And I was just giving him a confirmation, and I think he called his the ICT advisor, and we concurred that indeed we are improving on this portal. We are going to roll out the entire integration, which is going to be done very soon once we finish with the issue of cloud, and I think he talked about it. Because by end of this month, we should have installed the cloud that will be able now to accommodate more storage for the purpose of processing and to increase our speeds. The issue of pre-authorization, in fact, that has been one of the biggest challenges that we have faced. Number one is that NHIF previously, we didn't have a lot of doctors in terms of the human resource, and therefore we had more of clinical officers, we had more of nurses, and all the time the doctors will make a request, write a request and say, we need to do this particular procedure. So it will go to the system and it's like reviewed, and then authorization is given for that process to proceed. We have now changed that, and using technology, what you're doing is we are posting that responsibility back to the doctor who is managing that particular patient or that particular care. And the doctor, since we have the records of the doctor, he is the one who was authorized. And at the SHA level, we just do what's called audits. So we have increased, or we have actually given authorization immediately, and you find now that immediately the doctor makes a request, it doesn't take more than 30 minutes, because that is now like automatic. What happens is, at the time of processing of claims, we are now going to be more meticulous in ensuring that that particular procedure, was it the right procedure that was prescribed? Was it required for management of that case? You've had cases where we used to have a lot of knee surgeries, all right? A hospital just specializes in knee surgery. You find all their claims all about knee surgeries. So we are trying to eliminate that, and the only way is now to get data. The stories, from the data we have, we're already starting to profile some of the facilities, because data is now there. We're able to see how many knee surgeries are you able to do in a particular day. So that's helping us in terms of pre-authorization. So the counties or the facilities not see this issue of pre-authorization challenges. That has been handled. The issue of the benefit package. Sorry,
you're saying it's been handled, but I think if I got the governor right, that it's still ongoing, that there's a 3-month versus 1 month kind of situation he's spoken about.
No, on the pre-authorization, I think we are out of that, because in the month of January, you remember when you used to have a lot of complaints of people queuing, going to SHA offices saying we need authorization. A patient stays for 3 days without going through the procedure of, say, its operation. We realized the delays were being caused by the human intervention. So we had to allow the system to pre-authorize, but give the information to the officers to do reviews when they are processing their claims. So now it is automated, kind of, if you want to call it that way. The other issue is on the benefits that SHA provides compared with NHIF. I think on the area of surgery, I can confirm to you that it's more than what NHIF used to provide. On the area of oncology, we had a problem. I think it was reduced under the Social Health Insurance Fund, because we expected the emergency, chronic, and critical illness funds to be used for the purpose of provision of payments. But because we did not roll out that, because of the finance bill, but now we are going to reintroduce it, and we are reviewing these oncology services by another 150,000, so it will go back to more than what NHIF used to provide. So that has already been handled. The other issue is, of course, we realize also we were very, very economical on some of the benefit packages, because we expanded the scope that NHIF used to, compared with what NHIF used to provide. So we became, we expanded, and we also reduced some of the benefits. What we have now done is we have developed or come up with the benefit package review committee that is now going to look at the actual cost of this service, not the one that we had tried to optimize. Because you've realized that now Kenyans want to get the actual cost of that particular service. Facilities, as mentioned by Kangada, they are getting less revenue because of that optimization. But now, once we review that benefit package, their revenue will start going up, because we are going to increase the benefit premium. The other issue is on the payments of the premiums. Yes, we are using the means testing. We went to Murang'a County. They requested that we do the means testing for the vulnerable group that they are paying for. And the law is very clear. If you are paying for the indigents, the vulnerable, we use what's called the base premium rate. The base premium rate is 808. So that means you are bringing more people into the pool, and these people have to be treated, and therefore the base premium, if you are to pay for everybody, then it means at least 808. So we are using the base premium which is provided for in the Act, and that's what we entered into agreement with the Murang'a County. The issue of payments, I think we are up to date when it comes to claims now. We do not have claims that are more than 90 days as provided for in the law. We are up to date, and they will be seeing their claims. I mean, the payments will be more faster because it is actually an automated process. At the accounts before NHIF, there used to be so many layers of approvals when it comes to claims. By the time it reaches the headquarters, it has already gone beyond 90 days. But now, it is going to be, you process your claim. When you're done with the billing, it automatically hits the account section of SHA, and there are probably only 2 processes. That is the finance controller and the accountant, just to confirm the availability of funds. The finance controller, once that is done, payments, it will be authorized, and it will hit the SHA accounts to pay the facilities. So there's going to be a lot of improved service in that area, and there's not going to be any other delay of payments when it comes to claims. So given this period that we have requested of, by September, you will see a lot of efficiency in all the areas or the sectors that we have targeted for digitization. So with the patience that we are asking for, just by September, we expect all our systems to be up and running to its optimal performance. So that's how we want to judge ourselves, because we realize we want to spread this thing for like 2 years, and that is not possible if we are to achieve universal healthcare coverage, because we want services in Murang'a to be similar to services in Mombasa, Kwale, and everyone else, or any other facility. So we are going to see a lot of improvement in our systems, and that's what we have agreed with our partners. We have what's called a plan that will be able to deliver that within the period that we have agreed.
All right. Dr. Rilwan, what has your experience with the engagement with SHA been as an organization?
I think the governor has covered most of it, probably. As regards to the benefits package, I think, which Dr. has said is being reviewed, which is a good idea, because the chronic diseases, especially, I think you guys favored a lot the surgeons compared to the medical side of the management, but I think it's being reviewed and we are waiting to see. I think when it comes to the benefits package, it's good to be on the ground and see what's available, how much it costs, especially for our patients who are chronic patients and they come all the time, to medications and to their monitoring devices and all that. Not only just what is on the ground, but also what is quality care, because we have a lot of, we had this discussion actually in our society meeting when we were meeting with them. It's that my diabetes patients, right now, I think Governor can agree with me that the commonest cause of kidney failure is diabetes and hypertension. We can prevent this kidney failure, but how the benefits package was being looked at, I think NHIF did not even have transplant services, which SHA has introduced, which was a brilliant idea. But we could prevent most of this, which is much more costlier, by managing the hypertension and the diabetes, which actually need probably newer and slightly more expensive medications, not expensive by us, but probably due to big pharma. And we could prevent these patients into going into kidney failure and probably spending more on dialysis and more on transplant, because again, transplant, they'll need chronic medications to go on forever, even if you remove the kidney, to prevent rejection. So probably those are the things, the upstream versus downstream, what we look at could probably ultimately save on costs compared to, I think now if they go back and review that, that would be probably a great idea, from my opinion.
Thank you. Very, very insightful. And Governor, I remember the last summit when you did a presentation again on the dashboard regarding the Murang'a County health ecosystem and how the digital side of things is helping. There was at some point a mention of, there are those who will probably try and, let's say, resist the benefit of the technology because it's disrupting people who maybe had other sinister motives. Are we still seeing that, or are our systems sort of foolproof such that we don't have people who can sort of try and frustrate the system and put it that way?
Okay, thank you for that question. I think there are two issues. One is the acceptance by the players who are there, and secondly, now by cyber security angle, cyber thieves. No, I start with the first one. I think in the first one, from where we have seen, the acceptance has been very positive. Technology makes things easier. And also, we have come up with a reward system. Every year, we reward county employees. And we use system as a measurement of whether you get a reward or not. Let's say, for instance, we pick which doctor Afya.ke shows has been logging in the longest hour, and we give that doctor a certificate. The other time, we got a sponsorship for some medics to go to Finland for some training, 2 of them, and we again picked Afya.ke to use it as a matrix to wait and give the person who has been in the system longest a better opportunity to get that opportunity to go to Finland. So through that, we think then that pulls people to agree and accept and celebrate technology among the employees. But this other one for thieves or cyber crime is a real issue. The one for land here was attacked about 1 month ago, and we lost some data. And we are currently investigating where did that attack come from. But one person suggested maybe the thief was in America or Spain somewhere. We don't know, but we'll investigate and know. But you can see, I think there's that negative that the more you digitize, the more you also become vulnerable to cyber crimes, which are fairly sophisticated. We have now tendered for some external people to come and make an attempt to attack what we call ethical hackers. So we have tendered for that something. I think ethical hacking definitely cannot be done by us. It should be done by external people so that they are the one who will make that attempt. When they see vulnerability, they advise you where to improve on it. And I think that's a journey. And definitely that will become a problem as more and more people go into the digital space.
All right. I'd like to open up to the floor for a few questions, just a few questions so that we could just get some of the specific touch points addressed by our panelists here. I know we have our mics, which we could have taken. You could just raise your hand, then if we have, do we have any? So you'll kindly introduce yourself and the organization you represent, and then you could ask and keep it as brief as possible.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Marianne Mwai. I'm from the Kenya National Highways Authority. I have a few questions with regards to the various systems that we've been taken through. So the first one is to His Honorable Kangata. In terms of the systems that have been developed, might you have also thought about patenting those particular systems because of ownership issues? The second one would be, do we have other developers who are checking the developed system so that you have multiple layers or people verifying the actual code? The third one is about data-driven decision-making. From the presentation that you've just made, I was looking at the diseases that were popping out. That means most of them are, those that are popping out are being diagnosed very regularly. So in terms of what I actually picked out was that joint pain. And look, just a quick check on Google shows that it's something that's also connected to arthritis. So are we educating the people on how to prevent such diseases, given that we are seeing that as a trend? The next one is access to own data by the patients. Are we allowing the patients, because data protection dictates that we allow you can access your own medical records. So are we allowing this, seeing that traditionally that was not being done? The next one, just one more, yes, about the storage of data, which was picked out as an issue. We have Konza. Are we also considering that as a place where we are storing our medical data?
Thank you very much, Marianne. Do we have another one so we could just kind of lump them and respond to them as one? I think there's a gentleman at the back there.
Good afternoon. My name is Ike Mdanya. I'm part of the team from the Kenya Private Sector Alliance. So, Mr. Irungu Kangata, Governor Murang'a County, you had an initiative where you included some members of eminent business owners in the country to help you advise on certain economic issues in Murang'a. So are many of these coming from the private sector? What are some of the best practices that can be copied from private medical institutions to make public sector medical institutions even better? Because we have a country where we have creme de la creme private health institutions, but on the other hand, we have very deplorable public health institutions. What can be done so that we can bridge the gap between public health institutions and private health institutions?
Thank you very much, Ike. We could have one more. Do you have any from this side? Yeah, there's someone there.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Boniface Modoli from International Journal of Languages and Professional Studies. Mine is not much of a question, but a compliment to our governor. I know maybe you are not aware, but right now you are trading on Instagram because you have purchased, it's being referred as a mobile dialysis truck. So thank you very much about that. Now, I've looked at the comments, and one of the comments that nimepata hapo, Wakenya wanasema tupewe Kangata wa saba Kenya. So thank you very much and keep good.
Governor wa Barua. Is there? Let's just have the governor respond to those first. So there are a couple of them, and I think you've noted them. So we could just begin.
Okay, let me start with Marianne on patenting. I think we are yet to patent. We ought to, but one of the funny thing is that these things have been done by individual software developers who are basically county employees. So the ownership by law will be the county because we are the employer. It's like technology by nation here will be owned by nation. So that's something we will definitely look into. But realizing these are highly valued employees who can always leave, one of the things we have tried to mitigate against that is to tell them to disclose source code. And we keep a record of them with the county secretary for posterity, even after I'm done as the governor of Murang'a, to ensure whoever wants to check, rectify, and be able to look into that document later on. To the issue of more developers to check into that, yes, I think it's a team. We have a team that does that to check on that. 3, data-driven decision-making. Yes, definitely. We now are able to make decisions made through empirical evidence. And that's where I think artificial intelligence comes in. We are here to deploy artificial intelligence into all this data, because now artificial intelligence looked at the patterns and now helps you to project. Maybe in the next, after we have all those systems in place, we'll definitely now get for AI to come now tell us, this is the way to go, these are the trends, but that will take time. We are here to reach there, but we have now the basic infrastructure for that. But definitely currently we are making data-driven decision. And you'll be surprised, some of the data you see is very sad. An example is, we have realized there's a huge problem of underage pregnancy. Through this, you go through afia.ke, we now see where underage girls are going to our hospitals to get children. Now that gives you even a moral dilemma, because now, okay, according to law, underage
pregnancy,
underage sexual whatever is a crime. So ideally, we need to take that data and call the police and arrest the people involved. But now we are at an ethical problem. How do you deal with that? Because if you might do it in a manner that might cause young people not to be coming to our health facilities to seek medical care. So we are still grappling to some of the data we are getting to see what is the best way forward.
Sorry, just on that, so is there any kind of action, if I got it right, like on the joint pains? We have got many people who've got pains in their joints. So do we have you done some more research to try and say what could it really be, to get to the bottom of it, so that we can actually use that data to help, considering that it's the majority of, it's the most common issue being raised? Yes,
definitely. But the most important intervention we do is in the stocking of drugs. We now have a more rational stocking of drugs, because we know, let's say at Gatanga, that's where more people have pain. So we stock pain drugs in Gatanga more. So it's helpful. Patient access, yes. We are now publicizing around Murang'a how people can access their medical records digitally through the portal of avia.ke. Now, the second issue another person has asked is about the best practices from the private sector. Yes, one of the best practices we have adopted from the private sector is what we call PPP, public-private partnership, or placement. Like now, that thing my brother there has talked about, this Saturday we'll be unveiling something we call a mobile dialysis center, a truck that has dialysis machine. They can now go to the remote parts of Murang'a. The truth is, they are not owned by the county. It's some private entities that came and said, okay, why can't you enter into a partnership? You give us your space, we bring this truck, we go doing dialysis, then we do a revenue share. So you can see that's an idea which is a private sector idea, which we have adopted in the public sector, where it's a win-win situation. We get a revenue, we treat people, and I think that way everyone benefits. So the point is, yes, we do so, and it's helpful. Thank you.
All right. PS.
I wanted to add to what Governor Honorable Kangata has just said on the issue of public-private partnership. In fact, we have gone into a bigger scale when it comes to the medical equipments, because those are very expensive equipments. The counties will have taken time for them to acquire some of those equipments that will be used in treatment. So through the joint partnership with the county government, we agreed that we come up with what's called the National Equipment Support Program to the counties, similar to what we used to have under the Medical Equipment Support Program. Now, this is different in the sense that we have brought in the private sector, who are now the ones who are investing, initial investment, placement of those equipments across the county facilities. And it is on a fee for service. as mentioned by Excellency Kangata, it's like a form of sharing of revenue. So that is just one of them. A mobile dialysis machine is just one of them. So you'll see a lot of those facilities now having this equipment placed within the facility themselves, not the mobile ones. So there's a lot of collaboration under this one program that we are doing with the counties. When you go to, as you said, that you find that we have state-of-the-art, the big hospitals that we normally refer to, that when you are there, you're almost sure that it's a good place for you to be treated. We are now cascading that downwards because it's all about the equipment. So if level 5, level 4 facilities have the right equipment with the right human resource, I think all those, what you used to call the state-of-the-art facilities in those hospitals will also be found in these level 5, level 4 facilities within the county. So there's that disparity between the private and the public. So what we want to do is also lift the public facilities to come to this almost the same, if not almost the same level with the private facilities, because that was where the governors lost and the private sector were getting more revenue. In fact, Your Excellency Kangata, maybe you're not there in the summit. When we did the presentation of how much has been paid out by SHA to the facilities, it was found out that out of the 16 billion that we've paid, 11 billion went to the private facilities. Only 4 billion went to the public facilities across the country. So you can see the disparity. What does it tell you? It tells you that people go where they can get good service. Now, to support the counties, together that's the program that's now going to lift the counties so that there's no much disparity. You can now go to a private, even a public, you get the same service. So I think that's what the initiative that we are developing. We agree that there is need for public-private partnership, and that will give us or provide Kenyans with access as they pay for their premiums under SHA.
Right. And Dr. Rilwan, as a person who is a digital health enthusiast, there are a lot of good ideas that are coming up, are being mentioned, and what do you feel are some of the things that are sort of like must do to make sure that we can actually achieve all these things as we leverage on technology, so that ultimately the healthcare that is needed on the ground is actually a reality. It's not just, a dream.
I think what Dr. has just mentioned, obviously the healthcare resource in terms of who are taking care of these patients, because these are the people who will collect this data. When you bring out the aspect of digital health, you need this healthcare resource who will collect data that is useful. Again, remember, not all data can be useful, because take the case in point of Murang'a County, where you have the joint pains. There are so many causes of joint pains, but for you to have a healthcare resource team which will do the proper history, there are some of the things that we cannot really abandon when we come to medicine, as far as there is a transformation using digital healthcare. The interaction with the patient, talking to the patient, finding out what happened first, what came next, so that you can come to the actual diagnosis. I know through generative AI we can do all this AI diagnosis, and you can put in all your symptoms and you bring out this. But again, we need that human input. We cannot abandon the human input. So we need that, and we need the tools to collect this data. And I think government has spoken to that quite extensively. And when we have the actual people picking the right data, the tools, we put it in. Now, how to generate this data, how to utilize this data comes in now with the artificial intelligence together with the human input. I think we can have, right now, the world of internal medicine, especially medical aspect, we are going towards through precision medicine. Precision medicine is individualized care at the point of the genetic level. So we're talking about genotyping, and we're talking about using all this high-level technology so that we can treat specific patient for the specific condition that they have, and we don't have to generalize and say all patients with malaria we will give artemisinin, so derivatives. So it means that probably each person may have different therapy based on their aspect, not only the genotype or the phenotype, how the patient presents, but also the social determinants of health put into all that, which you have picked out through your medical history and physical examination. So to put all this together, a lot has been said about technology being an enabler. It won't only enable, but it will actually improve the quality of care and hence ultimately the outcome for patient care as well.
All right, thank you. And I'd just like to give each of you a minute to just do your closing remark as we then close this session. So I'll begin with Governor here as we cross over to the left.
Yes, I think from where I see it, Kenya has a unique opportunity through which to transform the society generally and public sector generally through technology. I also think the investments that needs to be done to achieve that are not expensive as it sounds. It only requires goodwill. It only requires strategic thinking. I know Kenya has the know-how to do so. It has the right attitude to do so. And I pray in the next 10, 15 years, I think Kenya ought to be at that place where our technologies be able to make Kenya a better place for our children, for our future, and we prosper together holistically in a more logical and in a more tech-savvy society. Thank you.
Santi, Daktari, as we go to the first.
Thank you. So I think digital healthcare, we keep talking about it like it's the future, but for me it's the now. Using digital care, we are able to leapfrog a lot of barriers that are impeding good healthcare. So I think it can be utilized to transform lives, not only, what can I say? It's not really an enabler for me. For me right now, digital health is a necessity from where I sit. And it's time we invested in it, as Governor has said. We've talked very little about collaboration. I think a lot has been mentioned about the public-private partnership. I think it is necessary because we need to all collaborate. And take what Governor has done. We need to talk about how to scale all these projects. There are a lot of stuff going on around, but we need to scale it. And how can we scale it is through research. I think we do very little research, and with all this data, it can be able to inform not only the planning of financial resources, human resource, and all that. So I think for us, it is the now that we need to be talking about.
Thank you very much for that research and a lot of, which is good, even on the scaling aspect, such that we can have, in quote, 46 other Morangas, if that's, it's user reference, PS.
Thank you. I think for me, the key thing that we need to look at as a country is, have we put in the right policies in place? Have we put in the right laws in place? To me, I think the government is doing its part. I know private sector sometimes complain of stringent government regulations, but I can tell you, I think we are listening more to the private sector because we want the private sector to drive any sector, to drive the economy of the country. So the only challenge that we do have is the private sector normally taking a backseat. And then the government comes in to start putting into place policy or regulations. And then that's the time the private sector starts waking up and saying, no, this is too stringent. There is need for conversation. When you talk about digitization, for example, is it the right time for us to do digitization? And I think Dr. Ria said, yes, it is now. It's not the future. It is now. The question now comes to how do we do it? Which framework do we need to put in place? Which policy is required to be put in place? We need to have a conference, a discussion around it, so that the sector players come in and we all do it at the same time. We let us get it right, all of us. Because there's no need for the private sector wanting to do something right and then finds that the government is blocking because of the legislations that we've put in place. I always tell my team, it is not us who are going to practice this. We are developing these regulations for the players. But if the player does not come forward and say, this is the field that I need, this is my environment, and then we tweak it and we put it the right legislation to be put in place by the government, say, okay, fine. You've said you needed these regulations for you to perform. I have given you this. So I think we need to see a lot of collaboration between the private sector and the government. Also, the two governments should be able to speak itself to each other when it comes to issues of like default functions. I think I'm very happy to see the collaboration between the national government and the county government on areas specifically which cannot, I know it's as much as it is devolved, for example, health. The national government still has to play a role, and therefore that collaboration we have seen between the county government and the national government agreeing on some of the programs, jointly developing them, we're able to move with the speed. What we want is to serve the common mwananchi, because that's our focus. And then what we want also on the side of the citizens is to be patient on some of these programs. You know, when you roll out a program, especially of a national nature, it is huge. Sometimes you don't get it right in one place, but immediately we start talking about a program and say, no, that program should be shelved. I'm seeing a lot of activism, and I think on the issue of what Philip was presenting, on the issue of where we are focusing on social media. What is our productivity in that social media? So I think this data, again, statistics just proving that I think we are focusing wrongly, and if we put our energy into the right direction, as a nation, we'll be able to move together and we'll achieve much, much more and faster. Somebody said, within the region, we're being looked at. So I think we need to know that we have to play that role of leading. So we are being measured. When we go for meetings within the region, we realize that we are the first ones who have come up with, say, a policy decision, and the way we implement it becomes a problem. The others start implementing, and they come and overtake us. So we are finding that that's a big challenge that we need all of us to work together. Positive response comments is allowed so that the government can amend some of the regulations that we normally develop. And public participation, as somebody said, is now a must. So again, we put it to ourselves within the Constitution that we must participate in it. But you realize, we've been going to national participation. When you go around collecting views and the validation at national level, we end up talking to ourselves. But where is the public? That is the question. Where is the public? We need to test run some of these policies before we start implementing. That's my submission.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That is the Principal Secretary, State Department of Medical Services, Harry Kimtai, Dr. Rilwan Adan, who's the head of Lions Diabetes Care Center, and Dr. Irungu Kangata, Governor of the County of Murang'a. Thank you very much. Let's appreciate them with a hand clap as they take their seats. Santeni sana. So now, believe it or not, we go for lunch. We have had a whole buffet of intellectual meal. So we are not at hungry entirely. So I believe you have your tag. Yeah, I can see most of us having it around our necks. That will serve as your meal card. But in the event you don't have a tag, please proceed to the registration area and look for Naomi. She should give you the meal card or the tag, but basically to help you access your meal. It will no longer be us between you and your meal. It will be you and your tag. It is now 15:04 hours. Could we endeavor to meet here at 16:00 hours? We will move by faith. All right, so welcome to lunch. See you at 16:00 hours. Karibuni. Oh, sorry, lunch is at the restaurant, and you will be guided as you go there. You'll be guided to the restaurant. There are a number of corners. If I say them here now, you might get a bit dizzy. And the people who are hungry are not the best when dizzy.
do you think they need to look at in terms of sustainability? Let's look at Nation Media Group. Anybody have a thought, an idea? Yes.
I think they should look at something we were learning in the morning about the changing, the dynamic course of how the business is. For instance, for Nation to be
to earn nation coins when you ask questions or answer questions?
Thank you, Sally. That was quite insightful. A question around how one, or rather an organization, would differentiate between sustainability and ESG, because most at times these two get confused, or rather people get to mix the two, and in the long run, really they don't get to deliver. They are not efficient, they are not effective in the long run. And I really wanted to get that even from your presentation.
Do I take any other, or can I answer that? Okay. Sustainability are the practices you take in order to get to your goal of sustainability. ESG is a framework. So environmental, social governance. When you're looking at principles of each, it tells you what to do. It gives you a guideline of what to do in terms of sustainability. So ESG is the framework, sustainability is the action. Is that better understood? So ESG is the framework, the guideline, sustainability are the actions. So it's like you have, what can I use as an example? You have the laws of the country, right? Those are guidelines. Those are to tell you what you need to do in order to do 1, 2, 3, right? So the actions that you take from the law are what we would call as sustainability. All right, and now we have different principles in different industries that guide them on the actions they are going to take in that industry in order to be termed as a sustainable company. Any other question? Oh. Have mercy, please.
Fantastic. It's a very lively discussion.
I'll ask a very simple question. I think for me, totally get it, but I think a lot of the ESG or sustainability was really being driven a lot by the US government and US companies. So have you factored in the shifts in geopolitics, whether this will still be a priority or not?
Again, I think as we have looked at even during your presentation, is that Africa and probably Kenya, we sort of catch up to where these other people are. There was a whole discussion on probably diversity, inclusion in terms of Americans and in terms of Kenyans. I do think we can catch up, that's number one, but I also do think there's a lot that we are doing that we are not communicating, and there's a lot that we can do and communicate. It's probably different from what they are doing, because it can't be the same anywhere. Our market is not theirs. But we can probably create a framework that is fitted to us and now follow that in terms of policy and actions in business. You approved? I am good. Any other question? If there's no other question, I have a class that will pass the exam. Great? Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sally. I'd like to introduce the next section. This is going to be a fireside chat, and I'll be joined by Miss Emily Carrecchio. She's the MD of Top Level Management, and we'll be discussing the digital edge empowering African enterprises for scalable growth. Let's put our hands together for Miss Emily. I'll just start with the fun facts about Miss Emily. She's cycled from Nairobi to Mombasa, and she's also cycled from Nairobi to Arusha. She deserves a hand clap. She's both beautiful, fashionable, and resilient. Isn't that the best introduction from today?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Emily, please introduce yourself and what you do at Top Level Management.
Great. What a great introduction. The moment you hear someone has cycled all the way from Nairobi to Arusha, a different country, and you talk, and at the same time you bring companies, the same time you bring entrepreneurs, you get to know that's a champion. And Emily Carreccio is a champion of entrepreneurs, enterprises. So at Top Level Management, we do three main things. We do corporate trainings, and we do SME capacity building and trainings, and also we do something called international recruitment. I liked the morning conversation about Ajira. That's something that we do. But the conversation this afternoon is about what is it that we do in empowering and supporting African enterprises to get them to be on the next level. Thank you.
Fantastic. Yeah. You've handled so many enterprises, right?
Yes.
All right. Can you share a successful story, both locally and globally, of a business that has used digital innovation to grow?
Interesting. There's something I want my people to play. Anyone here who's been to Formula One? Watched Formula One? Hey, where are my guys? Watched? Oh, not attended, not gone to watch in person. Okay, great. I want to ask, before you get to Formula One, how long does it take to change your tire burst of your car? Philip, what? Oh my goodness, when was the last time you got a fire burst? Probably 20, 30 minutes, as long as there's a boda rider there, right?
Yes.
But how long does it take to do a change of everything at Formula One? Anyone? Take one, take 2 seconds. How many? 2, 3? Any other person? The best person who's hit it is McLaren, and he did it at 1.8 seconds. But what is it that has made this team to be the best in terms of the changing of everything? And by the way, do you know how many team members are there? Between 20 to 30. The synchronization of this particular whole team to ensure that within 1.8 seconds, they're able to change everything is all about digital. The communication, the doing of things, the removing. There's a guy who removes, there's another one who does insertion, there's another one who does the screwing. It's all about digital. And that's a conversation that we're having these couple of days. And that's the story probably that I'll relate, and how businesses need to ensure that they have the best team, they're able to synchronize within the organization level, and they're able to ensure that within the revenue time, the revenue target they have, the time frame that they have set, that they're able to achieve that. And lastly, is a main man during the pit spot. Anyone who knows what is his name? Which is a favorite sweet for children? Which is a favorite sweet?
Patco.
Patco. Another one that they hold, what do we call it? Lollipop. He's actually called the Lollipop Man. That is a person who holds it. And in any organization, if the Lollipop Man, if the CEO, if the COO, where's our COO for a nation? If she or he doesn't have the time frame, the digital skills, then things will not run. And that's my story. Okay. If all the organizations, they're led with their Lollipop men, women, and they're able to synchronize using the digital aspects within the organization, then they're able to have the organizations run best. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much. I actually did not know it takes 1 second.
1.8 seconds is the fastest that they've done.
Wow.
And still improving.
Okay. So from Formula One to a more local example, right? I really want you to take us through some low-cost digital tools that businesses can use to improve their operations. Tools that us in Kenya can actually use. I've seen a lot of Gen Zs here. I'm sure some of them are budding entrepreneurs. So maybe a few tips they can use and also digital tools they can use.
First things first, our phones. Every one of us, if in this particular room, I can bet we have a smartphone. Use a smartphone to take your photos, to upload and share about your products. Use your phone to be able to track your expenses. Use your phone to be able to track what is it that your team is doing. That's a cheap product. Tool to ensure that you're able to leverage on digital innovation. Then, of course, the computers that we do have. And then, of course, depending on the organization, the level, whether it's small, medium, and large enterprises, being able to have systems in place, being able to have cloud places to store their data. So it depends, varying from organizations that are small, or I'll call them micro businesses, being able to use the phones that they do have, to large organizations and leveraging on the different tools.
Are there any apps you actually swear by?
Apps, of course, they vary. There are apps, currently there are apps within organizations that they're sharing where you're able to, allow me to talk on the enterprise factor.
Okay.
That apps that people are using to track their expenses, to do their purchases, they're able to track their team's delivery level, how they're able to deliver, and also they're able to track the revenue within the organizations. Yeah.
Okay. We have just been told that some of the fastest growing skills are AI and big data, networks and cybersecurity, and upskilling has become very important. But how can businesses actually train teams more effectively?
We do trainings. Top-level management is a training company. But there is one component of offering training and the other component of offering inclusive training. One key component when you look at upskilling of teams is, first of all, ensuring that every person is brought on board. Not that you're saying, oh, one of the things that you need to have done by the end of the year is ensuring that you've trained your people. But bring them on board, show them the importance. And then the other key component is within organization, let's not just say, oh, goodness, we need to train people on AI. We need to train people on this particular skill. Let's look at what is the need of the organization versus the skills and the training that will be brought on board. And then, of course, ensuring that it is a motivation to the team. And so by the time you're training this particular team, people are looking at how do we grow our skills, how do we get to the next level, not only at an individual level, but at an organizational level. Yeah.
Right. What would you tell a team member who feels like upskilling is a waste of time, or it's something I've been asked to do on top of everything else that I do on a day-to-day basis?
I think a team member who doesn't see the value, the first key component is that you need to show them the value of why they need to upskill. And it is not only for them, it's for the whole organization. But before you look at the organizational level, show them the importance of themselves. So they need to be able to leverage the skills, be able to look at, if I do skill, then how marketable am I for myself to get to the next level? And then, of course, opportunities within the organization. So then you have a skill, what is it that you get from that? And it's more or less selling it as a motivation than anything else.
Right. How can private sector leverage on AI on the AI?
That is one key component. We need to be able to harness that data. We need to be able to leverage on that particular data. And then the other component is being able to, automate systems within organizations. Every organization, every company that is running and having revenue, they have customers. How do they reach to their customers? So there's one component of ensuring that, of course, let's leverage, let's get to our customers, and let's leverage the digital platforms and automate that particular processes. Then the other one, of course, is looking at the teams themselves. How do we ensure that we work smart? Ensure that things ways of doing things are simplified by ensuring that organizations and enterprises are able to ensure that they leverage on that particular digital platform and they are able to make things better.
practically, how have you seen AI being used by local enterprises?
Like today, look at this wonderful, I'll say, photo for transformative innovations. That's an AI photo. So organizations nowadays, they don't have to pay the models to be able to come in and position their products. They're using the AI for the same. You're seeing organizations in the website, even on right now, if you're having conversation on a business WhatsApp group and you want to send a message, there's automatic response on the same. So those are the different platforms I'm looking at. And of course, within ensuring that they're able to do things better and faster. So I think that's different components of AI integration within enterprises.
Right. Mm-hmm. Now, we are all trying to be innovative.
Yes.
Right. How can organizations encourage innovation within their teams, even from team members who are not part of the tech departments? Because a lot of employees will say, it's not my job to be innovative. Why are you asking me for ideas? So which tips would you give us as entrepreneurs and also as leaders within these organizations to just take home with us as we're going back to the office on Monday, actual practical tips that we can take back to the office?
I'll say, for you to bring people on board, show them motivation. What is it in for every person who want them to be innovative? So, for example, just what you're having today and what you did yesterday night and what you'll be doing tomorrow, we've got the Nation Coin. That's a motivation on its own for people to be active in the session. So then they're able to listen, they're able to answer questions, and they're able to earn those particular coins. So what is the motivation for these particular team members? So I think that is one that we've definitely been able to gain. And of course, what are the rewards that we can be able to give these team members? Come up with an innovation. If it gets the organization to the next level, or whatever it is that we can be able to give, it could be monetary, it could be a reward system in terms of sending someone to Diani, it could be whatever mode of reward system. Then we have the motivation, the reward system, so then people are encouraged to definitely put something on the table and be able to be innovative, not only for themselves, but of course for the organizations.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
At top management, you do a lot of trainings, right?
Yes.
Which is the trendiest or must-have training for any organization this year?
Organizations need to be able to learn how to leverage on AI. Whether it is at the government level, whether it's at corporate level, whether it's at SMEs level. People need to be able to leverage on the AI. The other key component is organizations need to ensure that they digitize their systems. They get to a point where they are able to run their businesses in a way that it is in a easy mode, which is digital, and of course ensure that at the end of the day, things are moving swiftly because of the systems that they're using. Yeah.
Right. So finally, which are the new trends we should look out for when it comes to digital transformation in the next 5 years in Africa?
I think it was said in the morning, I'm looking at Internet of Doing Things. The other one I saw, it's, I think one of the key components that people should be looking out for is being able to leverage and ensuring all their systems are on a technological platforms, being able to leverage on the cloud systems and being able to ensure that businesses not only are in their offices, but of course at the cloud level. The other key component, of course, is the AI that has been spoken a lot about, is being spoken, but also the component of ensuring that companies, organizations, and businesses are able to harness data and able to use that particular data to be able to scale, to plan, and to implement in the next few years.
All right.
Yeah.
Just before we jump to the Q&A session, and as everyone is thinking about the question they'd like to ask Emily, I just wanted to throw it out there. how should people deal with Gen Zs at the organization? How? Everyone is talking about Gen Zs. They're digital savvy, they're very creative, they're very much with it. But at the end of the day, there's some things that they do in the office that a lot of millennials and the older folks will not understand or will not relate to. So do you have some practical tips that we can also take back to our organizations when it comes to dealing with Gen Zs or just empowering Gen Zs at the workplace?
You know, it has come to a point where things are not being done, will not be done the same way we used to do them some time back, where we used to follow through what our old people tell us. The integration of Gen Zs, and these are people who love working at very funny hours. They love to work in a different set of mode, in a different looking outfit and all. It is for the teams within the organization to learn to be able to integrate the Gen Zs into the organization and to be able to look at how best do we also learn things from them, unlike imposing. Because the millennials are very good. They were very good to be being told, these are the ways of doing things, this is how we do business, you learn and you take it. So also organizations, my call to organizations, to corporates, to institutions is also learning the Gen Z's way of doing things. And not necessarily to implement 100% of it, but also to be able to integrate some of these ways of doing things. Because you don't want to lose them. They are the workforce of today. You don't want to lose them. They are the workforce for tomorrow. Of course, they're influencing the alpha generation. So we cannot afford not to live with them. But also, go back, look at the policies within the organizations and say, how best do we change? Do we say we're going to have work shifts for day shifts and night shift? Because they're very good when it comes. I have a team, but they work best when the sun is down. But they deliver. So how best do we ensure that we are able to incorporate that? How best do we ensure that we are able to leverage on what is it that they are bringing on board? And again, accept how they come in and be able also to nurture and be nurtured, and also at the same time get nurtured also.
All right, thank you so much, Emily.
Yeah.
Do we have any questions? All right.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Henry, and I'm a Gen Z by default. So my question is, why do most startup business end up failing, especially when the technology that you're talking about is already implemented? Why do they fail, most of them? Thank you.
Interesting. So why do most startups fail? Different couple of things are incorporated. First of all, we need to learn to look at what is a startup. A startup is a business that is started with an innovation to solve a problem. Well, we have a startup, and then we have businesses also which are also started. But when you look at the two, whichever is, whether it's a business, a new business, or a startup, mostly you find that someone has probably not thought through the whole process. Then the other key component, and especially of the startups with innovations, they tend to start and leverage and say they will ride on the funding model, fundraising model. And the moment the organizations don't get the funding, they are not able to run. But you come back and look at organizations that have gotten to, grown. It has taken them time. Why? Because they did the organic mode of growing. Started, used the resources they had generation of revenue, and of course, put the revenue back to the organization, and the organization or the business was able to get to the next level. So I think the key component and the take home for us, especially for startups that do fail, is to start the startup with the end of fundraising to be able to do the business. We should be able to look at what are the resources that we do have, how do we grow, what product do we have, how do we sell it, to be able to ensure that we get the revenue, and the revenue enables us to get to the next level or to grow our business. If funding comes, that is good. Then it's going to scale that business to the next level. And of course, systems. Businesses or startups that are done, Someone thinks about an idea, comes with a very innovative way of doing things, a product that they want to sell, but they don't put systems in place. And that is what we call organizations and small businesses to do, and even startups to do. Set up systems. You look at the McKinsey 7S. It looks at 7 S's, which probably I will not talk about. But one key component is strategy of what Sally was talking about, but the other one is ensuring systems are in place. If we run a business with systems, chances of them falling or failing would be very minimal. And of course, growing organically. Yeah.
Thank you. Is someone else at the back?
Okay, thank you. My name is Stella Rotich from Bomet County. I wanted to ask, I think in the morning we discussed about skilling because you are in the training and capacity building.
Yes.
We most of the time are said to be, we've been skilled to some basic level, like these digital online jobs, using of the technologies to some basic level. Maybe what's your advice in terms of capacity building to the point where we say we are intermediate and, or maybe advanced, as said in the morning? Thanks. And maybe how you've seen these in the organizations or the businesses that you are working with in terms of training.
Great. I think one of the key components and main thing that organizations do is being able to check on the level of teams, their level of skills within teams. So being able to do, most of organizations calls it training needs analysis, and being able to know where is it the team is and where is it that the team also wants to go. And also there's also the need of looking at, when you look at people at the, when someone is getting an assignment, you're looking at them in terms of you have this technical skill, this is what is expected of you, then this is what you need to do. But for an organization to get to the next level, these teams needs to be upskilled. By conducting the training needs assessment, then you know these are the needs of this particular individual or department, then these are the things that we need to do for them. So different organizations have different ways of doing things, but what I've seen people do, they have different sets of training matrix that says if you are able to attain this, then you can go to the next component. So if this is your entry level, you need to get to the medium level, this is what you need to do. Then the organizations puts that and a policy depending on the department, and of course now they keep getting to the medium up to the advanced level. So I think it's for organizations to ensure that they have that and they put that in place.
Anyone else with a question? On the other end?
My name is Eugen Nambeka. I have, I think, 2 questions. Earlier, the chairman for the board for NMG was mentioning how we do have this wide gap in terms of people understanding these huge terms you're talking about, like AI and all that. So for a layman out there who just wants, maybe they're selling very small products, like maybe there's a friend of mine who sells mandazis, and I'm telling him, yo, you know, with this AI, you can actually take your business to the next level. So can you please just break it down and tell us, okay, this is what you can do. This is one tool you can use on AI, and it can give you this particular output when you do that. Next, also with that particular gap, what are some of the do you call them incentives that you can actually put out there for the older generation also to take interest in learning this particular AI you've been mentioning? You know, it has been mentioned a number of times, but every time it's just like this. Oh, when you use AI, you come up with pictures. Woo! When you use this, it comes with this. Woo! So how can we actually push them to also join this journey? Thank you.
Great. Allow me to start with your friend, your Mandazi friend. Yesterday, I was in town at Ukunda, and I went to have some lunch. And I met this good friend of mine. He's a Maasai guy. And he was selling honey. And I asked him, I need to pay, I needed to promote him. And I wanted to pay him. And I told him, give me your M-Pesa. He told me I don't have an M-Pesa. I asked him, so how do I even pay you? tells me through what do you call it? Withdrawal. I asked him, from where? Do you have a withdrawal? You know, there are people who have withdrawal numbers for agents, and they give you. And he told me, no. I asked him, so how do we transact? At least I had a K, so I gave him, and he gave me change. But the conversation is just the same with the Mandazi guy. So I asked him, show me your phone. And I'm telling you, my guy had mashukas with him, and we even took a photo with him. And the moment he showed me his phone, this guy has a smartphone. So I was expecting he had a kabambe. So I asked him, oh, do you have WhatsApp? We need to chat, man. And he was like, yes, the WhatsApp, as long as I have what? Internet. But the conversation here is, I asked him, how do you track? This guy is turning lots of money. You cannot believe. So how do you track the sales that you've done? So he says, I have cash. Of course, you can see his bag. He's putting the money in his pocket, and he's removing it from, I mean, deep down, you know? And I'm like, okay, so how do you track? And I wanted to have a conversation with him. And he's like, I record every time. Every time I'm sent for the honey, I'm able to record. I'm able to have it. So our Mandazi guy, the same thing. We don't need to start from systems. We don't have to set things in place. Just the simplest things of how much hunger has he bought, how much sugar has he bought, how much cooking oil has he bought. I mean, being able to leverage on that. And then, of course, most of them you find that, and I can tell you your Mandazi guy probably does distribution. People call him. People are sending him WhatsApp. That's digital use of communication. So we've brought it to that particular level. Then the issue of AI with the different sets of generation, there is something called cross-generation mentorship. And it does not need to be from top down. It can be from younger to older. And that is what the older generation needs to leverage on, even within organizations. And one key, I'll say, organizations need to, set a time aside to ensure that one thing is done. So like in our organization, what you've set aside, things are moving so fast, personally, I can't keep tabs of them. And we have young guys. We've said on Tuesdays, we come early, 7:30, and someone with something new, which is digitally new, a new skill, come and train us. Then we have breakfast on the house. And that is what we are doing to ensure that we leverage the digital, leveraging on the older generation versus the younger generation. Yes.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Miss Emily Carreccio. You have been amazing. You've woken us up a little bit. I've seen so many questions being asked. Hopefully, if you have any more questions, please find Emily after this. She'll take you through and help you grow your Mandazi business to a multinational business. It's actually possible.
Yeah.
All right.
The honey business.
Or the honey business.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much. So up next is Brian Wamiori. He's the co-founder, Digital for Africa.
Mexi.
Yes, I'm good. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brian Wamiori. I believe some of us are tired, and because Sam is not around, I'll want us to stretch, but we'll stretch with our minds. So I wanted to start with an exercise. Kindly go to the third slide, the slide with the video. The slide before that, please. So the exercise is very simple. What you need to do is have a conversation with your neighbor. That's it. But you're asking them one question. Are you married? And if they are married, ask them how they met their partner. 1 minute. $20 seconds gone. If your neighbor is single, encourage them. This could be their year. 20 seconds remaining. So, time is up, time is up, time is up. I know that's a long story, and we can continue after the session. So, but for now, kindly just go to the next slide with the video. This video will just take about a minute to watch, but there's a point I want to drive home at the end of the day on what digital is doing. So the video illustrates between 1930 and the year 2024 how couples have met. We had 1968 now, 1970s, going into the 80s. We're in the 90s. Now look at the online trend and what's happening. And look at how it dwarfs every other way that people have met. So, at the end of the day, as we discuss innovation, there's something that I want to come out very clearly. Innovation has already taken over. Digital has already taken over. It's not something that we're expecting to come in the future. Right now, when you speak to quite a number of Gen Zs and people who are my age, millennials, you'll find that they met their partners using some sort of online interaction, or it contributed to the courtship. So as we begin this session, I just wanted to bring out that online and digital is a very big deal. So kindly, let's go to, there we are. Let me first quickly introduce myself. My name is Brian Omiori. I've been helping businesses, companies, government innovate for the last 16 years, since the year 2009. Some of my credentials: I was the lead UX designer for the Visa Innovation Studio up until last year. And through that interaction, I was able to help quite a number of companies. Some of them you can see on the screen. We innovated together with Microsoft. We were also able to innovate together with the Standard Chartered Bank, Citibank, and some few local players such as Safaricom, Britam, and many, many more. I've also been privileged to build quite a number of websites, again, also both for government and the private sector. Some of the top websites that I've built include the website for NIVAS. So NIVAS e-commerce, I worked on the UX design, and also I built the corporate website for NIVAS. I also built the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics website. And by the way, I'm the developer also for the Nation Digital Summit website. And that's why I'm able to recognize quite a number of faces in this room. So thank you so much, Nation Media Group, for the opportunity. Last but not least, I was the lead designer for the first ever KCB Super App that went to win quite a number of awards throughout the continent. So definitely, let's engage on LinkedIn. You can just find me by searching Brian Omiori, and you'll be able to find some of the things that I've done with my company called Digital for Africa. So quickly, I just want to share a couple of case studies. Can you just go to the next slide? And I'll start with this organization that we started working for called Make It East Africa. Because this is an innovation discussion, we're talking about innovation and the future of Africa. One of the things that we've realized is among the greatest weaknesses when we are discussing innovation is mostly the aspect of data. So for the textile and apparel industry, to be specific, for the textile and apparel industry, to be specific, we built a platform called Make It East Africa together with a nonprofit called Gatsby Africa. It's actually at the latter stages. Right now, if you visit Make It East Africa on your browser, .africa, you'll be able to find that website. What can you find on the website? Can you just go to the browser very quickly? Go to the tab that reads Demand and Supply. That's the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics website that we launched late 2023. That's the NIVAS website. You can look at them later. But this is where I want to draw your attention to. So kindly just go to the next tab that reads Demand and Supply. So from this website, you can see quite a number of things in relation to the textile and apparel industry. What we realized as international investors are looking to invest in Kenya, they don't know where to start. They don't know where to get the data. So we built a platform that enables them to see some of these points of data in one place. One of the things that they were finding when they come here physically, because you would find, let's say, the ministry or the government would put out a circular and say, we've launched a new industrial park, but they come and just see it's something that hasn't been developed because they're looking for something finished. They're looking for somewhere they can be able to find electricity, they can be able to find some infrastructure to the port and all that. So they're looking for very specific things. So we were able to build all that into this platform. Go to the Market Watch tab. Maybe we can explain a little bit further. Kindly just scroll to the section that has the table. So as you can see on the screen, this specific table, by the way, the tools that were used to build this platform are the tools that most of us have. This was built using Power BI and one of the most common CMSs around called WordPress. And we used, some of us at least, have some of these tools. When you talk about Power BI, many of us are using Microsoft resources, and we can be able to find ourselves also doing the same. So this is just a challenge to also other industries, other stakeholders and other players to be able to do the same for their industry. But you can see from the table at the very top, it starts with the year 2012 and goes all the way to the year 2023. This is the table that is showing, or the chart rather, the bar graph that is showing textile and apparel major importers. So we are asking ourselves in East Africa, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and also Rwanda by extension. In East Africa, which are the markets that we're exporting to the most? And it's just to validate to that investor and also the players in that sector that there's some work that East Africa is doing, and you should consider East Africa as a destination to invest or to set up something in relation to textile and apparel. And we've been able to see some positive remarks by the international community based on this platform. Let's finish very quickly with the benchmarks tab, and then we can move on. Can you just scroll? A little bit higher, please. No, you've gone to the bottom. Just scroll up that section. So you can also just, I'd encourage you to go through this platform, read through it. In the benchmark section, some of the things that we are asking is, how do we compare to the international community? When people look at what China exports, when people look at what Bangladesh exports, there's a very big discrepancy with what East Africa exports in terms of the money. So when you come to this page, you can be able to now see that as much as we are a small player, what we are saying is that we are there and we can be able to help you as well. So let's go back to the slides. Next slide, please. The previous slide, Zipline. I don't know if you've heard of this company called Zipline. The theme being innovation, I think Zipline is one of the companies that have really made an impact in our region. Make It East Africa is Kenyan, but it has been developed, of course, for the entire East African region. However, Zipline is something that's specific, or rather this case study is more specific to Rwanda. They came to Kenya just the other day in 2022, but what Zipline does, they have drones. They usually do delivery and logistics using drones. And in Rwanda, they've been able to use those drones to send medicine to the most remote of locations in under an hour. So what happens? What happens is the clinic, that remote clinic, would send a request and say, we need this type of medicine, and this other type of medicine. Then they will be packaged. Of course, there's some portal that they work with. Then it will be packaged into something that's the size of a kg, 2 kgs, 3 kgs. Then it's loaded into that, the photo that you're seeing, it's loaded into that drone. Once it's loaded into the drone, it's sent now to the respective clinic. And within less than an hour, actually minutes, depending on the distance from the main logistics center, within an hour, it gets to the clinic, and whoever it is that needs the medical supplies is able to take advantage of that. So through this, there have been numerous advantages. So one of the ones is by Wharton University. A study by researchers at Wharton University, use of Zipline logistics and delivery system led to a 51% reduction in Rwanda of in-hospital maternity deaths due to postmortem hemorrhaging. So at the end of the day, when we are thinking about innovation, Zipline is one of the companies that really encourages us, and we should actually research a little bit more about them and what it is that they do. Next slide, please. So when we talk about innovation, I know most of the time we think about innovation as apps, we think about innovation as technology, but let's break it down a little bit more. Innovation can actually be in so many places, in so many areas, and it doesn't have to directly touch on technology. So as we demystify some of the things in relation to innovation, what I wanted to say is it can be in a process, it can be in a system, innovation can be in something in relation to logistics, but also can be in something in relation to the medical industry. It can be in a service, and many, many other more applications. Yes, most of the innovations that we're talking about are in relation to an application, they're in relation to a dashboard, they're in relation to something that directly is in the digital realm, but it's just a call to action to say that innovation can be in the simplest of formats, and we need to think about it in all those dimensions. Next slide, please. So let's discuss some of the barriers to innovation and challenges, and maybe I can give a few case studies as we move along of some of the companies that I've interacted with that have overcome these challenges. So the first one. So what are some of the challenges that people are encountering during innovation? A few years ago, there was this company called UberPesa. It still exists, by the way. UberPesa is a peer-to-peer money lending application. So what was happening inside UberPesa, I would go into the platform and say, I want to lend someone money, and I put my 500 shillings, 1,000 shillings, whatever the case. Then someone else would go and say, I want to borrow some money, and they would borrow my 500 shillings or 1,000 shillings. Then UberPesa, being the intermediary, would be able to use my money to be able to lend that other person money, and in between UberPesa make some money, and also I, at the end of the day, make some money. So after a few days of running that application, what happened is that the central bank reached out to them and told them, bring that thing down. What you're doing is what a bank does. What you're doing is actually collecting deposits, and at the same time, you're giving people loans. So that's the role of a bank. So they had to go back to the regulator first to figure out that situation. But they were able to do so within a few years, and they were able also to overcome that challenge. In terms of infrastructure, some of the challenges that we see when people are innovating, of course, when you talk about Kenya and the Kenyan space, a lot of companies would say, because we want to send our produce or get produce from the most rural parts of Africa, it becomes very hard. But we've seen with the case study from Zipline that it can be possible. We can innovate around some of the problems that we have in terms of infrastructure. Right now, you remember, you've seen that meme that circulates quite a lot of times, where 15 years ago, 20 years ago, you needed a cameraman and you needed a helicopter to be able to do what you can be able to do today with just one simple drone. Then last but not least, some of the big challenges that people are facing when it comes to innovation is the digital divide. I don't know if you remember this company called Copia. They closed shop just last year, but they were able to do something that most organizations are not able to do. So Copia used to, you could be able to buy via an e-commerce platform and send something to the most rural parts of Kenya. So you could buy mabati, people were buying even cosmetics and so many other types of products. But because they realized not everyone has internet, not everyone has access to a smartphone, they innovated around using distributors. So I would go to a Copia agent, my nearest Copia agent, and make the order there. And my Copia agent would be able to get the product delivered to them, and I would be able to collect it from them. And they were also doing that at a fraction of the cost. So sometimes even something that you would buy inside Copia would even be cheaper than something that you would find inside your normal supermarket or other e-commerce stores. So some of the solutions in relation to the challenges that we are discussing, and I know this is just a handful, or rather a snippet of the main challenges that are being encountered when we're talking about innovation, but some of the solutions that we can discuss, and we've already started discussing about them. Of course, collaboration, government and other stakeholders collaborating, the private sector, collaborating also with international stakeholders and so on. But also I think among the ones that are most important, and we'll be able to see in the next panel, is talent sourcing. So as we discuss matters to do with innovation, one of the biggest things that we need to work on is the fact that we need to find the right talent for that. Then AI integration, of course, as among the other solutions, AI is helping us, is helping companies be able to make decisions better, work faster. These days, the work I used to do and takes me a week, I can be able to do it in a day just because of AI as a developer. So there are a lot of things that are happening positively with those technologies. So let's quickly look at the frameworks, then we can have a few discussion questions, then we can go to the next item. So what's the framework to really be able to innovate and innovate effectively in this digital age when you're talking about digital innovations? Of course, the first thing is to identify the problem, what's the real need. We ask ourselves, what are we solving? Who are we solving it for? One of the things that I used to do when I was at the Visa Innovation Studio, we used to hold quite a number of focus group discussions. These focus group discussions were geared towards just having an interaction with each other, with the customer, with the stakeholders, so that we find out what exactly are we solving, who are we solving it for. And before we go to the product, there used to be quite a number of steps that we used to do before we get to the end of the solution. So identify the problem, and I think that's the main thing. And one of the discussion questions that we'll be having, that we can have in small groups, is in relation to that. Then secondly, leveraging local talent and technology. I think this is one of the most important. It can never be overemphasized. We need local talent. And by the way, in some of the more emergent technologies, such as AI, cybersecurity, and all that, those are the things that need the most talent because they are very new. They are very new. So very few experts exist in the market. Then last but not least, scaling through partnerships and policy. Of course, factoring in a lot of collaboration. It's very impossible to do something big alone. So we emphasize on the need for partnership and collaboration as well. So, next slide, please. There are a couple of questions I want us to discuss in small groups. I think the best way, instead of trying to break us into numbers, we just discuss as a table, and maybe we can get some sentiments as we conclude on some of the answers to these questions. So the first question, just quickly go to the next slide. So discuss these as a group, then maybe one or two people can give their sentiments, and we can learn from each other at the end of the day. So question number one, this is what I call the Kenyan startup dilemma. Why do a lot of startups fail within a few years of launch? Some of the ones that I've noted here: Copia, Kuna Foods, Swivel, Sandy, Brick, WeFarm, and many more. Most of these startups have not gone beyond 5 years since their inception. Then the second question. So the second question is something about thinking about the future, the Impossible Innovation Challenge. What's one thing you wish existed but seems impossible? So we will innovate within this room as we go along. Some things from the recent past. I don't know if you know, but there are people who have pioneered driverless cabs in Johannesburg, and there's even an entire airport, solar-powered airport, in South Africa as well. So we can think to ourselves and ask ourselves and discuss amongst ourselves what seems impossible, but you really wish existed. Those are the starting points of innovation. Then Then the last discussion questions, you can take maybe 3 minutes going through each of these questions. Then we, for an extra minute or two, we ask ourselves the answers to them. Imagine Africa in 2035. That's roughly 10 years from now. Close your eyes and imagine Africa in 2035. What has changed? What has changed? What innovations have transformed lives? Then from there, we can emphasize on some few key points. So I hope you've been able to recall those questions. You can quickly just go through them, revise them one more time. Then we take the next 3 minutes trying to answer them in our tables, in our respective tables. Then a few people can give their answers. So the first question very quickly, the Kenyan startup dilemma. Why do a lot of Kenyan startups fail within a few years of launch? Then the second question was, what's one thing you wish existed but seems impossible? Then the third question is, imagine Africa in 2035. What has changed? What new innovation is there? So 3 minutes. You can discuss as a table. Go ahead.
I hope you're all discussing. I'll be going around hearing your answers. Brian, how many more minutes do we have? 2?
2 minutes.
Okay. I think we have a group that's ready.
Good.
Brian?
First question.
First question.
The Kenyan startup dilemma. We can hear.
They've even chosen a chair lady.
Okay, on the Kenyan startup dilemma, we noticed that with most of these companies or startups, they were given funding. So we thought that perhaps they were too dependent on the funding that they received, and they were not growing the company sustainably. Also, they didn't utilize the funding to the maximum. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Is there another answer for question 1? Question 1? Yes. The chairman? Inclusivity. These days when men are involved, that's called inclusivity because women are always first.
Good evening, everyone. So our reasons, according to our group, in the case of Copia, we said logistic challenge. They were struggling, as you had said earlier. Copia used to deliver things even to the most rural areas in Kenya. So they faced some logistic issues due to inadequate roads and maybe sometimes the technology involved. Let's say like nowadays we have like drones going anywhere around the rural areas. You can just go by observing your screen. You can see where the drone is going. But at that time, this type of technologies had not been fully implemented. Thank you.
All right, we have another answer. This is a group of 1.
Yeah, this is a solo group. Yeah. So Kenyan Startup Dilemma. Yeah, pretty familiar with Copia. Kune Foods is an interesting one because I saw it being discussed on LinkedIn I think it was last year. And there was a lot of criticism over what Kune actually even meant. So I think some of the reasons the startups might struggle is having a deep understanding of who their customer is, all the way down to where they are, what they want, what they need. So Kune Foods found themselves competing with the Vibandas, yeah, while trying to deliver the same level of convenience and affordability, but now to the office market. So sometimes startups might fail because they might have an idea of a product that will succeed based on, whatever research or data they've done, but then doesn't actually line up with the facts and the truth on the ground. So that's one of the major issues. Again, I think also with some startups, there's a tendency to put the technology first. And the way it should be is more of, what processes do we need to understand first? What elements of people do we need to understand first? Then the technology follows thereafter. So I think for startups, it's more sensitive on that end, and that's where they get caught out.
Thank you so much. Can we move on to question 2? Oh, someone else wants to answer? All right.
Just an addition. We had around 3 pointers that there is a lot of overselling of the idea where the innovator, the starter, amplifies or rather really hypes the idea, but it is not well thought through to the end. So as such, the start is fiery, but it dies out in the long run. And then there's a lot of misalignment between the visions of the startup founders and the funders, or rather the investors that come in. So you find that when I started the business, where I wanted to go still remains in my mind. And being that I will be a primary implementer of that particular idea, when an investor comes in and they have a different vision, then there is that clash. And as such, the visions definitely are not aligned, and that's the crash. There's also duplication of ideas, and that is happening a lot, where, for instance, you see there is a lot of innovations around money transfer or other funds transfer, and the founders are already riding on platforms that are sending money. So by the time they are catching up, the competition is so high. Of course, the pioneers in the industry have already taken off. They have dominated the market.
Thank you.
All right. This is a very popular question. There's another group.
Another answer?
You could say about why Copia has been swept out of the market. One is the rapid digital change, whereby other techno-savvy companies are coming up with much faster technical skills, pushing them out of the market. We can also say that they may have failed to adapt to the environment. And we also have a saturated market where there is everyone coming in for that service that they are offering. So with that competition, they were swept out of the market. We can also say the funding gap, where donors have discovered other viable opportunities in the disrupted digital world. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. You can go ahead.
Hi, everyone. So on the dilemma for Kenya startups, I think it's a very passionate thing for me because I've seen a few of them fail with a few of my friends being people who have worked there. So for me, I think when it comes to startup, it's about the rapid and uncontrolled growth, whereby you find these guys come up with very good innovations for current solutions, but I think they get carried away. Before the business is well-rooted and self-sufficient, they expand really quickly, which also brings in the issue of human resource and also other resources needed to maintain a business. And you find that long-term, they are unable to be self-sufficient. So I think uncontrolled growth or rapid growth is a key factor for such businesses in failing.
Any more sentiments before we move to the next question?
Mohammed had something burning to say about this dilemma.
Okay, not burning, but just a different perspective. As he's touched on it a little bit. We were just discussing also, if we look at some of the cases, it's quite interesting how they got some big funding from venture capitalists. So, like the example of Kune, I think they received over $1 million, if I'm not mistaken. So sometimes you wonder what went through the thinking to support such a business idea, because if you look at the context of Kenya, it was going to be a very difficult sell against the concept of like kibandas, as was mentioned by the other table. So I think also the refinement of how capital is given, I think particularly for this region, is something that needs to be looked at. I think we've seen a lot of stories where people have a very cool idea. It seems very appealing to venture capitalists outside our borders, but when it comes to the ground, the implementation is a different story.
Thank you.
All right, Brian, we're ready for question 2.
Question 2, the Impossible Innovation Challenge. What's one thing you wish existed but seems impossible? Maybe we could have 1 or 2 answers to that, then we just move to the last question.
Is any team ready for question 2?
There's someone behind you.
Okay.
So on the impossible, we really went with the very, very impossible. One, cars that can fly during traffic. Yes, we have flying, but cars that can convert themselves so that they can fly through the Nairobi traffic. And also innovations to lengthen life, immortality. Who doesn't want to live forever?
You might actually mention it as a joke, but think back to the beginning of 2022 before we had ChatGPT. If someone told you that you'd be able to put a prompt in something that looks like a search box and you get the results that we see today with ChatGPT, it would look impossible. It would actually, you would not believe.
Yeah.
So as much as we're talking about flying cars and other things that seem impossible, I still believe that if well thought out, some of these innovations are possible. And by the way, we do have flying cars. They're called helicopters.
So, see you, since you have said it's possible, see you in 3025.
We will innovate together.
Thank you so much.
Any other sentiment before we move to the last question?
Is this team ready?
What am I saying? Okay, about the Impossible Innovation Challenge, there was one innovation that was spoke yesterday, that if someone could, the way you Sambaza M-Pesa, if someone could change you power to your phone, Sambaza power.
That exists. It's called reverse charging. There are phones when you place
Not
the backside.
placing. Like someone is in Mombasa town, so he Sambaza the way he Sambaza M-Pesa. So they send you power
I see.
on your phone.
Sounds interesting.
That is
Thank
so
you.
cool. I want to put Dan on the spot. Dan, is there an impossible innovation that would make your life easier while on air?
An impossible innovation that would make my life easier when I'm on air. I stand there and I read without opening my mouth, and I can eat my fries and wear jeans and boots.
I think that already exists. AI presenters.
But it will still be me, not AI. I want myself, not an AI of me. Thank you.
All right. Brian, challenge accepted. All right, let's move on to the last question. Brian?
The last question, maybe one answer. Then we can go into the final slides and conclude. Close your eyes and imagine Africa in 2035.
Can I put someone else on the spot? Mr. Moneybags, our GM commercial, Nation Media Group, Mr. Sogoti. Imagine Africa in 2035. What has changed and what innovations have transformed lives?
Wow. This is being on the real spot. 2035. It will be a fast-paced world. Half of probably the roles that we have will be fully automated. I know we've talked about driverless cars. You'll go to restaurants that are maybe half automated, meaning service will all be fully remote. It's already happening somewhere else, maybe in Africa, then that is what it will be. What else? I would say that, top of mind.
No electric cars.
I know Russell has a lot to say about this.
I think for me the word Africa really really took the direction I'm thinking, because 2035 it's more of a wish from me. So probably nutrition handled better, no wars, no disease, and generally, obviously, a lot would have changed in terms of jobs, like Sogoti has said. However, what does that then mean for the continent? So there's a lot of talk. I'm seeing 2035, we have what I would call universal basic earning. So machines are doing the work, you're just staying at home, but you're still being paid a basic, because you need to sustain yourself. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and maybe the last one Africa. All the collapse probably may happen, so the borders will disappear.
Thank you so much.
Thank you as well. So in closing, I wanted to share a tool or two that you can use for innovation. I'll start with the mind mapping tools. There's a tool called Mural. You can Google it right now, mural.co if I'm not wrong. What Mural does, it has a dashboard that can help you in the stages of innovation. So we've used this tool several times, and we've been able to collaborate even people who are not in the room. I've had innovation sessions with people around the world. Someone who's in Seattle, I'm here in Nairobi, someone else is in Asia. And we're having a conversation and all contributing to the same dashboard inside a tool called Mural. The beauty about it is it has some templates. So if you're thinking of, you don't know where to start, instead of starting with a clean sheet of paper, you can start with a template. The template can guide you where you can go into step one. You start with the ideation, you solve the problem, all the way to the point where you have some features for a prototype. So check it out. Check it out. Then we didn't have an opportunity to do a couple of polls, but we were able to do them in an informal manner. But you can also check out those 3 tools for doing polls. One of them is called Slido. The other one is called Mentimeter. And the last one is called Polls Everywhere. So what happens with such tools is you put a QR code. People are able to scan that QR code. When they scan the QR code, the question shows up in their device, let's say their phone. They're able to make the choices, and we can see the answers real time. So you can be able to do a poll. So some of the questions we wanted to ask were, which sectors do you think are the ones that will have the most innovation maybe in the near future? Then some of the reports I'd want you to have a look at beyond this session. There's a report, and these are all recent reports in relation to innovation and also with the bias for Africa. The first one is the Africa Innovation Outlook, AIO 2024, just came out last year. Global Innovation Index, as much as it covers the entire globe, it covers the entire world, it has a section that you'd find useful in relation to Africa. So those are the 2 main in relation to innovation that I'd encourage you to have a look at. But the others, which I'd also encourage you have a look at, there's one called State of Digital in 2025. One of the earlier presenters, when they were showing the average time that someone spends on a mobile phone in Kenya, being over 4 hours, that came from this report we call State of Digital in 2025. And it's a very nice report. It has internet penetration, it has social media usage, which are the top websites in the country, and all that. And it can help you innovate and also make some decisions in your business. So have a look at it. Then the other one probably that is important as we imagine Africa in 2035 and also into the future is a report called the Future of Jobs report. It actually came out this year, not so long ago. I think it was last month or the month, or I think it was in January, not this month. So it lists some of the jobs that will disappear in the next 5 years, and it also lists some of the jobs that are not really, are not even, some of them don't exist, but they'll be very popular come 5 years from now and 10 years from now as well. So check out that report. It has quite a number of insights. Then the other one of my personal favorites in relation to cybersecurity, there's a report that the Commission has released, Communications Authority of Kenya has released called Cybersecurity Report. For the last one that came out was for Q3, 2023-2024. And it highlights some of the very important things that we need to take care of and actually know as a country. In fact, that's some of the insights from that report we'll be sharing in the next panel. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Brian. Thank you, everyone, for being very engaging, asking questions, and also participating in the Q&A sessions. I just want to let you know that our day is coming to a close. You'll get to enjoy the beach. You'll get to just interact with other panelists after this. And if you have any more questions for Brian, he'll be joining us tomorrow for the Cybersecurity and Data Protection session, together with Mohamed Dalal and Bernard Kariuki. I know you are all waiting for that session. I'm ready to inject, if you guys are. So let's go rest. Tomorrow morning, we come and ask questions about how our data is being used, how it's being collected, and what the government is doing about it.
Just before I close, I just want to welcome Mr. Sugoti, the GM Commercial from Nation Media Group, just to give us a closing remark and to tell us if he's buying us drinks after this.
I like how people raise stakes. Good evening. Great, thank you very much. It's been a great day full of learnings. I hope you learned a lot. Did you? Amazing. Brian, thank you very much for those insights and all of us for, those really great engaging remarks. Sambaza Power, I like that idea of Sambaza Power. Innovations happening. Let's get to put them into action. Yeah, never underestimate anything that you come up with. We could be all, making real actions that are really going to change our lives tomorrow. So my key role here was, one, to thank us. Two, is just to state how the day would look like tomorrow. We'll begin early. Is it at about 8:50? So at about 8:50 in the morning, please let us be seated here so that we engage and discuss. And the key theme that will really be overarching the day tomorrow is really looking at policy, sustainability, and future, directions. So what would those things look like? And we have about 8 sessions to cover all that, structured all the way, including what we've carried over from today. So there's quite a bit that we need to, get ready for. Yeah? Having said that, I would like to wish us a wonderful evening, and let's take a good, rest, and then see you again for more tomorrow. God bless. Good time. Thank you. Bye-bye.